Hmm. There we go. Hopefully we are good now on both platforms, my dudes, and we are about to start real soon. Yeah, there we go. Yes, I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this podcast from the beginning because I really want to listen to it. Yeah. So we can have this going in the background as we are actually starting up today's session. Yeah, so for how long have they actually been going for here? Not that long, it seems like. Yeah, or like an hour, so... Yeah, so it seems like they're setting up here.
We'll get right started. We'll do a quick sound check, everybody.
Yeah, they're just doing sound checks and
I
stuff,
added
so...
a couple of things to those notes recently as well, you might notice.
Sick. All right.
Your template has moved on the stream. Me and Sogoga
There you go.
Okay, yeah.
Full screen.
budged.
Yeah, they are about to start
Is
here.
that good now? I think.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh yeah,
All
let me
good.
change my background as well.
I had to full screen it. Ooh. Okay.
Yes, I'm just gonna have that in the
Good.
background, I
Sick.
think.
Sick. Like
As
the
I'm
topics.
playing.
Okay, let's do a sound check. Dreamcore, let's do it really quickly. Nice background.
Testing, volume check. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Testing, volume check. Alright, my dudes.
Good to
Yeah,
be
so
here.
they're actually starting
Good, you
a
guys, let's do local hold now.
like a new private league
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello.
called Second Wind.
Bitcoin.
Check, check, check. Hey
So
there.
I just
Oh, we
wanted
got
to
a
have
page
that in the
now, right?
background as I'm
The savior.
hour.
as I'm playing.
The savior. All right.
Sound is good.
Yeah,
All
we,
right.
we just.
Right.
Okay, cool.
And let's do Sagog.
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, but that actually makes the lazy dog the winner because the lazy dog didn't have to get up.
What the heck?
Sounded perfect. I think the sound is on point, you guys.
Bro, that was insane sound check right there.
Everybody good? All good.
Yeah, we made some sales
All right,
overnight.
man, we will do a little intro. We got a set of topics here. Man, what an interesting league it has been. Okay. Nope. Nope.
I was looking for a dumpster fire image on Discord for my background. I didn't find one.
You need the animated dog behind you, bro.
So I think what I need to
Dog
do
has a new
is
mic set up.
yeah,
don't know,
I might
do
have to
you
do
have
some
it sounds
cleaning
it
here.
sounds the same.
It's the same physical mic.
Little
The
cleaning
settings got fixed
before we
up
start off a
about
fresh
4 or
new
5 weeks ago.
day.
I had a lot of problems with Windows resetting. It was the
Got quite
the
some
software
divines
was
yesterday.
causing me a lot of
So
trouble.
we actually
So
spent
anyways, once I got
like
that resolved, it's now
22 on the
been
Headhunter.
the same since league start.
But I mean, we got
I was looking
48,
for
bro.
that it was really
We got a
problematic.
lot of it back.
Awesome. Okay, you guys. Well, I'm just gonna throw us right into the thick of it. We're gonna start off with the Holton stuff. Want to hear all your hot takes on that? I've only heard Sir Gogs, so I don't know what you guys thought about it. Interesting. Okay. Do a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to episode 9 of the Pod of Exile. I am your host, Talkative Try, joined by Sir Gog, Locahole,
Okay.
and Dreamcore here to talk all things Path of Exile 2, 0.4, and Second Wind League. We are going to get right into the thick of it with the hottest topic of the league. I think all of our
Yeah, I'm getting these fragments because I'm
similar, but I
actually
could
doing
be
some.
wrong. We're diving into
I've been
the
doing
Holton
some.
saga, the Great Holton Tragedy. I mean, could we get a little bit of
Citadels.
local sultry voice here to introduce it? Maybe your Doriani voice.
Holton.
Holton. So I've heard Sir Gog's opinion on this. You posted quite a few videos about it as hotfix after hotfix after hotfix was coming out addressing Holton and the temple itself. So maybe let's start with Dreamcore. Dream, what are your opinions on what happened with the temple and Holton and kind of GGG's response to people's initial reception of the temple? And then how they changed up the temple afterward.
Actually,
I mean, I feel like the and stuff.
yeah,
is
I'm gonna
like,
swap it out for
It's
this.
basically exactly what's been happening in PoE 1 for
Right
years,
here.
right? We've had the same thing in PoE 1 for years.
Yeah,
It's
so
always
yeah, so the
quarry,
ducking is
like,
working.
There's just always something going on with. I remember
Things
like
are
Harvest
nice.
League was probably the most egregious example, right? Harvest League was like you would just farm quarry for seeds over and over again, well, that was the
Yeah,
original
there's
Harvest, where you
this
actually had to set
Second
up your
Wind
gardens
League
for those that
for
come
people that
join
feel like
PoE 1
the
after, but-
economy just like
Yeah, I
freaking
mean-
ran away from them and
This is the thing with these types of league
the
mechanics.
ongoing,
People always
league.
find the way to get to the end destination the fastest and the easiest, and in this case, it was just that. And
Well,
there was a lot of complaints about the
1.9.
tempo early on because people didn't really fully understand the mechanic, and then they kind of buffed.
yeah, I want to.
I wonder what the temple would have felt like if people were able to fully experience like a fully built temple from the beginning. Like because it was like people were complaining about the temple and it being low loot and things like that, right? But they weren't really experiencing like the full temple. They were just kind of experiencing segments of it. I mean, my own
What's up,
personal
Alex?
experience with the temple, I'm sure we'll
Happy
dive
New
into it
Year.
a little bit more later on in the podcast, but you know, in the campaign, it was like, okay, you just got these extra mobs basically in the areas, and you occasionally drop like an exalted orb or something. I would say it was a step down from Abyss, like in general, because Abyss was really fun the previous league. Like I would interact with Abyss in every area because it was actually fun to do, and it was rewarding on top. Whereas this was like, here's some extra monsters. They're the same monsters from the zone. You just kill them and you get like an exalted orb or a regal or whatever. And then I remember the first time I went into the temple, I was like, what is this? There was like a room with like 3 white monsters scattered around the room. The room is like almost entirely empty. I have to kill every single monster to complete the room. A big flashy text comes up on the screen, room completed, but there's no reward. There's nothing, right? So it's like, yeah.
Was I lucky? Because my experience was different early temple. I had a bench every room up until Act
Yeah, I'm good, Alex.
3,
I'm thinking about.
and then I stopped getting
yeah.
benches. Like I had artificers.
I'm thinking about
benches, I had
the
quality bench,
like
and then it just disappeared.
wondering
I
if
thought I
I'm
was
gonna
doing
play the,
something wrong, or like you could only get the reward from.
wonder
a
if I'm
room
gonna
once.
be signing up for the
if it was,
Second
like,
Wind
in
League.
your
I don't think
temple?
every room had a bench. Some of them did, and the ones that did were definitely useful. Like I liked in the campaign, the mechanic at least had a function in that, like, you would go in there and you'd basically get some extra currency that you would then just use right there.
Not sure.
You know.
Right.
But like you said, as soon as you get to maps, okay, that was this is where it really put me off of the league mechanic. Okay, I get to maps, and I do my first like temple segment, right? With I don't know how many rooms it was. And literally, it's
You can't
exactly
hear
the
me
same
over
as
the
I just
stream?
explained there. There's like 3 or 4 monsters
okay.
in each room. They're very far split.
Yeah, I'm gonna
apart
be
from each other.
ducking
There's
this
some
a bit more.
interactables and stuff in the room, right? And then I have to
thought I
go
had
to
this
each
set up.
monster because they're so far away from each other and kill each of them. Like, not really very engaging or whatever. Then here we go, like, room complete.
Yeah, just give me a second.
The temple felt so empty to begin with, insanely empty. I'm not gonna lie, like, that first experience put me off the temple for the whole league. I haven't really interacted with the temple at all after that. Even after they buffed it, I wasn't really interested in interacting with it, and I've never really been a player that like chases the best currency farm or something, so it doesn't really interest me for it to be, you know, if it's so rewarding, like I'm not really bothered, right?
You weren't.
So obviously, I mean,
You didn't want
Yeah,
to see at Ziri's considerable.
Yeah, I want them
access?
to
You
be
weren't
there,
interested in
but I
that?
want them to be...
Come on, that's so good.
so
Yes, I want the chat in the background here. But I want it to duck when I'm talking here. Just give me a second.
Ziri to like 5% HP, and then she would just be unkillable or whatever, or there would be like some weird glitches, and they just die in all of like the red, you know, like the red lava on the ground or whatever. But yeah,
Dang. Okay, that's rough.
Yeah.
Local, what's your experience with the temple and thoughts on the whole Holton thing? Sure, you have some.
With the temple.
Yeah.
Temple in the campaign was pretty cool. A few extra exalts, a few regals. That was nice. And then into the end game, it just like it did not make sense. I didn't understand.
Yeah, I think now it's a lot better, right?
The thing is, they were so infrequent, and
Yeah, it's supposed to fade quieter when I'm speaking.
it was really, really hard to keep
Yeah,
track of.
100% better. Yeah. Thing is that I was yeah, I had the settings a bit weird there.
So I also just like gave up on it eventually, and
Yeah, no, I said I'm not sure if I'm gonna be doing the private league. So there is this new private league
the most obscene amount of loot
that Talkative Try and a bunch of people are
which was even that was
putting
like
together.
Juicer League. But if you don't, then you get like nothing. Well, or not like nothing, but pretty like very, very little. The other thing was just like the progression was very strange with that Ziri.
So that's what this podcast is like. A lot of what we're gonna be talking about here is the
level that was just like trivial.
new private league.
Wait, was that it? Like, was that the
Yeah.
fight? So, I mean, I'm not a huge Temple enjoyer. I can see the appeal. Like everyone who has gone all
Yeah, private league. So a private league is like basically like it's a new league
obscene amount
that people can sign up to. So it's gonna be like a fresh league start basically, and they have like an insane number of people actually signing up for this now.
if you
I
want
think it's like in the mid 20Ks,
in the back of your head, I guess if you're comparing to other people,
like in the mid 20,000s of people actually signing up for this private league.
And as for Holton, that's what PoE players.
So there's been like this little thing about the league, right? Where some people feel like just like the economy has just like ran away from them basically.
It just
Because some people have been like figuring out really nice strats to get a bunch of currency, and a lot of people just feel like left behind. So they are really gonna be like enjoying
angry at anyone who did the Holton X,
like a fresh start.
whether or not it's an exploit, I don't know. But the
Basically.
real problem was GGG not patching it, because that's what needed to happen, and it didn't happen for I don't know how long. So the economy just
2 days?
tanked.
3 days?
3
days?
No, it was longer
Longer
than that.
Oh, was it
Way
longer
longer.
than that?
Bro, the stabilizers
Yeah.
stabilizers are freaking
Like in that
selling now.
Chris Wilson video where
For
he
like
talked about
10?
game economy, he kept talking about how people feel about the integrity of the economy. Not necessarily, because there are lots of videos about like, oh, you can still farm this, you can still farm that. Like the economy isn't.
Whether it's exploits, mirror groups, or RTM.
Economy was. It is.
Yeah, well, some people were calling it exploits. Other people were just like
I don't know what's happening. Like I can farm this thing,
just like calling
and
it
then I sell it, and tomorrow
really
morning
super
do it 3
efficient,
times as much, and now I feel bad that I sold it yesterday.
gameplay. But the thing is, like, someone like
Sell this thing, but I didn't know.
someone realized that they could do
So I held it, and
like the Holton zone or something, so they could get like access to their
just keep having that happen.
temple, like start building their temple like a lot faster than other people.
That I don't know if the time I've spent.
But I mean, they have not been banned, so it seems like GGG doesn't think that they are that they have been
I
cheating,
was in that camp for a
or
long
you know,
time. I kind of still
that it actually was an exploit.
oh, okay. The economy, you know, the economy's screwed, but you can do other things, or you don't need to be completely reliant. Sir Gog, it was actually your series of videos that kind of opened my eyes, because I see you as such a measured creator. You're pretty unbiased, I feel like, and you just report on the facts, the news. And you posted a video that was not doomer, but it was like, the league is over. I don't know if that was the exact title, but you said it in the video, and I was like, holy crap, I bet a lot of people feel this way. Oh my, if Sir Gog is saying this, a lot of people are probably like, the league is over at this point.
The league is
What do you
over.
think about the whole
Crazy.
phenomena? And I know I want to bring us back to the whole investment into the temple. Is it too much for a league? Is it just enough? It's okay to have in the game? Or I know you brought that point up in our notes.
Yeah, we need to make a pass in the shop here.
Yeah, so I think that slightly exaggerates what I said, but it's mostly true. Like the league, there's the integrity of the league economy. I think the perception of a fair league economy is gone for this league, particularly once they brought about all of the, just like the rules constantly changing, and they needed to change, but they needed to change faster. Let's start with what the actual problem was, and that is that there is fun gameplay exactly once in the first time that you participate in a broken economy. For me,
Mr. Alex, you've been playing
Path of Exile 1. For a lot
Pokemon
of
games?
people, there's
Okay.
Affliction League in Path of Exile 2.
Interesting.
This is the reason
You got the emulator, you
Path
downloaded
of
all the
Exile
Switch
1.
Pokemon
Because
games.
You liked Path of Exile 1's Affliction, and I thought it was a dumpster tier league.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
did you get the, what is it called, the Galaxy emulator?
And this is the reason you watching this probably thought Necropolis, which had more loot than Affliction did, was more of a giga juicing league than Affliction was. This is the reason most of you probably thought that Necropolis was a bad league, but Affliction was a good one. Now,
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be like continuing the strat that I've been doing the last couple of
I think
days,
that experience of a
or if I'm
completely
actually
broken
gonna
league economy,
start like trying to push higher content now
most of us playing this have had
on
that
this character.
experience
I'm not sure.
before. Whether it be 324, 323, or Freesia over in Path of Exile 1, or whether it be Dark Shrine,
Canary build, yeah.
who've played forever, or and then there's other people who loved the Holton stuff because it was the first time they've ever played in such a league where there's just crazy inflation, but you feel like you're just making so many more steps forward than you ever have before. So anyways, that's why I think some people like.
Yeah, check this out, Alex. This is a funny thing right here.
And it's also why I thought that it was like one of the worst league experiences I've had. I think in terms of the mechanic itself, campaign first impressions were really good. That was the Act 1, 2, and 3.
Just give me a second.
Act 4, there is a sharp drop-off. For those of you that are playing in Second Wind, well, I'm going to say tomorrow because my time it's tomorrow, but for you it's probably today. Those of you playing in Second Wind, do the Temple in Acts 1, 2, and 3 if you haven't before, but don't bother in Acts 4 and the interludes. It's just miles worse. And you really notice...
Yeah, I'm just gonna pause this.
But then in...
Just gonna pause the pod here for a second, because I have this funny thing here, my dudes. Okay, where did it go? Yeah, there we go. Hello, PoE Master. How are you today?
Hey there, Death Denor. Doing great, thanks.
Oh. Yeah, we have to pin him. I forgot to pin him. Sorry.
No worries at all. We can die.
Yeah. So, what do you think about Mr. Alex playing the Pokemon games over Christmas?
Well, Death Denor, I think it sounds like Mr. Alex knows how to have a bit of festive fun. I mean, mixing Pokemon adventures with holiday cheer, not a bad combo at all. Are you thinking about jumping into some seasonal gaming yourself?
Well, I mean, I'm playing Pee-wee too.
Oh, that definitely sounds like a yes. I can hear that.
Yes, bro.
Absolutely, mate.
I mean, AI companion. Yeah, I mean, it's so it's this yeah. I'm just gonna mute her. Yeah, it's this it's Copilot, but it's like this gaming Copilot
Absolutely, Martin.
in
Take your time.
in beta
I'm
here.
right here with you. it's one of those things can be a bit tough to put into words sometimes. Are you thinking about how this whole AI companion thing fits into your gaming vibe?
So right now I'm muted. So I'm muted, so the AI or the Copilot can't hear what I'm saying. But it's kind of interesting to kind of chat to the Copilot and like use it as a little tool here. I just have to remember to. I just have to remember to kind of like, yeah, pin it. So yeah. So I was testing it a bit yesterday. Like I was trying to get it to like price check and stuff. But I mean, it wasn't very accurate. I mean, some things it was kind of accurate on, but like other things, just way off, to be honest. It's kind of funny. Yeah, we're just gonna put these things up for sale here. I'm that lonely when I'm streaming. Well, I mean, not really. Not really. I mean, obviously, it's great to have people to talk in the chat, but just like figuring out like things to, or like ways to set up things, try different things. I really enjoy that. Bro, I can sit here and talk to myself all day. No worries. Yeah, shop. Yeah, we need to do a pass. We need to do a pass in the shop here. As well as like add these new items. Yeah, we're just gonna, yeah, let's just do the 100x here. See if we can get them going quickly. Like 100x might be, yeah, this one we're gonna price for divine here.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a pass.
That's better. You may have been dreaming before.
Yeah, so like going through every single of these items is, I'm not going to be doing that. So I'm just trying to get into the habit of like lowering the prices here if they're not selling for a long time. And just like starting a little bit high and then just like moving down in price until it sells. So some things can be worth a lot, but it's like I really don't want to be spending like an extreme amount of time just like price checking. So kind of trying to make it a bit more like less tedious. Yeah, let's get this podcast running again, my dudes.
They fall off. And then you get to endgame and it feels like the temple's really bad. But it actually mathematically might not have been all that bad. We don't know. It's not being tested. It's just that Grinding Gear Games did this panic buff. And that panic buff took place just before Christmas. And I think the real lesson out of this, honestly, is that second weekend of December League launches are as bad as Easter launches. They had an Easter launch for a couple of years in Path of Exile 1, and it works sometimes, it failed catastrophically on others. I think we've got to say that December weekend 2 is also a very dangerous weekend for them to launch, and they should go with weekend 1.
Yeah, like what they did with
really, that's the
0.1.
biggest lesson.
Yeah. I am hearing feedback from one of you guys. I don't know if any of you have speaker. I'm guessing it's you, Gog. I might hear myself from your microphone. Just wanted to call that out really quickly in case the feedback keeps coming. Yeah, it's only me. I'm just so loud. I'm sorry. On that point, Gog, so with the investment,
Yeah, maybe I need to be like even more aggressive here with the prices, just like
Iced or delve setups, at least in the notes. Do you think
Just like
that
halving here.
too much investment required right now? Do you think there's further balance, or do you think there's room in PoE 2 to have a mechanic where you got to put a lot of time into it to get that huge reward, as long as that instability still occurs, or the destabilization? So there's always that risk of your temple being bricked
Meet the market.
at some point, even if you're like farming the locks and everything. Do you think that's the risk is too low, or do you think it's in a good spot at this point after all the patches?
I think that's one of those things where I feel like this setup is too much in this, and the level of setup that I think is appropriate. Ultimately, I think the highest acceptable level of setup for a not the current league mechanic.
So they're talking
is
about
what
the
was prior to the last buffs to Rogue XP in Path of Exile 1. So not everyone.
they're talking about the like the amount of, of work that is actually needed to kind of set up the temple.
45 quick zones to be set up with for heist, to have all your rogues to maximum level, and those would be quicker zones than a Path of Exile 2 map. And that I felt was reasonable, but a lot of people disagreed. A lot of people thought that was too much. In Path of Exile 1, Delve, just getting to the point that Delve, I don't know what everyone else on the panel thinks, like maybe 500 depth is a good starting spot for Delve.
You've not played the
And
Pokemon
getting to that is a substantial amount.
since Crystal, so it's all fresh and new. Bro, Crystal? When did Crystal come out, bro? Like, that's a long time ago, isn't it?
Each zone's pretty quick. You also have to duck out multiple times to get more sulfite, run normal maps. So Delve, I think, is too much in Path of Exile 1. The temple is much more than Delve. The temple is like getting to Delve 2500.
Yeah, you got a second monitor as well, Alex. That's nice. Because you didn't have that from
And it's just
the beginning, right?
It's ridiculous, and it's way too long.
What do you two think about it, Dream, Local Hole? Too much, too little?
I think that part of it is that in my opinion, the temple is too big. Like the actual, I mean, like the maximum number of rooms is too much. I'm not really sure I don't know what the concept.
the
of that
maximum room is
I
too
don't know
much.
why it's-
Bro, I think they should add
like,
floors.
in terms of the amount
That
of
would be
rooms.
cool.
Because it does feel like, you know, they had a few sort of key ideas with the temple, like, you know, how to get to Azeri and how to kind of specialize different rooms and things like that. But it feels like there is just too many rooms in total that can fit onto the temple. So I think that would be definitely a very good improvement that they could make, is that kind of make it so that reaching, you know, a good kind of end game temple setup, either for A, reaching Azeri and farming that boss to get, you know, good rewards, or B, farming the temple for other rewards, right? And then hopefully not getting it destabilized. That needs to be faster to set up, and then the temple itself needs to be smaller. That's yeah, I just think it should be. That's how it should be.
Am I crazy, or is the temple smaller in the present, right? When you're first running it in the campaign, and then it grows once you travel to the past? Am I just completely misremembering that?
No.
I thought it was smaller. Like the actual
No, it's-
size of the room. See, I'm a big dummy.
It's a
Well, it
9
sort
by
of is
9.
because-
Yeah.
I'm a nine.
You can't get very far into it in the unless you were to unless you do a real meme strategy. Like if you're just playing naturally, you're not going to get far into it.
Yeah, I was probably just misremembering. Yeah, I agree. The size is massive, but the other thing as well is because of the way they have it designed, where you think there should be doors connecting to other rooms, sometimes there's just no doors, and you gotta like backtrack all the way, and there might not be a checkpoint, so you're like going all the way through here to get to the door. So I feel like those type of quality of life improvements can be made as well. Additionally, do you guys think that
Yeah, a Christmas present to yourself. Yeah, I mean, that's a great present, bro.
Word, but-
For yourself.
ways to explain the temple in game is like a bad thing or a
Second
good thing?
monitor.
I've seen mixed opinions on this. Something as simple as like when you hover over a room, a tile, on the left-hand side it would say, this room connects with these rooms and empowers these rooms. Is
Yeah.
that like too much? Too
the-
like hand-holding?
easy-
I don't think it is.
The easiest way to do it would be so that when you place a room, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different world, right?
The problem right
having
now
the
is
second
that you
monitor.
have to place a room to know what's going to happen next, and then it's locked in. And now you're like, oh crap! But I should have put that one over there and this one over here, or you misclick.
Right.
Oh, man, I was supposed to like put that final room to the Azeri. That would help a lot because you can shuffle stuff around and start to learn. But it like the UX on this it's horrendous. Yeah, completely opaque. I don't even know how they would explain it other than that.
I think that'd be nice. I locked myself out of Atziri for about 20 hours because I placed a room in front of her like a big dummy.
Yeah.
I thought it would connect, and no, it needs to be a path node. And I kept running Architect, and I'm like, come on, destabilize, and it would not destabilize. So I didn't get to Atziri until like hour 50. I did slash plate as I walked into a room. It was like, oh, it's 2 days, 2 hours. And I'm like, dang it.
And then you kill her in like 4 seconds.
Yep.
Epic.
It was less. It was 3 seconds, dude.
Oh no.
Very cinematic boss fight, though. Brief spoilers for anybody who cares. Has everybody here seen the Atziri boss fight at this point?
Yeah, I've been fighting at Syria, or I tried to fight at Syria, but I freaking
No, happening in the second phase.
freaking died.
Yeah, the fight.
I tried, but
the
yeah.
fight looks.
So my thing was like for the longest time I had like mana,
I haven't actually done that fight, but I watched
some mana issues.
and there's several people that
Like I was being
some people had really
drained
good
so
builds,
hard
really
on the
powerful
mana.
builds. Some people had pretty mediocre builds, right? Not very much damage.
So it was one of those fights like where you feel like you're just like
Like literally,
slowly but
I
surely
didn't see any
being
mechanics
drained
well, you know,
to all the way
I
to
can
like
understand it with, like,
the
a
bitter
strong
end,
endgame
and
build.
I mean it was
But,
pretty
you know,
rough,
if it's like a mid,
pretty rough.
Imagine like
And
you're
it
on
just
there,
takes
you're in
so
F1,
much time to
you're
kind of like fight her
you don't really
again,
have
so
very
I
good
haven't
gear, but you
been
still just stomp the boss, right?
I haven't
I
bothered.
don't know. I feel like those bosses should be doing.
But we really should
We should actually get to see those.
go for like
mechanics, you know?
more F-Zero runs, to be
From what
honest.
I've heard, that boss does have interesting mechanics. Like
Me too.
if you actually let her do like just survive and not die, right?
Right.
But some people just insta kill the boss. I mean, just use like a couple of abilities and then that's it.
Ooh, we are attracting some buyers here.
Can be easier in hardcore than in soft. Oh, sorry, easier in softcore than hardcore because in
Nice.
hardcore, your first approach is going to be.
Yeah, are we hideout warrioring right now, my this? Is that what we're doing?
Whereas the approach is actually just boom, 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 boom.
It is crazy though. Like I felt the same way, by the way, about Kudamak. Like this was the exact.
Just
same
sitting
experience.
here
Like,
and
I went into the Kudamak fight,
pricing
and
and
I was like, you know,
selling.
This is awesome. Like the whole setting and everything is just epic. And the Kudamak, he just instantly dies. Like
Good for you, Dreamcore. Good
just
for
dies,
you.
and then
Yeah, that's kind of like what I
he's
wanted
reviving, and now
to
he's dead again. Now he's reviving.
what I wanted to see. Like I wanted to be more optimized though.
He just died. That's insane.
My Kulamak last league bugged out and I couldn't see his health bar, so I didn't know how much health he had. So
But it's kind of cool to just sit in here and price and get a feel for what like what things are actually worth.
Way longer than it needed to be, because I just couldn't see how much health he had. So mine was super intense, especially on melee. Oh my gosh, degens in that fight are crazy.
Yeah, if you're doing it on melee, jeez, man.
Ooh.
There's a lot of stuff in the game like that, where it's just like the.
Yeah, these things we just put in for 100, but I'm just gonna lower it. See if we can get some quicker sales.
There's a lot of really punishing mechanics
Oh, yeah.
like that for melee.
Yeah, I feel it on Bear a little bit, but it's nice that Bear blows up the screen.
25 divine, bro. That's
massively.
Yeah.
Before we talk about Bear, Druid, all that stuff, any other thoughts on the temple and anything related to it, you guys?
For what it's worth, I do.
all right.
think they're
We
gonna
did a
do
pass,
pretty
my
big
dudes.
rework on the temple. before
Yeah,
it
let's
makes
get these in
it
as well for like
I think
50.
I think it's going to get quite a lot of work.
Oh, you think so?
Hopefully they will
Yeah,
You
I
actually
think
think it's
so.
getting back?
sell.
Because
I hope they
I
just
do-
take it out the game and work on the end game. Like I don't give a shit about the temple.
You got 12 Pokemon games to complete?
I think
Yeah,
they-
you
Oh my
agree.
god.
But it was the same in this league, though. I said
that's a
the
lot.
exact thing before this league launched. I was like, I wish we had
Yeah.
had the
12 games, bro?
instead of the league, right? But the trouble is that they kind of they're treading that line where like some people only experience like the league mechanic and the campaign because that's all they play. They don't play the end game, right? Maybe they don't even reach the end of the campaign. So for those people, they wouldn't even play the league if the league.
Yeah,
didn't
so
exist,
starting a fresh new day here with some
Some
with this
people
fresh
play
tab
it
here.
and they're not engaging with that.
Yeah, I really like to see what I'm actually making.
Yeah.
Love shiny hunting. Shiny hunting? Is that the
040 was
Pokemon game?
have both the endgame overhaul and.
And what are you saying? You're playing the first Pokemon game that isn't turn-based?
With the endgame overhaul.
What? Isn't every Pokemon game turn-based?
Say that is that I feel like if Grinding Gear Games knew further in advance they were going to miss the
Isn't every
overhaul, they
Pokemon
would've
game
changed their messaging earlier
turn-based?
about 040.
That's a good point.
I think it hurt them,
Possibly,
like
yeah.
getting until 8 days before the league start to say, "Oh, by the way, the endgame overhaul's been missed," and I think they know enough about gamer sort of actions to say that if they had said
Shiny Pokemon, there is a 1 to
"We will
4k
do a
chance
major
for it
endgame
to spawn. Oh my
overhaul,"
god.
but it's not going to get there. There would have been a lot of disappointment, but I think it would have been taken better than doing it 8 days late. So I reckon it was a late decision, and I reckon it was because of something really bad with the alpha testers. Like the alpha
Have they
testers
ever
all.
done that though? Have they ever like? I'm trying to remember a single example where they've done, because I feel like they don't want to kill the hype for their league like right before they announce it. They don't want to be like 1 week out from announcing it. There's no end game update, and then like all the people who are thinking this is the only reason why I'm coming to play this patch, like I'm not even going to tune into the reveal, right? So that I feel like they don't really want to do that. I understand what you're saying, but it's a pretty big risk as well for them to drop news like that a week before the reveal. Like there's just no end game update. It's going to be the same end game again, right?
Well, they would have put something. They could have put something small in that case. Like it would have been not a complete end game update, but they could have done something small at the last second. But anyways,
Yeah.
it was my first thought of what might have happened there.
I think the closest
Yeah.
comparison there is them saying, oh, you know, this highly anticipated league mechanic that everyone wants to go core, it's not going core this league, and they've done that 2-3 weeks out before. I think they did that with like Harvest, they've done that with a few leagues in the past, you know, Ultimatum, Trial of the Ancestors. They do announce, hey, this beloved mechanic is not coming, but have it, the end game.
Yeah.
things.
It's a little bit different though, because I
It
think
is,
in a lot of
right.
ways, like the league mechanic, especially these days, we kind of have quite a good grasp on what's going to go core and what's not, and what kind of state it's going
Latest Pokemon Legends C
Quite a while ago,
is
we
a
just
real
didn't know,
combat,
right? Like,
real-time
if you go
combat.
back to, like,
What?
315,
Pretty
everything
intense.
just went into the core game instantly, right? With,
What?
with no thought at all, and there was like giga power creep.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So these days we kind of think, well, like it was with the mercenaries.
Is that the newest one?
Like, we want those to go into the core game, but I could see the writing on the wall. It's not happening, right? At least not yet. Until they've like figured out a good way for them to go core, then
Right.
you know that's what they're doing.
Okay, so the other
Yeah, I want to do some like Pokemoning in PoE too.
pretty directly is the entire
Like,
market
the
of war
beasts.
that occurred in 0.4, especially when that
Beast
whole thing-
hunting.
bug, unintentional use of game mechanics, whatever.
I think that's a mechanic that they are hopefully really gonna be like improving on in PoE 2.
Pumped into the economy,
Yeah,
all
beast
these
capturing.
valuable items,
Making it like similar to kind of like
price. It's something that I think happens eventually in leagues, but it's
at least like a UI that is like a bit more
happened way faster and to a much higher degree in this league. And of course, we are starting
like gotta catch them all
private league
vibe.
today. 23,000
And like making it more intuitive to like how you can upgrade your companions and beasts and stuff.
on this massive currency influx. Is this unavoidable in PoE 2? Is there anything GGG should do to kind of step in? Is there other sinks needed for these currencies? Like, what's going on? Because like we talked about, perception really affects a lot of players in this game that play the game for the trade.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah, bro, I need to check out that.
If they're outpaced, they will quit, or they'll be pissed, right? So, is there any course of action here that GGG can take?
But is it on the Switch? Or I mean, obviously you are doing like the emulator thing, but
is not doing December
like, is it for
leagues. Like, you
is it for Switch?
You can't say, oh, we want to have a December league because the player base is going to be at an all-time high, and then at the same time say, oh, we're all going to go on break at that time. Like, that doesn't work, especially with situations like this. Either there needs to be like a skeleton crew capable of balancing, who stays behind and takes their holiday a month late, or they just must never do that, because it like completely disrupted the integrity of the economy. And I know people say like, oh, it's not that bad, you can just farm other stuff, but again, about the perception. So But I don't think we've never had inflation like this. This
No.
is different. A lot of people, I've seen people saying on like Twitter and Reddit, oh, this happens all the time. Like we've always had mechanics like this. This is a massive outlier compared to the amount of currency that was being pumped into the economy was like an order of magnitude higher than even a.
Yeah. So when was it released?
You see people farming like
The game itself.
thousands and thousands of divines a day, and then you've got, I don't know, thousands of people doing that. Now you've got 1 million divines in the economy that weren't there yesterday, and I think the only way to fix it is for them to have people who are there to fix it the moment it happens. Got people whose fingers on the pulse, ready to patch, and then also probably testing stuff before it goes out, because they need to get some like smarty pantsers who are good at breaking stuff to alpha test, who can like take something to its logical extreme, see what the end result is, and then work from there without also destroying.
But don't we think that they are actually doing that? Don't we think that they have play testers and stuff? Like, I think that's just crazy to assume that they don't.
Even with Holden, I don't think it was.
No, it's fine. Release day was fine.
Because there were 3 different
October last year for the Pokemon game. Okay.
multiply with each other. So you essentially had triple dipping, and they went and doubled them all. So imagine you've got a character in PoE 1, and you've got 3 different 40% more multipliers to your build, to the amount of damage that you're doing. Then suddenly there's a patch, and those 40% more multipliers become 80% more multipliers. Well, doing the numbers on that so you don't have to, that's taking you to more than 5 times baseline, whereas before that patch you were 2.8 times baseline. That gets more extreme when it's not 40% going to 80%, but when it's 320% going to 640%. And essentially, the limiting case there, you don't actually quite hit this limit, but the limiting case is it's 8 times. And that's between rarity, quantity, well, effectiveness is quantity, and all the other sorts of stuff that's going on there.
Effectiveness is quantity, bro.
Decided in the thing where the
Really?
Master room buffed other rooms, and so
I didn't know that.
4th layer of scaling that was added. The real problem was 040C was a patch that should never have gone live. It should have been reverted once it went live, and they should have done those. They should have buffed the temple, but they should have buffed it by addressing the median case, not the top end, not going, okay, what we need the temple
Yeah, let's do
to
Bloomingfield.
is be 720 times as good as it is now for the top 0.1% of the player base, and 1.5 times better than it is now for the bottom 60% of the player base, and the people in between will get something in between. That's what they did with that patch. It was a debacle, and yeah, it's what happens when you put out a patch. It's what I don't think I'd go as far as alcohol on December patches are out. I think week 2 is the problem. It's got to be week 1. Then 040C would have still been a mistake. It still would have gone live, but they would have had the staff on to hotfix it, because the problem wouldn't have been found Christmas Day, Boxing Day, 27th of December.
Why do you think that rewards patch occurred, Durgog?
I just panicked overreaction to complaints. Like, this is the thing. This happens every time. There'll be a league that's even remotely
So,
complex. There's always
so like, honestly, like, I don't feel like I got into like
This was the
temple
case
stuff.
originally, part of XL1. It was much.
I didn't get into kind of like the temple, like really getting into the temple. I mean, it's still like a very complicated mechanic, but I feel like I didn't get into it
And you are getting people
early enough for like
it was just
actually
ridiculous. Anyway,
noticing like a
people's
huge
first reaction to Frasier was
effect
this is trash,
from
give
it
the Atlas
being
back, because the Atlas has more loot
being
on it.
bad.
Then they found the broken part of it, and they scaled the broken part. They worked out how to use it, and then at that point, it became a dead economy because you got so much loot in it. Well, the
Thing is that some people figured out
it was
how to
GGG
do it
didn't
like
even notice
super
the patch, the rogue
effective
styles quick. Like, that
very
was-
early.
I've been looking forward to that league, but you know, they're cool build options, but there's no integrity in the trade league economy. It's just not fun to play.
2 questions building on that for you guys then. 1, if GGG are aware that people just aren't understanding the mechanic yet, and they have not scaled it to its reward potential. Do you think it would be better for them to just hold their ground and just be like, no, you guys have not figured it out yet, keep going? Do they do a public statement, or in the opposite direction,
Yeah, that's a very,
are they more transparent with stuff, explain things more in-game or out of game?
very good question from Try here, I think.
You have, in one case, where you're over-explaining it and making things too easy for everybody, or another case where you're not giving people enough time to figure things out, and then this happens, where you buff things and it makes things way better for the top end and makes things way worse for everybody below the, I don't know, let's be fair, what, the bottom 90% of players, right? Maybe even more.
I mean, this is definitely a problem that goes back to understanding the temple and them actually like giving the information that's needed to understand it from the beginning.
Yeah, I agree.
Halcyonish has a really good video on this. She talked about how Path of Exile's UX has like a pretty big issue, and it was none more obvious than in this league, right, with the temple.
So it's still...
Why people couldn't get there is because like there's a huge time gap, right?
There is still this like really
A completely empty temple.
bad kind of like explanations of things that are added. It's like, yeah, we added some new cool stuff, now
You don't
go
really know how these
figure it
things are
out,
interacting with
you
each other,
know?
like how to, you're kind of learning on the fly, and then it's like, okay.
And I mean, it's a huge part of Path of Exile, right? To
Now when
kind
I
of
reached
like
this next map, I realized that in
you
my
know,
previous map, I put the room in the wrong place. Well,
figure things out, but like some things
That's it.
are just needs to be explained, I think.
You keep adding bits to it, but like obviously you already kind of, that makes you feel kind of bad, but you didn't really have that information. So this is actually part of the problem. Like like what Gog said and what you guys were saying there, it was a knee-jerk reaction for them to buff the temple like crazy, and they did completely over-buff it, and it was probably fine before that in terms of loot, right? But nobody knew that because nobody could actually get there. Nobody really knew what
Yeah,
they were doing.
yeah, that was kind of like
Comes to whole
the
thing,
issue.
Right? This is something that I said right at the start of the podcast. It's always been a thing in PoE. People abusing like the.
But it's really changed for me, like
Happened, I remember that
how
when this was actually almost a legally occurring.
progressing a character. I've been talking about this last couple of days here. I feel like Temple has really switched up like how I'm thinking about
I don't want to say like not knowing that
like leveling when we get to the like to the higher
that
levels,
sort of thing I feel like shouldn't take anyone by surprise anymore.
when it's not
People have been doing that for years, right? They've been
necessarily like super obvious like what you need to do to kind of like progress your character. I feel like the Temple is great.
The temple was that the low end was so unbelievably terrible that it just was a garbage mechanic. It was rubbish, and so the overwhelming sentiment was this mechanic sucks. Like, what is the point of doing this? But the high end is like insane. Even looking at like Fubgun, he rebuilt his temple from scratch for I don't know like the third or fourth time. Even him knowing what he needed to do with a temporalis and having done it 2 or 3 times took him 23 hours. Like, that might not sound like a lot to a streamer, but let's say you don't have a temporalis. Now it takes you 3 times as long. So now we're looking at 75 hours. You've never done it before, you're looking at a guide. That could be like
70
hours.
100 hours to set up your temple, bro. Damn,
You
bro.
make a mistake in there and you lose 20 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, I kind of like think about it like it's a work in progress. Like I really don't feel like it's, you know,
very little incentive for a lot of people to even explore.
like that's just one way to approach the temple, right? That's just one way to
Who made you? I was watching and when people were saying the mechanics not
yeah, like just one way to approach the temple, I feel.
people are gonna figure it out. I didn't think it was gonna be like that.
But it doesn't have to mean that that's the only way that you can use the temple. Like I was saying, like the way I think it's really great is like
perfect exile
for
something like that.
like getting a little break from the mapping, but also like the zone is gonna be like leveled to you, right? So even though I'm in here now, like blasting these lower tier maps, it's kind of refreshing going in there, and it's like a level 82 zone, which basically is like tier 17, right?
Or is there like a middle? I don't even know if there's a middle ground right now.
I think there is a middle ground that's doing the
There is?
architect.
Doing the architect, okay.
From what
Yeah,
I heard,
fair enough.
I heard a couple of people saying that they just kind of like jammed their temple together and they were getting between like 2 to 5 divines per temple. They were just running like casually, right, with no real like,
Yeah.
with no interest in like pushing any kind of efficiency or whatever. They're just kind of. So that I think that to me.
There are so many other things to this game as well, right? So
Yeah,
you don't have to do the temple
kind of what they
to...
were going for, but they didn't really. They didn't foresee people.
Like, I was doing what I'm doing right now, and I dropped like a
efficiency method and just
freaking 12
ridiculous amount of divine.
12 divine
Just didn't foresee that.
item.
But one thing that should be the case, like when you're designing,
So you don't have to run the temple
you
to
should be
make currency. I mean, there are other
running the
things.
numbers on what is the mathematically perfect temple. You should be running the numbers on that, and you should have a clear indicator. And I think the other thing they need to do, and this is the biggest lesson out of this, but not just this, but also temporalis duplication in 010, the currency strongbox exploit in 030. What they really need to do is have a number of alerts that are set up for certain suspicious amounts of currency generation that can then be investigated. For instance, the temple should not
Oh, no.
live without a setting on it where every time 12 or more divine orbs drop within the same temple, an email is generated and sent to the most senior staff member that's online at the time. And then, okay, sure, you might decide...
Yeah, so they want to put like a
but
cap
at least you get that
on
warning early. Back when it's happening to 6 players, rather than when it's happening to 1,206 players, and when it's 12 rather than when it's 35. Or
The problem right now is that it's going to be really bad if they like revert it, if they nerf
be
it.
there as a warning.
I think that's gonna be bad.
Other mechanic. Like
But they probably are gonna,
I
right?
think Chris Wilson had at one point mentioned that he had an alert set up when mirrors were generated in PoE 1. And if anything really suspicious came, this is earlier on, like mirrors are only 1,000 times as rare as divines in PoE 1. So like there's a lot of them that drop every day now. But at the time, the game was slower. The player base was a factor of 10 smaller. Speed was probably a factor of 10 smaller. So, you know, you might see, I don't know, 5 or 6 mirrors dropping in a release week. I could be wrong on that, but it might have even been 50. But it's not a problem if an email gets sent to Chris Wilson every time one drops. And that's something that could then be looked at. Nowadays, you'd have to say, if the same player has 2 mirrors of Kalandra drop for them, then an alert is generated and it's sent off once 10 players have had this happen to them in a day.
Yeah, but kind of like the problem here is like it's not necessarily like a suspicious thing. It's just like if you are able to like do the harder content and you know how to kind of like set up your character to be like super efficient when it comes to fighting farming currency. I mean, that's just that person is just going to be getting more, right? I mean that's how it is, right? But it doesn't necessarily, I think, mean that the entire economy is like bricked, because it's like the super high,
Yeah, ideas like that if they're not already
super high-end items
alerts constantly flung up.
that you don't need them specifically
If one lead
to
that we generate goes to the wrong database or doesn't make a
play
delivery,
the game, right?
I get an email instantly. One lead, and we get probably 2,000 to 2,300 leads a day, and I get notified if one goes wrong.
If
So,
people are feeling like in general that the drops are okay
that's a good idea.
for them,
I think we're all kind of in agreement.
I mean,
What should happen to the temple? Like
who
if it's
cares?
Smaller, top end.
Who cares like what this other person is doing,
more
right?
explanation in the game, more better.
I mean, it's supposed to be fun for you, right?
I
And
totally
enjoyable for you.
And anything else for the temple for 0.5?
Yeah,
Because I think it's
say
going core.
one last thing.
Yeah.
One last thing about
Harder
the
at
temple is I think that Aziri's rewards were very good in this patch. I think that they could add some more rewards there, but they were very good. The spear was really good. I've seen some really interesting builds that people have made with it. The
That's
staff is fun too. The jewel is interesting. There's a lot of really interesting things.
Body armor?
Coming from the temple generally.
The
Yeah,
body
the body armor is really cool as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is like a really good example of good rewards from a pinnacle boss. So yeah, that's a good boss, a good loot from a boss. I think that is the precedent that
Yeah, I think like the at Siri like gear is like
Been the
or
case in
drops
some- I don't
are
say
most
this
like
has always been the
most
case,
of the
but
most
it
valuable.
feels
Bro,
like,
look at this Omen of
especially
Corruption that we got right here,
they
bros.
were kind of- here's
This is like a
really
divine,
unique,
I
and
think.
then they would, like, flood
So
the
this is
rest of the
basically like
world
dropping a
with,
divine.
like, some garbage.
Maybe like not a full one, maybe like a half
Not
one.
necessarily garbage,
like
but these
200x
items are barely
ish.
ever used in builds because they're just not really that good, right? So they would have this like one really awesome drop that everyone would be target farming, and then like all the other ones, because they kind of did.
And
that
it's a
thing
tier 1 map.
where the boss always drops a
Like
unique
I'm juicing
they
it
kind
the
of
way
have
I'm
things
juicing
that
it, like
not
I'm
that great,
doing
but,
what I
yeah,
like to do
I
here.
think the Azeri drops were good.
Items don't have to be not great.
So I'm gonna be making
The
divine.
common-
I'm gonna be making divines today, my dudes. I know I'm gonna be making divines, but like I'm not making 100 divines an hour, like this super juicing strats and stuff.
It's not,
But it's good enough for me, you know. It's
but it's very, very strong, and it's something.
right now it's good enough for
really
me
accessible. It's got like a 40% drop rate.
because I kind of like
from
learned
bots that you're going to kill
how
anyway,
to-
albeit one that's very hard for that particular.
how to take it from like
I agree on the
making
back. The other thing
200 exalts a day to like making,
slight spoiler.
I don't know,
when you go
20
back
divines,
through
you know. And to me personally, that's
you
like
open the
that's
core chest
huge.
that drops the uniques and then blood.
So it's gonna be like individual
It
progress
drops
as well.
these pathways to open the currency chest too.
And where is this
So you
monster
get that
hiding here?
second rush of like dopamine. when it
Yeah, I
goes,
can't
and then
activate this
the
until like
smells, too with the rewards. And Camille
I
knocked it
find
out of the
this
park again. Like
monster.
the entire sound effects team just oh, it's so good. I can
Yeah,
geek
yeah.
out about that. I feel no
Here he is.
shame absolutely geeking out over just the entire visual and audio design of that fight.
Yeah, no, they killed.
Oh.
They killed it. It was so good.
more.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
this
From
one?
what I've seen of it is amazing.
Yeah, they're kind of running away from from this area, which is that's a bit annoying, to be honest.
For GGG in sound design, in effects design.
Yep.
He's someone who ran a big private league event in Path of Exile 1 for years, and yeah.
What is kind of funny about this is kind of reminds me of like a
The
D4
narrative team too, even though I have
thing. It's just like a lot cooler.
or maybe I'm
I mean, it could be like a little
the
like
amount
even
of
more
extra
interesting,
story
but it's just like
patches every
such
day
a
is awesome.
kick in D4's direction, I think.
Loved keepers because you found out more about spoilers. Chayula and one of his primary servants, and that whole loop going on with Aelith was sweet. And then in PoE 2, all the character classes have unique quips when they first see.
Yeah, what is the
when they
price for the
oh, it's so good. It's good.
for the corruption here?
I like that.
Islith in Path of Exile 1, like
Yeah, 128.
the event. Unfortunately, you can't get this to replay, but the event. You
128.
first defeat the Breach Lord bosses, and then you go and talk to Chayula afterwards. That event is spectacular, and there's a little follow-up event you can repeat just by picking an obviously wrong dialogue option when you talk to Islith. I won't spoil this detail, but it's like it was a real high point of PO.
And I'm saving these materials that I know that I'm gonna be able to sell
If you touch
for
the
like
circle.
quite. Yeah, oh yeah, we got this other omen as well here. Yeah, so I'm kind of like getting to know now what is actually gonna kind of like what is actually gonna sell for like a little bit more than just like you know, 1x a pop,
Count claims that the monk went into a frenzy and killed all his
which is really nice. What is this selling for? 16?
So I wonder if he just went berserk.
Sure.
Thanks Chayula at that
Acolyte
monster.
of Chayula.
Yeah, dude.
So getting these like
Okay, so wow, we talked about
One-
more valuable drops. I mean, that are like a little bit more valuable than
What was I going to say?
No.
I've literally forgotten what I
I'm
was going to say.
stalling.
needing kind of like a stack of them to make like 1x. I mean,
So
yeah,
in
I'm learning
PoE
about a
1,
lot
right,
about those
this
items
just
lately.
happened. They took Azeri out of the field, right? Now this is a bit of a conspiracy, okay? But immediately the PoE 2 League after, they've done this whole thing with Azeri, with a new Azeri boss fight. So I'm wondering.
So
whether
some of the like currencies and items I know that I need like a lot of them to actually
and they're going to replace the Azeri fight, right? With,
I need like a lot of them to actually
Why would they
earn.
remove Azeri from the field? Like I ever since I saw that in the patch notes, I was like,
So I need like 200 of something to earn like 1 exalt. I mean, I'm not
gonna
gonna
say,
like super
was a
bother with
huge
that.
downgrade to the Fid. The Fid, Azeri was actually genuinely scary in the Fid, and then she was just removed. So yeah.
And also learning a little bit more about the Grand
Whether they're
Project.
gonna you know, change. That's why they wanted to remove
Tablet has been really interesting as well.
That boss was going to work in that arena, right? When they redesign it.
Interesting thought. You're totally on point too about the downgrade. I did the Fear of this league, and
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Zero-
So when I have like maybe like 10 citadels unlocked now,
and the moment she
it's
swallowed
like I
the
know
bolt,
that
you
those
are down
fragments,
right away.
like there is a potential for some nice loot to actually drop in there, but I know like the fragment itself,
Like a huge downgrade.
it's gonna be like close to a divine.
That boss is really not that difficult at all. And it's,
So if I have like 10 citadels, I know that okay, if I run them, I have 10 div.
yeah,
You know?
Aziri. What I like about Aziri is like in the Feared specifically, she forces you to move.
So I think it's important to know a bunch of these different strategies to kind of like implement them at the right time.
Yeah. Go on. I just wanted to bring that up because it's possible that they're doing something.
Because your character is going to be like at difficult or at different like stages and
what's his name?
yeah, in different phases of like the character development. So
Oh, it's not Abax.
it's really good to know like a bunch of different type of strategies so you can like identify that okay, yeah, now is a good time to do this strategy, or now is a good time to do that strategy, right?
Abaxeth is
Just having choices.
like Abaxeth might be too hard to be a ball progression. Like it feels it's mechanically harder than the Uber.
What did I do for New Year's? Well, I just basically we took a chill.
Wild, man. They were actually great.
I mean, we just stayed in, made some wonderful food, and yeah, had a great time.
Died so many times to
Watched the fireworks and
backstop
yeah.
and the bow and arrow.
Omen of Light. We got an Omen of Light right there, bros.
Ooh, yeah, with
That's actually 4,000.
Yes, so many times.
That's a 4. Oh, and a heavy belt, bro.
mostly 'cause he's
This map is gonna make us rich, bro.
But, there was this great red
Omen of Light is like 4,000
hasn't
exalts,
gone down in
which is like
history
10
as
divines.
the way that Krangle did. But
It could even be like 12 divines.
So Beyond
The Omen of Light.
background, Beyond was only available in hardcore at first. It was a league mechanic for hardcore, but there was a different league mechanic for softcore. And
So you don't have to,
the thing that killed you most of the time.
you know,
Like, if
you
were
don't
someone
have
who was
to
pushing hard in that, and someone had
do
this,
like the ultra
image
juicing
that
of
they
the
posted
temple.
to Reddit
That's not the
of, like,
only way
copies of
to
Hearts
make
on
currency.
screen. And okay, so that's not that rare. The thing is that they had the best caption of all time for it.
That is not the only way to make currency, my dudes.
Fast whip.
Yeah, what about you, Alex? What did you do for New Year's?
So good.
Anything
Why
good?
is that not legendary? You gotta make a comeback. It's probably because he's
It should
disappeared.
have been. It was so good.
Dude, it's like the freaking. I'm sure you guys have to be aware of this meme. The guy who during
Yeah, there was some drama here
was trying to post a PoE picture from his phone, but
with
he
like
accidentally
the city not wanting to spend any money on like fireworks this year.
like a rototiller up.
So usually it's like the city is kind of
and
like
now that is like a legendary PoE 2 meme.
in charge of like this big fireworks. That's gonna be like on New Year's Eve, but
It was a pure gem.
they just freaking
And I laugh every time I see it.
boycotted it this year, I guess.
I'll post it. In the second Wind League server, guys, let's talk about second Wind for a second. Like we said, this league's economy was kind of upended. A lot of people really either experienced this directly or had that perception, you know. And this second wing private league that Local Hole and Dead Rabbit, you guys had this awesome idea. We reached out, we kind of collaborated with Mobilytics. We thought it was going to be 2,000 players, 3,000 players. We'll have a couple bounties.
Bro, listen to this.
People will just, you know, chill together in this little community. The numbers right now, I'll read them and then we can talk. The Discord server has almost 4,000 people in it, and it started a week and a half ago. The private league has 24,000 players signed up.
54,000 players signed up.
Insane. Local Hole, dude, you're the guy who came up with the idea, I'm pretty sure.
That's
What do you
insane.
feel about that?
Yeah.
What's been going on, man?
It's just I don't know what.
That's a lot of people.
Snowballed and just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Because we did something like this last league, but it was super small and casual, with just me and Arrow, and there were like 200 people. So I was sort of thinking like, it'll sort of be like that again. A couple hundred people, maybe we'll get to like a couple thousand.
Yeah, Alex, you spent it at a friend's house?
the timing of the economy kind of collapsed.
Fireworks on display. Yeah.
It felt like the economy died to
Nice.
me as well because I invested in a whole lot of stuff before Christmas, came back and like lost dozens of divines. But so I don't know. I just sort of lost motivation. I thought, why don't we just do a fresh start? Which is sort of what I've every league been feeling like halfway a month into the league, been feeling like I want a fresh league start because we've learned stuff. We've learned about the mechanic. The end game is not particularly in depth, and also there's not enough sinks in the game. So the economy just tends to...
But is the situation with the end game actually the same as with the temple, like they've been talking about?
Let's do it. And
like, is the situation in the end game actually kind of good, but you just like need to unpack it? Same thing with the temple. So the people that are like really are the people that are struggling with finding the end game fun, are they the same people that are struggling with the temple?
And you can sign up post-launch too, and it's lasted 50 days.
You can.
So it's because once people log on, they see their stream. Because we have, I think, 20 plus streamers, creators, big, small, medium, all participating. When they see everybody restarting and this fresh economy, you know, they're gonna want to pop in too. I think it's gonna be a lot more active than than many people thought.
Bro, is this second win? That would be crazy. Like if the second win league is gonna be like
Act 1 in Gauntlet.
freaking bigger than like the main league.
Be an interesting experience. So
it is, and there's so many people now that it might end up just feeling like a normal league. Whereas normally a private league, they tend to feel quite like
that would be insane.
You know, super committed.
Yeah, fireworks are cool. Yeah, we had some leftovers. We had some leftovers from last year. Just some like small ones. Like last year, I got some like really big ones. And we got these like packs of like multiple like small ones, and we had had a couple of those. So I went out with my youngest son. He's 8 years old. So I went out with him to like send up or to do those
which has been
little poppers.
So before we talk,
I brought like 3, but he only wanted to see 2 because he got like a little bit scared. I mean, those were some like small ones, but damn, they actually packed the punch.
We were discussing it in chat, and I was like thinking, Resurrection League, like Revival, and he was just like, what about Second Wind? I was like, that's it.
But yeah, I just couldn't be bothered to go get more fireworks this year, to be honest. Like usually I go to this place just close to where I live to kind of like support support the local businesses.
A logo for us.
But this year I just couldn't be bothered. It was just so nice just being home and chilling and
in the game,
taking it easy, so I couldn't be bothered. I usually go out on like like a couple of days like before New Year's.
Without Guitaraholic, because we were expecting like at most a couple thousand people, but Guitaraholic just like he knows.
But this year
he knows how to manage.
I stayed home and used the leftovers from last year. And it was fun. I mean, it would have been a waste, actually, to be honest.
Okay.
Now let's see the price, my dudes. Now let's see the price for this. We got a freaking heavy belt, so that's almost, I think that's around like 40x just right there.
Guys, we have the private league.
But this Omen of Light,
signed up.
5,500.
17,000 slots, or maybe a little bit less than that, have been funded. Now,
5,500x
funded by the community.
Bro.
Dead Rabbit, me, Guitaraholic. It's a bunch of community members donating
16,000. Yeah.
16.
What a freaking drop! Like the first drop of the day. Look at this. Like
points per one slot.
I'm gonna have to do like multiple passes here to get.
Times.
It's a lot.
It is almost 10,000.
5,500, bro.
That is crazy. So the community support has been.
Bro, that's. How many?
When the league was at around 22.
Yeah, I'm gonna take those 5.5x and turn them into divs so we can actually see.
Something like that. Yeah.
So we have been trying to get GGG to respond, to maybe increase the number of slots they've allocated to us. We think this is going to happen, but at this point, the league starts in 5.5 hours. It is the middle of the night, New Zealand time.
What?
So, if you are joining the league,
The league
if you would
starts
help crowdfund,
today?
if you have some leftover points, do not spend money, but if you already spent money on supporter packs and you're not going to buy MTX, donate a few hundred slots, or a few hundred points, not slots. That's a lot of money. If you can, to ensure everybody gets in. I think that no matter what, like, we're really going to try to pump as many slots as possible. We might even do like a partner, like a sponsor for the event too.
Yeah.
And
Yes. Yeah.
and I do think Grinding Gear Games is going to give us slots. However, it might not be until they wake up. So
Bro, I have two.
I mean, it's gonna be.
I have like 2.1k. Like I have 2.1k exalt just sitting here because there is no freaking room.
An hour before.
Because this is capped.
And if they do, and they
Okay, so 5.5 I'm gonna turn into devs.
Like the league
I have.
changing to like Second Wind X, insert sponsor, people in the Discord.
Yeah, basically
talking about,
5.5.
like,
Yeah.
putting the company
This
name
I'm gonna do
on
this
the name.
exact number here.
So
We're gonna do a trade it for
some
divines.
people like, hey, do you mind
14
if I
divines,
rework
bro.
a third party? And then of course, like they want to get their money's worth out of it by having promotion, and people are like I'm
14 divines and still like almost 200 X there.
I want these slots. So people
Okay. So like freaking second map, my dudes, we made 14 divines, bro. We made more actually.
get these
Because
lots.
I haven't even started like counting or like selling these other things.
So this is coming from a huge Grinding Gear Games
Whoa.
laser fanboy, whatever you want to call me. I really think this is.
Let's do a quick price check here on the heavy belt.
Tad confused.
What are the heavy
on why
belts
this is
selling
hard
for?
because I love him. He's great. This is no shade. Fox is hosting a Pee Wee 1 private league, and they fully funded it. 10K slots like
Yeah.
that. So I really hope for the biggest Pee Wee 2 private league to date, perhaps the biggest Pee Wee private league ever, they will provide more slots. They've provided 2K so far. I hope there's...
What? They are not selling for exalts now?
Yeah.
Go
They're only selling for chaos?
We'll
Yeah,
see if
go
they-
for it. It is
What?
it's wild.
The only thing I can think of is that the reason why they didn't
Operation
fund the
timeout?
PoE2
What?
one is
What's...
because
Oh, there we go.
it's so soon
Yeah,
after
35.
the PoE2 launch, whereas the
Okay, so
PoE1
35x.
is kind of long dead at this point, and they just kind of, you know.
I mean, that just seems like nothing compared to like the Omen of Light, which was 15 divine.
I guess they're worried about like but
No, yeah, no, 14 divines, bro.
if they
Oh
were
my
paying attention,
god,
they
bro.
would see that a large
Insane, bro.
community is in
What a nice drop to start off this stream.
in droves saying
the
like,
thing.
oh, the economy is screwed, I'm leaving. We are here being like, hey, we have like 25,000 people who want to play your game. Can you please help us? And it is like pulling teeth trying to get this assistance. So like,
And we're being very
I'm-
respectful. We're not being asses. I'm being very respectful
Yeah.
with my messages. Very.
But don't you guys think that like with the new league and everything, like, I mean,
small sample size, but a lot of the comments, a lot of the people,
the
and
same thing is probably gonna happen, right? Same thing is gonna be happening.
yeah.
Someone is gonna go in there and they're gonna freaking 3 days in, they are gonna have like tons of divines. Like it's the same thing's gonna happen,
I think
I think.
a lot of people, even if you were still playing the league, you were kind of. I mean, for me, I can just speak for myself, right? I was pretty burnt on the league. I played quite a lot on my first character. I then leveled 2 more characters, so I'm pretty burnt, you know. But I'm gonna play this league. Like I was.
I think there is some frustration going on, my lords.
Big announcement! Dream Course playing. Let's go.
Yeah.
Gotta get him in now.
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
play.
there is some frustration.
I'm already in there. I'm already in there. I think I was in there like a couple of days ago. But yeah, I've got in there. I donated some points as well. Crowdfunded some slots. I
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Like if you want to play,
understand kind of like what people
queue
are
up and just donate some points. Like you don't
thinking is gonna
donate
happen
many
with this new
points.
private league. I think it's gonna happen. I think like basically,
Crowdfund and get the ball rolling more. So
I mean, if they get any of like the big boys in there,
Don't
I
stress.
mean, they're gonna go in there and
Fine as
freaking
well. But if you got like
break that economy as well, I think.
then it's immediately funded. But it's weird, man, because I was
Lot,
also
give a
done with
little.
the league. I was ready to like go back to Mega Bonk or something for the next 4 weeks, until this.
Local,
So-
no.
Yeah, there is like PoE is definitely not a game for
Diablo 4.
for people that are like
Apparently, Paladin's very fun. So
Apparently-
only have a couple of hours to play. Like if you want to be like in the super high end of
I
things,
think one of the
GG.
one of the other
you need to
things
invest a
was
lot
for
of
me
time,
was, like,
basically.
I think PoE 2 at the moment, the game from level 1 to 75 is great. 76 to 90 is pretty good. 91 to 95 is starting to fall off, and 96 plus is a lot worse. And I think that this is just more time spent on the fun parts of the game. But also, obviously, you can start a second character in an established league, but I think it's more fun starting when no one is far ahead of you. Like, okay, I'm not going to be starting right on the crack of 3 a.m. my local. I actually value my sleep, but I'll
Based.
be only, 6 or 8 hours behind these folks.
Me too. I'm starting 8 p.m. my local after a long day of work. So we'll be starting around the same time, Sir Gog. It'll be good. We could race. We could race for a bounty. Just a bounty for me and you, Sir Gog.
I think that would be a terrible
There you
idea
go.
because
5 gifted subs. First one to level 90.
There you go.
I'll take it on
Hey,
that.
hey, yeah. Speaking of the Paladin being great in Diablo 4, a class was added to PoE 2 this league that we haven't really talked about, the Druid, okay? And I titled our last podcast a quote from, I think it was Dreamcore and Sirgog, "Do not go Druid," and the comments went wild. The comments were, they're like,
I didn't say that.
You didn't
I didn't say that.
Okay,
No.
I know Sir Gog said it.
Don't
I
say that
know
on me.
Sir Gog said it. He was like, "Don't go
I
Druid.
did not say that.
Don't go Druid." And the comments were hilarious, but the reasoning was sound, Sir Gog, and I think you were right in some scenarios. Like, don't go Druid. You can use Talisman, you can do this stuff, but there are other safer bets. But given now we have about a month of data, what do you guys think about the Druid, the Talismans? Do you think it was a W? Speaking for myself, before I throw it off to you guys, it is the most fun I've had in PoE 2. I quit the league for like 9 days, and then I came back and I spent my money, and I am now the highest level I've ever been in PoE 2. I have almost cleared my Atlas. I am so close to killing Uber Arbiter with my self-made bear using some tech of Dreamcore, because I watched your build video on bear, and I've been having a blast. I really love it. I have not played the other 2 forms, but just the Talisman, that side of the tree is cool. The Shaman Ascendancy, I thought was gonna be garbage. It's actually lit. I love the bonded modifiers and all the options it opens up for those different routes. I don't know. It pleased me. It pleased me a lot. So what do you guys think about it? I know Dreamcore, you did Talismans on Warrior. That's kind of druidy. What did you think about it?
Yeah, the shape-shifting skills and shape-shifting in general, like aside from the bugs at launch, which they ironed out fairly quickly, it's really good. It's top tier shape-shifting. I mean, I haven't got that much experience in other ARPGs. I don't really play other ARPGs, but this is just such a, like, it feels so seamless to just transition from human to one form to the other and back again. Really interesting the way they ended up doing that.
Yeah.
I think that my initial launch gameplay was really hindered by those bugs. Like it actually had a really big negative impact on how I progressed. It felt really bad.
Oh.
Actually, because there was one bug in particular for my build that was really bad, which was initially what I wanted to do was kind of have like a Warcry on my swab, which was just in human form, right? So I would use Infernal Cry to boost up the next attack. Then I would switch into whatever different. So I'd have several different empowers for the next attack. And one of the bugs was that your Warcry speed wouldn't apply if you were switching forms at that time. So if you were going from human to bear and using Ferocious Roar, right, your Warcry speed wouldn't apply. So that was actually really bad because I had my entire setup was focused on Warcry speed and it just wasn't working at all. After they fixed that, then it felt really good. They fixed that, and there was other bugs as well. There was a couple of other bugs which were quite bad. One in particular, Pox made a video about where you would transform and then you would have to use your skill 2 or 3 times, repeatedly clicking the ability to actually make it work.
Yes.
Because it just wouldn't register.
Yep.
So yeah, once they've ironed out those bugs, really, really good. The shape shifting stuff. I love it. I think it's great.
The rampage bug I had too, it really hindered me. My camera would like fly away, and then I'd like flip across the map, and I'd be in the middle of a whole bunch of monsters, and I would just instantly blow up. They fixed that, I think, like a weekend. But yeah, the bugs were. I can definitely buy that the Druid was the hardest class. This is the buggiest I've ever seen PoE 2 by far. Playing the Druid, it was wild. I tuned into like DM stream a few times too. I saw the Wyvern bugs where he was like getting stuck in abysses and shit. Oh my god, it was so funny. So, but they appear to be ironed out at this point, which is nice. Local hole.
I think one of my favorite ones was when it was like launch day, or it was the day after launch, and someone posted on Reddit, GGG didn't expect me to play Acolyte of Chayula with a bear, and then they had the like the void illusion way, like you dodge roll and you create a void illusion, but the bear like basically appears, but it's like huge lines going all over the screen because it's like bugging out, right?
Oh, that's so good. Bear Chayula. That's interesting. Chaos Bear. Let's go. Local hole. What did you end up playing? Was it any Talisman?
I played. Yes, I played an Ice Wolf, and on day, it was like 12 hours into the league, or I don't know, 12, 16 hours into the league, I had so many people coming in and saying, "Oh, you shouldn't be playing Wolf. You shouldn't be playing Wolf. Wolf's terrible. Like, go play Wyvern," and trying to link me videos and say like, "Oh, go watch Wyvern. Go watch Wyvern. Like, Wyvern's so much better." And I thankfully stuck to my guns, where I said like, "You might have made a bad build, and I'm not going to listen to you because this feels good." And the thing with PoE 2 is it's very. I don't know who is telling me that Wolf is bad. They could have a bad weapon. They could have the wrong supports. They could have like a bad skill setup. But once you get it right, it feels great. You could argue that the Wolf is almost over-designed, where all the skills function together so tightly that it's hard to get creative with it. But on the other hand, I think that kind of thing is really, really important for PoE, where there's almost it's like an invisible pre-built character, where it did get to the point where I'm playing this wolf and I'm like, I bet you everyone else's wolf looks pretty much the same as this. I didn't have a particular attachment to it in the same way I did with something like Kinetic Fusillade, where it felt like something really creative and interesting. But that's awesome for a game as complex as PoE 2, where it is on rails, and you realize that it's on rails. But if you're a new player and you play this wolf build and it's really cool, then it gets you into the game in a way more streamlined way than in PoE 1, where you don't know what the hell you're doing. So it is like, it is brilliantly designed, and I suspect that as more things are added to the game, more passives, more ascendancies, skills, uniques, then that's when it'll open up and branch out. And it's probably already branched out with the Wolf, where now you can get more creative with it. But it's like brilliantly designed. It's so much fun to play. And then the Oracle, which is one of, I think all of us were a little bit skeptical, but after seeing it now, it is one of the most interesting ascendancies I think we've ever had. And there's so many cool on it. And plants were something on day one. People were like, "Oh, plants suck." Plants are like amazing now. So yeah, 10 out of 10 for Druid.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point there with Druid, with the talisman putting you on rails with the current set of skills available, and why that's not historically PoE. It's still nice to have in the game. I think it's why I've been able to put together a pretty strong build, because more so than any other archetype in PoE, everything is kind of laid out for you. There's a few different parts you can move around. There's some optimizations to make, like the Cocaine Bear that I saw from Mathel with the reverse chill tech and everything. Like, you can do some crazy stuff, but the baseline is also very powerful, and everything meshes together very well. It's actually a combo based, and you're rewarded for comboing skills together. Very cool. It also leaves a ton of design space on the table for patch 2.8, when they add like 5 different transform skills for each ability. Like, you finally get the Poison Wolf and the, I don't know, the Pure Fizz Bear, I don't know, whatever we get at the end of the day. But I can see them adding more and more skills as the game progresses in time. It's very exciting. Very exciting. Turgog,
I think that's-
what did you end up playing, man?
So I was intending to have a druid as a second character, and then I found my new favorite character in Path of Exile 2, and I just liked it too much to roll anything else. And that's just the Humble Grenade Merc. I finally got around to playing that, and it's just such a fun build. It's something that absolutely would not work in Path of Exile 1 because of the differing paces of the two games. It's very much a 2-button build where you fire off one, and it's a massive delay until you're essentially traps from Path of Exile 1 that you fire out. That's what a grenade is. And then you can detonate them yourself, or they detonate after an extended period of time. But yeah, I think it's just the constant flashbangs are really fun. Like, they're also not conducive to doing a bunch of fights. Like, Arbiter has never been harder because the amount of garbage that you put on the floor means that you just cannot see. You cannot see things.
Right.
Oh, dude, that is every build in this game. Like, I had a comment on my build guide for the bear, which was like, you didn't mention the fact that there's like terrible visual clarity in the downsides for the build, and I was like, that is every build in PoE 2. Nobody needs to mention that. Every single build in PoE 2, you literally cannot see anything on the ground. Like, this is, I mean, I feel like the ship's already sailed. The game is not even released, and it is literally impossible to see anything.
I think it's a step up. Like, when I've got a reasonably powerful PC, and when my PC is screaming at me because of oil grenades going off at the same time as detonating explosive grenades, my PC, I can tell, like, it's summer here, and it's like I've got an 850 watt heater at my feet every time that I use more than one volley of oil grenades. It's absolutely crazy.
Dude.
But it looks so funny. It just looks so funny.
Yeah,
What?
it's so fun. Nades.
Yeah.
Dude, if you haven't played Nades, you must give it a shot. I've been trying to like shill Nades since launch, and I've said if Gun played Nades instead of Lightning Arrow, Nades would be the Lightning Arrow of PoE 2. Of the, like, for the last 3 leagues where it was like, oh, you're playing Lightning Arrow again. Like, it's so overpowered. It's like that tier where if it had been pushed by the right person, people would have. It feels like only a lot of people are getting on Nades now. I don't know if I'm mistaken. A lot of people have been playing them for a while, but the real power of them seems to finally be getting highlighted. Yeah.
It was the top day 1 build for this league, but it was only day 1. Even by day 2, it was no longer the top build on PoE Ninja, and I think it's fallen off a lot since. But basically, if the idea of a pyrotechnics master projectile vomiting onto your screen sounds like fun, then play grenades just for that.
So
like,
fun.
even if they weren't powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, grenades are amazing. There's so many different ways you can play them as well. Like, I played the gas grenade Pathfinder last league. That was really good. That's still really good now. You can play gas grenade on like 4 or 5 different classes, and all of those builds are really good. And then just general grenade gameplay is very strong. Like, also, it's strong from the very beginning of the game as well. Like, what I really like about grenades is that you can play as your like main build from the beginning. Like, you just all the time you just get some grenades. There you go. You're firing off tons of grenades. Then you just like constantly add grenades as you level up. You just add grenades to the build. You're just firing off tons of grenades.
From rank 3 gens, I think you can play them. It's
yeah.
just explosive without the ability to detonate it is pretty bad. But once you get flash grenade, I think you can be a grenades expert from then onwards. And the other thing that's really noticeable, it gets more from the passive tree than any other build in the game.
Yeah, on Merc, you can get like 95% cooldown reduction by level 17 or something, which just feels insane. It's so good.
+1 projectile, which is...
And +1 proj.
That node has a drawback, and the drawback is serious, but the upside is equivalent to an ascendancy point.
Yeah, and you just use explosive shot. You use explosive shot from level 22, and it's fine. And
work around it, yeah. It is a genuine drawback, but it's a workable drawback. and it's a full ascendancy power. It's a full ascendancy point of upside with a drawback that you can live with.
A drawback that is solved in like halfway through Act 2. Oh no. So
It's still a live drawback. I think that because you are forced to take the second action, or you don't have as much agency to not take the second action, so it is a slow action to fire off, and especially until you get rank 5 support gems, it's like you've got to reload every time you fire.
Yeah.
So it's a real drawback, but it's a very manageable one.
We gotta stop talking about nades, okay? 'Cause
Well,
the second win privately
Nate-
decided I'm trying so hard to not play nades.
That's what I was saying.
He's being baited. What are you playing?
Right.
Why?
I'm playing explosive spear instead of explosive
Yo,
grenade.
that's why I wanted to play at the start of this league, but I
Really?
ended up playing yeah. What ascendancy are you gonna play on?
I'm thinking Deadeye. Deadeye is just the easiest
Yeah.
for frenzy charge generation. There's definitely other ways to play around it, but I saw someone in chat linked an explosive spear build, and it's got like a really, really, really low play rate, but the end game gameplay sold me. It looks so fun. I'm excited for it. It's just the leveling is a pain in the butt because you're like having to parry, disengage, and then like cull to generate your frenzy charges. But once it gets rolling, I think it's gonna be super sick.
Dawn of the
Parry
Hunt
is weak
flashbacks.
early, but it's fun.
Yeah, well, disengage is really strong. When you parry, disengage, and like explodes the whole pack, and then you get a frenzy charge, and then you can throw your explosive spear that like instantly explodes. And I got a huge buff this patch, so explosive
I
spear.
think I'm gonna load up Titan again. I'm going
You think
Titan.
so?
Oh my god,
But I'm not playing Bear. So I played Bear the start of this league, and my whole build was Titan Bear. The whole reason that I played that is because I wanted to make the slam have as big AoE as possible, right? And it ended up being like covering the whole screen pretty much, which was nice. I want to do the same thing with Wyvern. So that's my. So Wyvern has Rend, right, which is just the auto attack. But the way that skill works is if you consume a power charge, it has 150% more area of effect. So if I'm just going to stack all of the AoE on the tree, it's actually just going to be like a huge wing swipe that just clears the whole screen. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good.
Very nice. Dog, what do you think you're gonna play?
There is a part of me that's thinking of going with another grenade build because they've just been so fun.
There it is. He's addicted.
He's hooked. Yep.
Yeah.
Are you wearing your blue light glasses?
Try gas grenade. Like gas grenade is actually really fun. Like it's probably my favorite build as of now. Like of all the builds I've played in Imperial 2, and I've played quite a lot. Gas grenade was it's just so satisfying. I don't know what it is about that skill, but it's good. I guess it's just like yeah. What do you say?
I was just saying Pathfinder or something else.
Yeah, I played it on Pathfinder. I tried it on Acolyte of Chola before that patch. So in towards the tail end of 0.2, I played it on Acolyte, which was also quite good. I actually think on Acolyte it will be really good now because the new like Flames of Chola are just so like you get so much damage all the time now from that. Like you can basically stand in one area and you just all of the purple flames just get like absorbed by you even if you're just standing still. So you can constantly have a ton of damage as extra chaos. So you can probably do something good on Acolyte, but I'd say Pathfinder is probably still the best for it.
How about the skill grimmage down to that +1 projectile, or do you just go with
I did on my build. I'm not convinced you actually need it, to be honest with you. Like it's something that on my build I did in 0.3, and I do think that it's something that's worth it for mapping, particularly because you also get like the cooldown recovery rate stuff there as well, right? And you get the extra +1 cooldown use. And one thing that was kind of annoying about 0.3 is that when they changed the way, because on gas grenade in 0.1 and 0.2. you would have two different gas grenade setups. You'd have one that has massive area of effect, and that's your clearing. And you'd have one that's all focused on single target, and now you can't do that anymore. So now you have to do a little bit of gem swapping when it comes to doing pinnacle bosses. You just, like for my build, I swapped out one gem. But yeah, I went down there. I'm not convinced you actually need to do it, but I do think it's worth it early on.
I think it's super worth it. On my build, you get right at level 22. So you hit that and you get a
Yeah.
explosive shot at the same time, and then it's like pair that with a bombard cannon, bombard crossbow at level 33, and then you can even drop scatter shot and then get another support, and it's just like it absolutely blasts. It's so
Well, the
so good.
other thing is, like, for gas grenade, is that in this patch, Pathfinder now gets double poisons in the first ascension, which is actually just massive. Like, that is such a huge change, because before, in Act 3 is when you would switch to, like, a full poison setup, and now you can essentially do it straight away, I think. So I'm not sure. I would have to play it. I haven't played it this patch, so I don't know how that's going to feel. Part of the reason why I didn't do it this patch is because Fubgun was playing poison, and I knew that also he used the gloves. I can't remember what they're called. The gloves that make elemental damage poison. That I used that in my build, so I knew that they were going to be expensive, which is why I didn't want to do it this patch. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to do that, you can do a pure physical setup. It's fine. Like it's still very strong. But yeah.
Massive nade love. Oh my goodness.
What are you gonna play, Try?
I am gonna go Smithy Katava. I don't know if I'm gonna go try Bear or Wolf, just specking full into defenses on the tree. My bane this patch, I don't know about you guys, has been ailments, particularly Ignite on my Bear. That's like the one thing, it will kill me, and I'm spamming my flask.
They done something with Ignite. I don't know what they did. They actually did something with Ignite. I wonder whether it came from the change that they made to Incinerate and the Flame Breath, and something's happening where like damage is stacking up by accident. Because
it hurts.
I think it's potentially a problem with particular monster abilities, where you have some monster ability. This is actually the case with a lot of fire damage in the game. It's often like lots of small hits that comes in from like some flamethrower type ability, like from a monster, and then like you get ignited. Now previously that would be one ignite. I wonder whether what's happening is it still appears on your character as one ignite, but it's stacking up damage. And now because ignites were actually insane. Like they're just doing so much damage to you. It's crazy.
Doriani in particular. Oh my god, his ignites are ridiculous.
Like, he has that thing, right? He has, like, the thing where he, like, throws his arm out and there's, like, a flamethrower that comes out. See, I wonder whether you're just getting, like, you're getting, like, stacking ignites on you because they changed something internally and probably didn't mean for it to happen, but now it's, like, coded and it's in there. Yes,
but now you're going
on.
Smither Guitarva avoids that, right?
You get immunity to all damaging ailments. So, and I've never played Warrior to endgame, so I think I might go Bear, but I think I'm going to try to make Wolf work with Titan, just like full on. It should be interesting. Because I want to play Wolf. I don't want to play Bear again. Bear is level 95. Bear's almost down to everything. And your Wolf just looks so sick, dude. So
Wolf is fun.
I want to play it. That, or maybe I'll do a swingy wheel spin at the last moment to see what I'll play. I'll let fate just take it entirely. I have like 9, 10. No, I've got 12 hours to decide. So we'll see. I could go crazy, could go Invoker, Wolf as well. I think that might be fun. And try to do some cast on shenanigans with Comet. I saw one build that looked really, really cool with Wolf. Like major attack speed, just dropping comments upon it. Looked really sick. So we'll see. We'll see. I think there's a lot of options too. I feel like I looked at Pee-wee Ninja a little bit and I've been fielding just the community. It feels like build diversity this league has expanded quite a bit in comparison to subsequent leagues, and the meta is shifting more so to like become a little bit more diverse, and like the top classes are changing as the league progresses and progresses. Have you guys noticed that as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of build diversity this league. It's really good.
I love it.
I think part of that comes from, obviously there was the huge balance patch that came with this update, which nobody really saw coming. I don't think anybody expected that kind of balance patch. And I think what they did with that is they did nerf like a lot of the overperformance, but I think they allowed a lot of those builds, like not necessarily the exact build, but that particular archetype to still be a thing. And so they've added like the transforms to the game, and obviously there's been the majority of people have been playing that. But there's also, like, I mean, Sogog's been playing grenades. Grenades are still great, right? They barely got touched. In fact, I'm not even sure they got balance at all. Like, I don't think the damage even got changed on grenade skills. So
there was a slight buff on oil grenade, I think, was the only change.
That was it, yeah. So and that was the case for quite a lot of things where like they either barely got changed or it might have been like a small buff for slightly underperforming things. So
Yeah.
I think there's just a lot of things you can play. Like Shield Wall is a good example, right? Shield Wall was becoming quite a big thing towards the end of last patch when people realized how good it was, especially for starting.
Oh,
And
yeah.
in this patch, it's the most popular kind of like melee setup, at least for Titan. Titan's really popular in hardcore, especially. It's like the second most played class. Shield Wall's really popular.
Looking at PoE Ninja, we've got Oracle at the top at 17%, Blood Mage 17%, Pathfinder 15%.
Yeah.
Shaman has dropped to 8%. Not my Shaman. Oh no! People must be speccing into Oracle or something at this point.
Well, that's because the Blood Mage and
scaling.
the Oracle builds are very similar. They're both like Comet spam builds, right? With just like tons of comets falling down all the time.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
basically like variations of the same build. Yeah.
Like Comet is the outlier build this league. It's
Yeah.
not as oppressively good as Lightning Arrow was or Lightning Spear, but it is the oppressively good setup. I think the more interesting thing, though, than even looking at the ascendancies is looking at the weapon categories people use, because that tells you a fair bit about what they're using.
Ooh.
And I'm just looking at that on Ninja myself. Let's just check. Their configuration is only 80 plus. So you got Staff at 18%, Bow at 17%, Talisman 12%, Wand and Focus, or Wand and Scepter 17% combined, Quarterstaff 6, Scepter Focus 6, Crossbow 5, and then it sort of falls off from there. And you get some esoteric combinations like Talisman plus Scepter, sort of strange stuff that comes up after that. But basically, I think we've got no category. I think last league was it like high 40s, low 50s for bows?
I can check
Have a
that.
quick look.
Yeah.
Last league was insane. A league start especially, it was wild. I remember there was 42% Pathfinder end of week 1.
All right.
in
yeah.
softcore trade. It
Week-
was actually
week one-
ridiculous.
Deadeye, you mean?
37% bow.
Wow.
Yeah,
Deadeye,
yeah,
sorry,
wow.
not Pathfinder. Yeah, Deadeye.
Yep.
Yeah, Deadeye was
39% Deadeye
Yeah.
and like 40% bow quiver. Wow. Yeah, so the
was
meta has
wild.
been way more diverse.
All right. I gotta say it too, guys. I'm looking. That's a really interesting point, Sirgog. The weapon. Looking
Yeah,
at the
that
weapon instead
is.
of ascendancy. I've actually never even thought of that. I had to scroll
PoE
and
too.
scroll 1% two-handed mace and shield, and then the other configurations are way lower. 1%.
Wow. Man, for people
200
who
Mason
haven't
Buckler
played Warrior,
0.0. How many
You-
people are there? There are 6 individuals. 200 Mason and Buckler.
thanks.
4 of them are on the Ritualist, 1 on the Shaman, 1 on the Acolyte of Chalupa.
Shout out to those guys. Come
Wow.
on. Look at that.
Give it a
Those
chance.
Legends.
But Mesa is so much fun once you get going with them. They're hard and it's punishing, but once you get the feel of it, you get rewarded for the setup, and you can see that in like speed runs. There was that Angormis Crimson Cast GDQ where
was
you
so
see
good.
like when you play it right, you are rewarded so well, and I think that's good. Because in the past, people have always said like, oh, you have to like push 14 buttons and then you deal like 5% more damage. It's not. You like kill the boss in 2 hits if you get it right. So
A lot more like
Yeah,
skill
like
based.
Angormis took down, it took down
Yeah.
Boss of Act 4 like 17 levels under.
yeah,
Yeah. The way I
Wow,
feel
and it
about
is-
maces, and also it's the same with Shield Wall, is that like those skills are really strong in terms of damage. They have these like insane power spikes, and if you think like even grenades, right? Grenades just like blow up bosses in the campaign, but maces are sometimes even better than that. They just do even more damage. The problem that maces have, that a lot of people, I think a lot of the negativity around maces comes from the fact that when you reach more towards like deeper end game maps, you are constantly having this issue of like there's ground degens and things like that you just like you just they're just there, right? Like you don't really, it's not like, oh, I'm farming this particular thing. It doesn't really matter what exactly you're doing. They're just, okay, here I'm doing an abyss because it's there in the map, and now there's just like ground degens on the ground. That is definitely something that's an issue there. It's just like a gameplay thing, right? The damage is definitely there. Like there's pretty insane damage for maces, but I would say that most builds in the game can get quite ridiculous levels of damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely as people are saying, like it's a speed thing, but that's like part of the issue, right? If you're slow, then you're stuck in those ground degens for longer. That leads to like irritating deaths, and yeah, it's just.
I'll say it. I feel like the bear is kind of how maces should be. The bear feels really good. You have these tools to move out of the ground degens. It doesn't feel too fast. It feels weighty. I wonder if they're up for kind of a redesign in some of the way the mace skills work. Can you imagine?
I had actually a lot of people. Yeah. I had a lot of people saying like for the build guide, and in the videos where I was doing the updates, that basically bear to them felt like mace but better.
Can you imagine Stampede, the mace run up, instead of it being boom, and it's kind of clunky? What if you could steer, like kind of like the bear's rampage? Maybe you did something different though. Maybe like you're steering up to the one big slam instead of the continuous slams. Like right now, it feels a little janky to me. I don't know. I just feel like there can be improvements made to those skills while keeping them feeling weighty. So, because I think you're right. The degens on the ground. The Abyss. Yeah,
it's a combination of things, right? Like there's this thing where maces kind of feel like they were designed for an older version of PoE2. I don't know if you guys feel this way, but like PoE2 has advanced quite a bit in terms of like the speed of the game. Abyss is evident of that. And like Mace feels like it was designed for a version of PoE2 that was like 3 years in the past, where they were showing us those like previews and it was much slower. That's just
maybe the numbers on it are wrong now, like the attack time numbers.
They feel fine in the campaign too. Like that's the thing, right? It's just they don't scale. I think they feel fine in the campaign for the most part, just as they cannot scale that well. Unless without a lot of I've seen some crazy mace builds, some very speedy mace builds, but even some of the skills just have that base attack time that can't change, which is a bad feeling thing that everybody is talking.
Let's get back into it, man.
I'm not a big fan of those things. I really don't like the.
Let's get back to this. Oh my god.
On skills. It's not just.
Yeah, I just let the podcast run here, my dudes. I hope you
essentially
appreciate that.
Cooldown limited rather than attack speed limited. It just means that you want different itemization.
You thought I went to bed? No. No. I just got a call. I had to take the call.
Two divines a while back, and it was just thinking, what's the best stats you can get together easily on a grenade, and on a crossbow. And it worked out that it was like, you just don't get attack speed. And that's wrong.
Yeah, these dudes are still yapping in the podcast, bro.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was a bit scared for a second there that the
things where you don't
podcast might have stopped and I left you guys in silence.
Do you think there could be a world and with the bear, for example? I'll go back to the bear because I've played so much bear this patch, where you're rewarded if you can properly set up your skills, like the big, so basic.
Hutch, are you still here? Are you planning to play the second Wind League?
Mall, or
Alex, are you planning to play the second Wind League?
It halves the time it takes to do that attack, and it's so simple, but it feels so dang good once you master it, you know? And you just feel faster, even though maybe it's not
playing Pokemon.
As you think you are.
But are you guys planning to play the second Wind PoE2 League?
Where maybe there's some weaving, maybe I'm just trying to think. I don't know. Food for thought.
I think it's one of those things where the game is changing all the time, and they probably will have to go back and review these skills, like not just on an individual basis, but also just like collectively, right? Because like you were saying there, you've got those like kind of cool combinations on the bear, which were obviously designed that way, like maul into slam, or ferocious roar into slam, because the ferocious roar makes the.
You never got to end game this league, Alex. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Like, it might be the case that they just need to go back and kind of review the mace skills.
Yep. Okay.
Just old skills in general.
I had one more big topic that I wanted us to talk about before we close out into some of these smaller topics here, and that is the end game. Now, the end game in PoE2 didn't receive many changes this patch, but I feel like the few changes it did receive actually had an outsized impact, far bigger impact than I thought they would have personally.
The economy is crazy now. Yeah.
Going back to the tablets.
True.
And the rare tablets.
It is. So we have to get kind of creative.
I love them. I'm not even being like facetious or anything. I think they feel pretty dang good, and there's a lot of options available to change up your maps, juice your maps, and it doesn't require...
I actually just realized the other day that like I hadn't upgraded the amount of crystals in my temple.
Your tablet choice, and you go in. I've really loved it compared to 0.3 and prior.
I mean, I did it on my starter. I did it on the wolf.
Those endgame
but
ships. Am I like making too big of a deal out of them, or did they actually have...
I had not done it on the Invoker. I just like realized, I think it was yesterday.
I feel like there's a couple of things.
But now I've realized that I have I had not upgraded the
Is
capacity,
it just me that
but now I can hold more, and I think that's nice because now I can just go into the temple
near zero chance of dying?
kind of like when I want, and still have like a lot of runs in there if I want to,
I think the one portal stuff...
which is nice. Like I know, basically I think pretty much I can go in there for like,
in general, but I think it's
I guess like maybe an hour or something
changing the
if
way
I
you
want.
play the game. But once they get defenses into a better spot, I think it'll be the right call. So they shouldn't change it now. But
So that's kind of like changed a little bit what how I'm thinking about the temple, to be honest. Like being able to engage a lot more with the mechanic, like stacking up those crystals so I can do like more runs. I feel like that's really like
the other thing that was
the thing that to
I
do
did not think of this before the league is the ability to alch magic items.
to kind of like learn the temple more, the temple mechanic.
It's like
It's just like have more runs, being able to
fixes and suffixes with the
like run it over, like run and build
roll
it
it and see what happens with an alch.
without like having to run 6
that's
maps
huge.
in between.
That change was really big. Just to echo what Gog said there, like it being tied to Arbiter, I think it's okay if the first Arbiter is like a quest.
So when I'm going into the temple now, I think I want to kind of like stay there for a little while.
As it is right now, I don't like it.
And I've upgraded some
I mean,
nasty
dude,
freaking
I had the same
tiered
thing again this patch, right? Like I didn't find any system.
nasty tiered
until I think
rooms
I
in
was
there as well.
92 or 93, right?
So it's
Like,
just another freaking grind here.
2 screens away from spawn of Citadels for me. I was just like,
yeah, that's
Crazy.
crazy. Yeah.
it's
I think it
not
should be
like,
just
yeah, so
once
it
you've done
wasn't
any
quite
one
as
of the
bad.
Atlas pinnacles.
Need to do a pass on my
It should be when you've done any one Atlas pinnacle, whether it be Olroth, whether it be Zet.
I'm gonna do a pass in the shop, and I'm also gonna do a pass on my gear before I go to the temple
Yeah,
though.
so you just attach it basically to like you just headhunt a boss and then you get the upgrade. Like yeah, that would be fine.
I don't know. They're so
Ooh,
easy.
delirium
That first
tablet
one,
here.
I think it's so easy to get.
Nice. Yeah, those you don't see those very often, to be
Every
honest.
map. You don't think if they make a deterministic path to Arbiter, I think that'd be like a good medium goal, right? As long as it's determined.
I think that should be buffed. Like there is such an imbalance in like the type of tablets that are actually dropping. So like if you're doing
Bam, that's very
like the abyssal overrun zones and stuff, I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, I
currently
mean,
in.
I'm getting a
I'm not
bunch
gonna
of
say about League. You
like
have-
abyssal tablets,
trying to-
but there is no.
I'm chatting with
Oh.
this. spot.
Or maybe actually I have to make my
It
maps
seemed like
delirious. Maybe that's what I need to do to actually
So
get
one-
more
one
of
the
those
other things
tablets. To be
that
honest.
was obviously a big
I think
deal
that's
for
something I
that
need to
a lot of people
experiment
hadn't
with.
experienced, up to this point was the changes they made, you know, in 0.3 there, with like towers and stuff. So that I do think that generally was just really nice. Like reaching the end game and playing the end game from scratch with the whole like tablets going onto maps, like a bit like Scarabs in PoE1. It immediately felt better from the start. Like I've got to say, the general gameplay in the end game in PoE2 just feels better this patch. Even without them making like the big changes, it does just feel better. And yeah, there's like we were just talking about there's definitely some things to iron out. I would really appreciate if like that upgrade to tablets where you can make them rare comes from a more deterministic thing in the end game. But yeah, this patch especially.
Maybe we should ask our friend the PoE master what he thinks about
every map has a boss.
delirious adding
Yeah,
delirium
exactly.
to
That's another thing.
the waystones.
These are the 031 changes, and I think 031 was an outstanding patch. It wasn't the endgame solution, but it was getting the endgame from sort of 6 out of 10 state to a 7.5 out of 10 state, and that's fine.
Oof, I love this
First
maze.
time to experience 031.
This
without
maze is
legacy
so good
being a thing.
early game
True.
on the warrior.
Juicing.
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, that was pretty
smashing
good, yeah,
everything.
yeah. But I mean, I do think generally it felt a lot better because you took a lot of those like weird things out of the game. Like for me especially, like I know that a lot of people were interacting with the whole like setup of maps. You know, you would desecrate your map and then you would distill the map, and there's all that stuff going on. Personally, I wasn't really that bothered about that. The thing that mattered to me more was the towers, like the tower change. And I think that's been really nice because now it feels like I go for a tower because I want to see more of the Atlas, right? And that really felt like that's how it should have always been.
Yeah, I need to try to oil some of these
I've been telling my friends like 0.5
waystones.
because they have me hooked. They have me addicted now, and they're like, "End game, it's gonna go crazy." And I'm thinking all these scenarios where they act new bosses. The Atlas tree's so cool. The progression's. I don't know what's gonna happen because we're staying up till like 2, 3 a.m. in Discord playing, and I'm like, "Oh, I can't stay up later than that. That's bad." And we're a month in. I don't know what's happening, so. I'm scared. I'm scared for 0.5.
I think the way to look at it with the end game changes is that they've clearly been setting up the current Atlas as like this is the thing they want to push forward. I don't think they're going to get rid of like the exploratory Atlas. That's just the thing that they're going for, and I really have always believed in this mechanic. Like I've always thought that they can actually do it. I always saw the good in it, even if it felt really bad for a while there, and it really did, right? So I think they can make it work, like actually make it really good. There was already glimmers of that in this patch that I felt like the end game was a lot more fun to interact with generally.
This I don't need in my stash. This I don't need in my stash. Yeah, just make some room here.
Like I've never really liked the whole individual Atlas trees for each mechanic. I think, I mean, Mark was. I can't remember his exact words, but he was talking about how like they have a pretty crazy idea for an Atlas.
Apparently there's a summoning circle here, but I wonder if this is the map that was like bugged.
I'm wondering whether we're going to get like a 3D Atlas tree, right, or something like that. I don't know. It's going to be something like all I'm saying is from everything we've had in PoE 1 over the years, there'll be a lot of PoE.
I'm just going to do a quick checkup here.
So you can take my word on it. These guys are crazy, okay? But they can cook. Okay, there might be something crazy coming for the end game patch. It might be absolutely ridiculous, like in terms of but the core of the game, like the whole exploring the Atlas, I think that's going to stay.
I agree.
I think it's just the Atlas tree stuff is what's really bland right now. So that is.
Yeah, they're gonna do some upgrades to like the nodes and
the main focus of like.
I think there's gonna be more of those like interesting nodes in the Atlas.
What if it's like a rotatable Atlas, like compass tree or some crap like that? Ooh.
I mean, there could be some crazy, yeah.
The maths geek in me just has to point out here that like graph theory doesn't kind of work that way. Like, there's not much difference to going to 3 dimensions except for confusion for confusion's sake.
Come on, GOG, let us believe.
I mean, I have certainly, back in my Maths Olympiad days, I remember proving some problem with with a graph on an n-dimensional cube. So, you know, like you can get some really weird stuff. But fundamentally, it's just not that different.
Where is the last one?
Something that fits on the plane.
There is something interesting with
just open my chest.
Compare PoE 1 and PoE 2 in terms of the
Waystone of the Nemesis. What?
It's the opposite way around, right? Like in PoE 1, you get your you get the mechanics from the.
I haven't seen like the names.
Like, use them up with the scarabs.
Drop like that.
2, it's the opposite.
Maybe it's just because it was already identified, right?
Is what adds the content to the map. Like,
hey, Hutch. Well, it's improving. It's definitely improving. Like we are making some currency per day now. Actually,
because I do wonder whether that's kind of part
I think it's really good.
A bit bland at the moment. It's like that whole.
I'm really enjoying it. You know, I've been working a lot on this build,
so interestingly, it's because. You can only.
I'm enjoying it.
You're very limited by like what scarabs you can add to a map.
There's still some like improvements to be done here, but yeah.
These passive points, and so there's so many different combination of things you can do. Maybe that's why the nodes are kind of bland because they know that there's a lot of potential for like crazy overlap there.
I was thinking about this the other day.
What did we sell here?
I was finishing out my trees. It seems like, at least with Abyss, I feel like Abyss is what they want to do with all the other individual League mechanic trees. Abyss, that tree.
Yeah, so I really want to
all the
experiment
nodes
with
are,
putting
like, defined.
Delirium
I feel
directly
like
on
the
my
overrunning
maps.
of maps possibility and all that. And then the tablets, they do juice the mechanic. I think like tablets, they have like scarab stuff on it. It's just
I
like,
want
with the
to
roll
do
ranges
some
and everything.
experimenting with
I
that.
do kind of like that.
Because I really like
Like, 'cause there are
what
some, it almost turns tablets into like, oh my god, I got that mod on the tablet. How freaking cool is that? It's like, it turns them.
really like the Delirium and what it can potentially
dopamine
give me.
drop or like a roll when, like we were talking about earlier, where we have it magic and we're like, oh, we didn't get good mods, but we can elk it, X out those mods, and we can maybe get the good set of mods here on our tablet. I feel like
And what is this selling for now?
But tablets have to be very plentiful. I feel like I would hate it if tablets weren't plentiful. But personally,
Can we get 3 for it?
tablets. I have 2 full tabs of tablets. If they were rare, I would hate it. Except ritual. Except ritual.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I know. Ritual. I don't know what's going
Go
on.
sell your expedition ones.
There you go.
Don't sell them.
Go sell them.
They
If you
sell
got,
for a
if you
lot.
got
Go sell
spares,
them.
They sell for a
they're,
lot.
they're like they're not free. They've got some value to them.
Yeah.
The expedition tablets are selling?
But I
Really?
feel like you're right, Dreamcore. That like the tree
It's interesting.
isn't that exciting unless they like fundamentally change the mechanics with it. Like I really love the Abyss Overrun part of the tree. I think that's on the tree where you get a chance to
That
overrun.
node
Yeah.
is so good.
It's
that
so
node
good.
is amazing.
Yeah, I love the Abyssal Overrun zones, bro.
Yes, oh my god, this is so good. And then you run an Abyss map. Dude, I ran an Abyss map where
Do
each
you
pit...
remember though, like I think it was last podcast or the podcast before, I was talking about how I would hope they would do something like that for every mechanic,
Yes!
where like you can overrun a map.
Bro, I need to look for an upgrade on my
Because,
freaking
that would be-
hat, my
that would be
dudes.
pretty cool.
Yes.
That would be pretty cool. Like, imagine you enter a map and it's like overrun by ritual, and there's just like ritual monsters everywhere. There's like 6 or 7 altars. Like, there's just...
That's
I need
what
to
they
look
like-
look for an upgrade.
I hope that's what they make the
Yeah.
tree, where the tree is like, it fundamentally changes the mechanic almost into another mechanic. Like imagine on the tree for Breach, it added, I know you're gonna hate this, hives. Like you could take a node and you could get a Breach hive or a defend at the back, like stuff like. I think that'd be really cool. And then the tablets could be the juice that we typically get from the PoE 1.
Okay, so what's the base we're looking for? Ancestral Tiara.
Like you said, Dream, they could cook. They could really put sick stuff in here. And I would love
Alright.
the tree if they keep
Yeah.
the individual Atlas trees for each. They just make the Atlas trees game changing. You have 8 points to spend. Choose them wisely.
So one thing that PoE 1 does that 2 doesn't is it has severe rarity discrimination on scarabs. So we've pretty much reverse engineered the drop table for the scarab.
500 exalts, bro?
Categories of rarity.
That's like the most expensive
300,
one.
200, 100, 10, and 1.
Oh, no.
And there's almost none that are drop weight.
Actually not.
That's horn preservation. I think that's-
Like
most of the horn
10k exalts here.
10, most of the scarabs that feel like they're rare.
The thing is that like
and then there's
my helmet is not
200,
bad.
300.
Like when at least when it comes to the energy shield and like look at those resistances and stuff. I mean it's not bad at all, to be honest. So it's not something that I need to upgrade actually, to be
It
honest.
does something pretty like that transforms the way the map feels. And horn glittering is very similar. Transforms the map feel. Then you have horn bloodlines, which just makes
Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on
as long as those things are rare.
trying to
PoE 2
put some delirium
do that with the current
on my maps here.
tablets, and I'm kind of curious what it would feel like if you had your standard tablets and you had greater tablets, and greater tablets just.
I want to see what that's actually
more-
gonna
they
do,
just have,
like what the different
better
oils
rolls
are gonna
possible
do.
on them.
for
I'm
me.
just throwing out an idea here, something that might be.
Okay, so we need to go to the
than the base tablet or whatever.
delirium here.
You sort of have that to some extent with rolling them, and you know.
Bro, we
there are
can't
some mods that are rarer than others, but the ones
we
that
can't
we want are
instill the
just
tablets.
numerically good ones. The reason though that I think the Atlas tree feels
Sorry, the
is that it's
waystones.
just flat numbers increases to maps. Mostly it's like, oh, 3% rarity.
What?
Yep, I've got to take that note. It's too good not to take. And there's a whole bunch of those, and they're just. It feels like it's progression, but without agency at the moment. It's like going
Oh, I
from level
can't?
1 to 90. Your character is getting better just.
Yeah, it's
by-
only instilling the amulets. Okay, so how do we get?
But
How do we actually get?
the agency you've got where you're picking nodes on the tree.
Okay, hold on a second
The
here.
part that's mundane is just, yeah, you leveled up his.
How can I get? Okay, I'm gonna pull up the PoE master here, my dudes. Let's see if he has anything to say here. What's up, PoE2 Master?
Absolutely, Def Denor. I'm all in for some PoE 2 chat. When there is crafting the perfect build or diving into theory crafting, I'm here for it.
Yeah, okay, so what I'm interested in today is like, can you teach me anything about how to instill my waystones with Delirium in Path of Exile 2? How do I put Delirium effects on my waystones?
Oh, absolutely. Diving straight into the deep end of a PoE 2 madness, huh? Delirium on your waystones can definitely shake things up. It's like adding a whole extra layer of chaos to the map. So is that something you're leaning into for a bit extra through?
Yes, so how can we add the delirious effects to the waystones?
Absolutely. You're really diving into that deep end of the delirium pool there. Adding delirious effects to your waystones is definitely going to amp up the challenge and the rewards. Sounds like you're in for some pretty wild runs. What else have you got planned for that build?
Bro, how can I add it?
Diving right into the nuts and bolts. I love it. Well, basically, you're going to be looking at applying those delirium orbs to your waystones or maps, depending on how the system's shaking out in PoE 2. It's kind of like stacking in a little extra mayhem. So let's brainstorm a bit. What's the first map you're thinking of giving that delirious twist to?
Yeah, it's my hex warded waystone here. It's yeah, like, how can I add the delirious effects to the waystone?
Right, got it. So the easiest way is that you use a delirium orb on the waystone directly. It's almost like giving the map a bit of a chaos infusion. So once you got your hands on one of those orbs, just apply it to the waystone and you're all set. Now, any map in particular you're itching to test this out on first?
Delirium orb? Liquid emotion does it?
Absolutely, Def Denor. You can think of that delirium orb like a little vial of liquid chaos you're just pouring onto your map. Once you apply it, you're basically changing the entire vibe of your run.
My AI is bad. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, it's not necessarily. I'm trying to train him. That's the thing. Like, yeah, I'm trying to train him, but he's not working as good as I want him to work, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I should ask you, Alex, I guess. What did you say here? Yeah, so these are the liquid emotions right here, but like, does the map has to be normal, or? Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick search here. Let's see what the gaming co-pilot or let's see what my other co-pilot is telling me here. You instill delirium onto a waystone by using liquid emotions on it. Yes. Okay, go to your atlas, select the waystone, open your yeah, okay, yeah. So we have to put these into the. I see. Yeah, so the ire is the one that I have most of. So let's just grab some ires here. Oops, not all of them. Just a stack. Just one. So we can do some experimentation. Yeah, so I guess what I need to do is basically, when I go to the atlas, right, I need to put it in, kind of like a scarab, right? Is that how we do it? Bro, we have a citadel here. Yeah, let's try to do it here on this woodlands here. So I have to add it in here? No? Okay, that's not how it works. What? How the heck? Okay, let me check here. Each liquid give different amounts of delirium. Yeah, I know. But it's how do I apply them? That's what I'm looking to do here. Available in. Okay, so my copilot says go to your atlas, select the waystone, open your atlas, and click the waystone you want to modify. It's not working. I don't understand how to do it. Okay. Huh. Right click the emotion. Yeah. I mean I am. So now it's right clicked. So I'm supposed to be able to put my, like the item that I want to instill, I'm supposed to be able to put in here. Yeah. Right? You need to distill the emotions first. Ah. Oh, yeah. We need to make, like, the, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Okay, we need to distill them. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so we need to have, like, 3 of them, right? Or maybe I can do, like, can we do, like, a full stack of, 3 here? No, that's not gonna... Or is it? Hold on. Yeah, okay, so this is not doing anything here. So I need to get like a combination that's actually working, right? So we need to do like another one here, right? For example. Okay, we have this one. Adding one of these ones. Yeah, adding another one here is not going to give me anything, right? No. Okay, so let's do a grid then. What? No? Bro, what the heck? How do I instill? Oh my god. Bro, I feel so stupid right now. Like, what is it that I'm not understanding here? Three of the same one? Well, I tried, it didn't work. So like I kind of know how this works. Like I know how to instill like stuff onto an amulet, because basically that's what they're doing, what these things are doing, right? But it's not letting me do it on like a waystone here. Maybe I can't do it on the waystone. Maybe I have to do it on the tablet. Maybe that's it. No? Reforged bench for combining? Is that it? Oh, is that the 3-to-1ing you're talking about? Are you sure? No, that's not it, right? Is it? Ah, keep pressing the wrong buttons here, my dudes. Guess we got 3 here, right? Is this gonna work? What? No. That just turned it into something else. It just turned it into a different one. What? Yeah, it just kind of like upgraded it. What happens if we do 3 liquid anvis though? Oops. Where did it go? There. Okay. What happens if we do... Because this first one here, this first one right here, it upgraded the... like to the next one here. So does that mean that the envies are actually gonna start like bumping up here, maybe? Is that the thing? Disgust? No. What? Oh, yeah, that's the that's the next one in line, right? Oh, so, okay, so and then when we get like all the way here, we're gonna start like getting things here. Is that how it works? So I can take all of this basically, right? And put them in here, right? Is that how it works? Bro, I did not know that this is how it works. But I guess that this is how it works, right? So we basically just need to get all of them and kind of distill them, right? Is this how we do it? And then we kind of like just have to keep going here. Yeah, so what's the other currency? Okay, so let's go to the currency market here. I want delirium. Consecrated? Yeah, the consecrated ones. But it's still only... It's still only the liquid stuff. What? You cannot instill a waystone by clicking a currency item onto it like you do with an amulet. Waystones use a different interface and a different flow, okay? So how we can instill a waystone? Open Atlas, click the Atlas icon. Yeah, this brings up the waystone network. Select the waystone you want to modify. Click the actual waystone node. Use the instill or modify button. Bro, is there is this correct, or is Copilot acting up here? There is no instill. You sent me a video. Okay. Don't click the link. Okay. Yeah, I need to do a freaking like how can I how the heck do we do this? Bro, do I need to go to like a freaking YouTube video here? Waystone instilling. Are you a sucky boy? Bro, come on.
This is an omniphobia party that will discuss all of these emotions and how they impact your waystone, so you know. Some of them can be more expensive, but some of them are worth it. So enough talking. In case you don't know how to anoint a waystone, you just right click on any of this emotion and it will bring this panel. Now, fun fact, I was looking for this map for 20 minutes and it was stuck here. What? Oh, you need to understand that this map.
What?
Hello my boys, good morning. I just arrived from the kitchen with my coffee ready, because in this beautiful morning we're gonna talk about the delirium emotions and how they impact your waystones. Waystone juicing with the delirium emotions here is a thing that I've been doing for quite some time now, and they can give you extra benefits in your maps. For example, they will help you to power level, they will help you to make more currency, they will help you to spawn even more monsters that can drop more stuff. So let's get started. I will discuss all of these emotions and how they impact your waystones, so you know. Some of them can be more expensive, but some of them are worth it.
Bro, his stuff right here looks freaking different than mine.
So you know.
Why is this a different different tab? What?
Enough talking. In case you don't know how to anoint a waystone, you just right click on any of this emotion and it will bring this panel. Now, fun fact.
Hold on. What is he saying?
Right click on any of this emotion. Enough talking. In case you don't know how to anoint a waystone, you just right click on any of this emotion.
Okay, so you just right click on it
And it will bring this panel. Now, fun fact, I was looking for this map for 20 minutes.
Bro, is it only gonna work on like tier 15s? What the heck, bro? Is it not working on like lower level ones? What?
And it was stuck here. What? Oh, you need to understand that applying any of these emotions will force trigger the delirium mechanic in your maps. So you'll have that fog. Now, because we apply emotions on the map, you will guaranteed have that delirium fog inside your maps, which is good, because this means that you will have extra magic monsters, extra rare monsters. You can even spawn Kosis and Omniphobia, the delirium bosses. Actually, you get them much more often than doing the actual delirium mirror. You know, in some maps you find a mirror, you hit it, and you will drop some of this.
You think they need to be magic or above? Yeah, I mean, like this one is magic. Maybe does it have to be rare? Maybe. Huh. Hello, Chad. What's up, my dude? Well, I'm trying to instill these maps, but I can't figure out how to do it. How do I instill my freaking waystones? Help! Okay, so let's try to make this a rare one then. Is that gonna make any difference? No. Bro, is this bugged or something? Like, what am I not on? What am I not catching here? Like, what is going on? Do I have to... No, I don't have to put these in here. Or maybe I need to... Okay, so that's not doing anything. That's not doing anything. Bro, is it bugged? What? What the heck? How is that, bro? Bro, I don't know. Like, I'm going crazy here. I need to understand how the heck this works. Why is this so complicated to understand? Instilling orbs.
Oh, it's you.
What? What? Yeah, I'm kind of starting to think that it's not possible to do this, or maybe I'm like bugged or something. What? Because if I go to the marketplace and I search for like a waystone, tier 1 here, yeah, the search. How can I add, like, mirrored? Oh. Yeah, I want the delirious one here. What is the most expensive one gonna be? That's probably gonna be a Delirious, right? No? What? Bro, this is so weird. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch the video because it says like you're hacked or something, so I don't think it's gonna be a good idea to click that video. Step-by-step instilling. Place the waystone into the reforging bench. Select instill modifiers. What? Bro, why? Why can't I freaking figure this out, bro? This is... What the heck? That was the other day. What's the video called, bro? I don't want to click your links, bro, if you've been hacked or anything. Like, what is the video called? You're probably missing out. Yeah, okay. So you're probably missing out. Okay.
In this video, I'm going to be talking about Delirium and some of the things that I think quite a few newer players might not realize that could save time, make your character stronger, give better maps, and better loot. After my last couple of videos, a few people asked me to make quick guides for each of the endgame systems in a similar style, and that's not exactly what this is. I do still plan on making one for each of them, and I have one in the works currently for Expedition, but as I've been playing and working on that a little bit, I realized some things about Delirium that I want to make sure people know so that they don't waste their time, and I don't really want to wait until I have everything ready for that full video. So if you're like me, you may have tried Delirium a few times and thought, oh, it's kind of like Breach, except it usually lasts a little bit longer and it seems to give less loot and splinters. Man, it's going to take forever to get 300 of these things. And while that's kind of true, it's overlooking a big piece of the puzzle and how that can help us in numerous ways. At the end of each Delirium map, you usually get a few splinters and a few distilled emotions. The description for distilled emotions says, can be combined with other distilled emotions to instill amulets with notable passive skills or waystones with layers of delirium. Right-clicking on a distilled emotion will open up the instilling window. In the top half, you can slot in either an amulet or a waystone. We'll talk about waystones first because this can save you a ton.
Bro, but this...
Make your mapping experience more rewarding.
Bro, this is not...
Put a waystone into the instilling window and then throw in a distilled emotion. You'll see delirium...
Distilled. Okay. So, what am I missing here? What am I missing here?
Yes?
Distilled? Okay, I want a distilled. Bro, there are no such things. Like, is this not working anymore? Like, what? Do I have to, like, keep getting... Is this how we do it? Okay, I gotta keep watching this video. What the... Like I don't understand how... Because none of these are distilled. it will be tier 11 or higher, because 11 splinters starts dropping. Okay, so it has to be, so there is, so it's strictly like a drop, but like, why aren't people selling any of those? Like, why aren't there a single distilled emotion here? Like, if I go to the delirium here, like, there's not a single one for sale here. What? Bro, I don't understand. Okay. But I guess I have to drop them. Okay, so if I do a let's do a 14 here. Yeah, I'm gonna do a 14 here. Let's try to do a 14. Make sure that it's what? Oh no. There we go. Yeah, make sure it's not the Abyss, but the Delirium that's actually working here. Okay, so let's try to do a tier 14 Delirium here. Let's see if that's gonna help us. Distilled liquid guilt. Yeah, we just got a freaking yeah, distilled right there. Okay, yeah, so that's the problem, right? It's so weird that there wasn't like a single one for sale though. Okay, so that's not something I'm gonna be able to farm on like lower tiers then. I guess that's the thing, right? I mean, that's totally fine. I just have to kind of like realize what I need to do here. But that Delirium, bro, I mean, it went away so fast. I mean, we're in here now, so we're just gonna do this map. Yeah, but bro, that Delirium, bro, it's... Yeah, so maybe what I should do, I should actually do a one of those unique to like make the map never go like make the Delirium never dissipate. Yeah, only tier 11 and higher. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm doing a 14 now. I probably don't have to do like that high of yeah. But just to make sure that I get like more of them, Because I need more than one distilled, right? Do I need 3 of them? To, to instill the map? Oops. Yeah, so we learned something new today. That's great. Yeah, I was sure that we could actually like buy them. I'm not sure why we can't buy that on the trade market. But we could basically just do like a level 11 then. And... Okay, so let me see here. Bro, this is a... Bro, it's not distilled, is it? What? Bro, this is the same one as this one. It's the same one as this one. What? Everything is distilled? Okay, Hutch, do you know how to do this, Hutch? I mean, if you can help me with this, I mean, I would greatly appreciate it. But why is it not showing? Try it out. Yeah, but the problem is that, like, I can't... Yeah, I'm trying to put it on the waystone. Like, I know how it works just for the amulets, right? I know how it works for the amulets. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a delirium. I have some... Yeah, delirium precursor here. Delirium fog in your maps never dissipates. This is the one I want. Wait, I haven't tried it in this league. You're gonna finish your map and try it out. Yeah, bro. Come on, Hutch. Let's go on a freaking mission here together and figure this out. Let's figure this out. Okay, so we're gonna go Riverside. Freaking tier 15, let's go. I'm gonna do this tablet right here. That makes like the delirium fog never dissipate, and it's tier 15. I mean, it's not modded. It's a normal one. Maybe it needs to be like a magic or a rare or something. We're gonna figure that out afterwards. But now the fog never dissipates here. And we're just gonna have to focus on like pushing into the fog here, unless we're gonna actually lose the fog here. We're basically hunting for these fractured mirrors, right? A freaking breach, bro. We're not gonna do that now. Just get these fractured mirrors here. That's all we want to do. Oh, snaps. Oh, come on, get up, get up. Yeah, so we got like at least 4 of them, right? But I mean, it's not dropping. Or, you know what? We don't need to hurry. We don't need to hurry, actually, because fog never dissipates, bro. I forgot. Sorry, my dudes, I forgot. So we don't actually need to hurry here. Yeah, then I'm actually gonna do the... Yeah, I'm gonna go grab that shrine. And then we're gonna head up for the breach. Yeah, speed shrine, let's go. Let's go breach. Okay, hold on. They removed it this league? Are you kidding me, bro? Yes, I think that's what they did, right? Damn, that's what they did. They freaking removed it, bro. What the heck? Yeah, I knew there was something fishy. Like, it didn't even say, like it wasn't even the option. They removed this... Really? No. That's crazy. But how did you figure out that they removed it? How did you figure it out? Like, Yeah, I was pretty sure, like I know how to distill stuff. Like, I've been distilling my amulets and stuffs. So, I know how to do it. I just did not know that they removed it. Well, that's crazy. Yeah, I was running some super freaking juicy maps with the Delirium last league. You saw it on Reddit? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, bro, that's yeah. I mean, it was a bit busted, to be honest. Like, it was a bit like I think it just I think it's gonna make its way back into the game. It was just like because I remember last league it was totally cracked. Bro, what the hell? Yeah, so no point in getting these freaking liquids then. Bro, it's the monkey. Yeah, I don't like when they remove stuff, to be honest. Like, that's not what I enjoy most here. Yeah, because it's kind of weird because, like, most of the stuffs, like, I've been dropping, that was, like, the biggest, or, like, the first, like, red flag, or, like, what made me really wonder, because I've been dropping, like, most of, like, stuffs I've been dropping in, like, low-tier maps. Just, like, bumping up the rarity has been, like, Are there, like, specific things that are only gonna be dropping in, like, higher tier maps? I don't think so, right? In theory, you should be able to like, drop basically anything that can drop in maps in, like, a tier 1 map, right? So the thing is that when I'm using this tablet right here, like, the fog never dissipates, the thing about this is that I have to find all of the fractured mirrors. I think, unless it's gonna be like just a waste. I mean, a waste for, like, splinters, I guess, at least. Okay, so let's go back and see if we missed any of these mirrors. The fractured mirrors, that is, not the currency mirror. Yeah, I mean, what a bummer, my dudes. Like, what a bummer that we can't do delirium crafting on waystones in this league. Yeah, I'm a little bummed out about that, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not making any currency here. Well... So that's kind of like a downside to these to that specific tablet right there. I mean, we are not getting any splinters. Bro, I sold one of these for like 50 axles yesterday.
What's new? Can I help?
Yeah, to make me feel a little bit better here, I'm gonna try to sell another one. For 50. Normal one. Yeah, what a bummer, my dudes. What a bummer.
Speak. Have you found more?
Yeah, so I guess, like, I'm just gonna keep... Yeah, I feel like I freaking wasted a tier 15 there as well. I want to save those 15s for like the citadels and stuff. What a bummer, my dudes. What a bummer. What a bummer. Well, we tried, my dudes. We tried.
They are using you. Everyone is simply using you.
Freaking removed it, bro.
Something rare. Out for another hunt? Follow that wish! Finish this choice. Time to finish this. Right through. Don't let up.
Oh, fog is dissipating. Yeah, so does that mean that there is no way to get delirium infused maps? This league? Yeah, that's kind of sad. I'm disappointed, to be honest. Even though they were a little bit cracked, but I was thinking like being able to do them on these like low tiers would probably been like great fun. No, we can still do the amulets. They just removed. So here's the thing, right? They just removed. So right here it says, you know, it can be combined with other liquid emotions to instill amulets with notable passive skills. Before, it said that you could do amulets and waystones. Now it just like it doesn't say waystones anymore. Like I got really super confused because I thought that we were gonna be needing like some like higher level type of amulets. Emotions. But I mean, that wasn't the case at all. They just freaking removed it. Gone. Poof. It's out of here. Non-existing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that. So amulets you can do. Like, I have a distilled here, right here, the adverse growth. I distilled it yesterday. Instilled it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit sad, to be honest. A little bit sad. That was not something I expected.
Speak quickly. As expected. Time is of the essence.
Oh, let's do this nasty one right here. Never known them to remove content before. I mean, they have done like things like haven't gone core, like the things like you know, like the things that are not going core and stuff. Yeah, this one has to be a tier 11 or higher. Like they're deciding not to make things or to like not make things core after a league type situation. But I mean, this is just something that was kind of like removed. I mean, it was, but like, so what's the reason for it?
Your tolerance to the intolerable.
I would like to know what the reason for it is. Because usually they have reasons for it, right? So how I remember it was that it was like ways, like it was pretty strong last patch. But I mean, they could just have nerfed it, but like removing it, like totally removing it. Yeah, I don't know if I agree. Freaking removing Delirium crafting on waystones, what the heck? But are there any other things that we can... There aren't any other things we can infuse our waystones with, right? That was the only thing. I mean, obviously, like slamming currency into it and stuff. But like infusing it with the... mechanical things. I mean, I guess like they mean like the tablets. So maybe I don't know. Like, are there any tablets that's... Yeah, so they did some changes to Delirium. Like I know they did changes to Delirium. Like they've kind of improved the visual aspect of it. Like it's not like super gray anymore. Like it is a little bit like they've toned down the fog a little bit. I do know that's a change that they did. But like, what other things did they do? Yeah, I kind of like want to investigate this a little bit. Yes, I'm pretty sure that, like, because we were talking a little bit about, like, higher, or like, some items not being able to drop in, like, the lower tiers. I mean, obviously, like, so for example, like, the abyssal crafting materials, like the bones and stuff, those things, I mean, obviously, like, the best ones are not going to be dropping in, like, a tier 1 map, I think. So that's one of the things that was kind of that kind of like forces you to do like higher tiers. Come on, give us an omen of corruption. Or an omen of light. Yeah, that's not gonna be in here. Yeah, I can't imagine, or it's really crazy, like, so, yesterday, when I logged in, like, first thing in the day, first thing that happened was, like, I dropped the Divine, like, in the first map I ran, and I dropped the Divine in the second map I ran. Today, also super early in the session, I'm dropping an Omen of Light, which is 14. It made me 14 Divines, bro. First thing, and then it kind of like dies down a little bit, it feels like it's now it's not as nearly as crazy on the drops on the RNG. I mean, I did drop a nice couple of stuffs, but you know, not nowhere near like the tier 14. Sorry, 14 div. Nothing even remotely close to the 14 divs, my dudes. Omen of Gambling, I don't know if that's going for anything. Yeah, I can just get the splinters for some X. Yeah, I want to do the last ritual. What? Hold on. There was an abyssal coffer right next to the waypoint there? Unbelievable. Yeah, I can't get over the fact that they actually removed the waystone delirium waystones. That's crazy. Ah, fractal jets. Can we defer something here? Yeah. Basically only trash.
At least in PoE 1, it's plus 12 life. I'm not sure what it is offhand in 2.
Yeah, that is actually. I think the further you go out on the Atlas tree, you start to get some more interesting stuff. Like the abyss, not the abyss, the essence stuff feels really impactful. Like the moment you have like all of that specced out, it feels like you're getting a lot more. They're again though they are kind of like they're impactful, but they are kind of bland. But those ones that are in the middle are very bland. Like you were saying, it's literally like here's 10% more waystone drops, or you know. 5% rarity, or like 3% pack size or something. Like, yeah, those things are impactful, especially when you start to stack all those nodes up. They are having quite a big impact. But on a per node basis, which is what Sogog was getting onto there, like when you actually spec that node, it really isn't that interesting. Like in that moment, right? It's not. You don't really feel that excited about it. So.
Yeah, I really want to try to bump up the rarity on my stones here.
Mark said he looked at the tree last league and was like, this thing sucks. Like it's really boring. But they must
be. Yeah,
he
had quite a bit of that, right? In the Q&A, there was actually quite a few moments where he was just like, "This is bad. Like I'm done. I've had enough."
What?
Which is great.
It is good. Yeah, it is good.
I don't want to overhype it, but the fact that they were willing to put it off, and that's his opinion of like the endgame sucks. I'm really excited to see what they've got planned.
Yeah.
Hot take on the endgame. Hot take that they should have launched in 010 with a level cap of 90 and a waystone cap of tier 10.
What?
I only thought of this recently. I think that would have meant they could test a few things out a little bit more. Maybe the best loot for the first league comes out at
tier cap at 10, bro.
But you just see how things feel, and then you can go back and change that later. And then you don't need to worry about getting the balance right at the very start when you don't know anything about balance.
Right. It would have been very interesting. I mean, they place such a
I think I should do like 5 mod. Like 6 mod is
I don't know. They got a lot of data the past.
I want to have 1 revive.
A lot of feelings. So hopefully it's expedited the rollout of the official endgame with 0.5. So, okay. I have a few other topics, you guys, and this is the tail end of the pod. So, here we go. We did a lot of yapping. I want each of you to sum up 0.4 in a word. All right? I gave you this question before, so you should be prepared. You better not be improvising here. Okay?
Okay.
Anybody want to go first?
I'll go first.
Go for it.
I'd sum it up in optimistic, because even though I think the league
Optimistic?
mechanic was pretty poor on release, I would say that they were overreaching a bit in terms of like how much they were trying to stuff into the game. It was obvious that Druid and the transform stuff took a bit too long, right? And it was like the majority of their time was on that.
Yeah.
But as I said already, like I'm already enjoying the end game more than I was before with those changes that came in 0.3.1, and yeah, I'm optimistic because, you know, 0.5, if they're gonna do like a big end game update and that's their focus, then I think that's the perfect.
The question is like if the 0.5 is like gonna be only freaking end game focus. We're not gonna get any classes or anything.
Hey, give me some ideas.
Yeah. I'll say roller coaster. That's one word, by the way. Okay, roller coaster's one word. 100%. That's what it's been for me. I had the worst luck I've ever had on a league start in any PoE game in my 7 years of playing the game now. I quit for like 9 days. And I thought I was just gonna go play Hollow Knight or play Baldur's Gate 3 finally. I have it installed. It's on my PC. It's right there. I see the icon. And I spoke with Connor and then Jazarus. And after those 2 pods, I don't know, I just got the urge to pod. I don't know. They just hyped me up. 2 polar opposites, I feel like.
Jazarus would do that.
Yeah,
He'll hype up anyone.
Jazz hyped me up. He was like, all right, maybe I'll log out. Maybe I'll spend a little bit of currency. And I did, and it hooked me. And now, I've just been playing with my friends. It's the farthest I've gotten in PoE 2. And now we have this crazy private league that we're going to play. I might get another character into the 90s. It's been a roller coaster for me. And I do agree with you. I'm pretty optimistic, Dream, after this patch. I think it's moving in positive directions, even though this was, wow, the buggiest I've ever played PoE. I feel like
Well, there was a lot of bugs in the beginning, insane crashing and stuff.
but I'm still having a blast, so I'm pretty optimistic about the future, despite all the controversy. The roller coaster is my word. Have I stalled long enough for either Sir Gog or Alcohol?
I've got 2, but I'll let Alcohol go first.
I'll take your all. No. Give me one. Type it. I'm torn between Holton and I like optimistic. Optimistic's cool because I'm feel like the tides are shifting. So I say, yeah. Let's go with Holton. I've noticed that a lot of previously sort of not suspicious but skeptical folks are even with this league, even though the endgame hasn't got to the point where it's fully developed, it does feel like people are starting to slowly come around and see the value of the game existing at all. And then I'm hoping with next league, if they
Value of the game existing? What?
Like,
Bro, that's a crazy take, bro.
huge turning point. So
Value of the
I will
game
choose the
existing?
word Holton.
Bro, it's of course.
Great.
So if the temple hadn't existed, I would have said optimistic. I think the core game is in a pretty good state at the moment. However, the temple existed, and therefore I'm going to choose the word squandered. And the reason I choose the word squandered is because I forgot to pick a word.
Squandered?
And I
What
was
does that mean?
thinking, what's a one-word synonym for wasted potential? And so I
Yeah,
asked
it's
Google,
wasted
and
potential,
The
yeah.
closest he could come up with was squandered. And I thought, yep, that fits.
Wasted. So this is wasted
should have
potential?
This should have been the best league yet by a long way.
Mm-hmm.
And the debacles around patch 040C resulted in it not being that. Resulted in it being just squandered. And yeah.
Yeah, that's
essentially my summary of it.
that's
think
rough. So Squander is like totally
I
spoiled
have
or
never
something,
seen
right?
So, including from myself, okay?
Like potential
I've never
not.
been a part of the it's so over.
Yeah,
we're so
squandered
bad
means to have wasted or
until this
spent
league.
money,
Like, I
time,
literally
opportunities,
said
or
that to my friends. I
resources
was like,
carelessly
it's
and
so over, this league's
extravagantly.
so over.
Yeah,
And then I started playing. We're so back,
extravagantly.
and I've seen
Yeah.
that happen with the hot fixes going out.
Yeah.
So I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Good one. Good one, Sir Gog. Hey, you guys. Do you have anything else you wanted to talk about today? Any other final topics, closing statements about 0.4 Second Wind League?
Yeah, so when is the second win?
I'm good.
PoE 1 is a squandered game.
That we get.
PoE 1?
It might.
It's a squandered
happen.
game.
It might happen. We might have to reach out to external third parties. So if you see a bunch of people with like a company name in their character and people streaming with Second Wind X company, like, just be grateful for
If
that.
I need to do that, let me know too. Local hole. I don't know. If
Yeah, I will. And
Okay.
and it's not garbage. These are people that I've been speaking to. They actually have a product that I am personally interested in. So this is just like perfect timing. Stars aligned.
Bro, they are really doing really doing an effort here to actually put together something really nice.
I
so
am
that we can
selling
play privately.
out.
So he's
But like, I mean, they've actually raised like freaking $10K. I mean, that's a lot for just like buying, just being able to do this
It's
league.
on the PH website.
I mean, that's insane.
oh, thank goodness. Better not be that website.
That's insane,
Okay,
bro.
guys. Well, thank you for another excellent episode of the Pod of Exile. As always, guys, we are juiced up by Mobalytics here. We're all partnered with that site.
Yeah.
And post guides, character builds, and the like on over there. In addition, I'll
Okay,
have
Mobalytics.
links
Yeah, they got their
to
shout out here. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit up that pod with a like right there. I mean, that was really. I mean, shout out to Try and Dream Course or GOG and Local, all those dudes, making content on the game. I mean, that's great. Any other pods or stuff that we can listen to while we blast? Omen of Light farming. Yeah, like Haltorak and the dudes. The Tourist Maker and Dead Rabbit.
First time watching, we do this once a week, so we'll be doing this again. That's actually this Monday with Rax, but yeah, shout out
Oh,
to
Rax
this guy
is
right
gonna be a
here.
guest.
This is currently my favorite up and coming build maker, if you want to call him up and coming at this point. You know,
Path to
he's a little
Exile
pop-off.
podcast here.
Prada, you were the first person that finally, to me, like I'm the biggest witch hunter simp, and I've just been waiting for someone to finally start abusing the extra weapon set passives from witch hunter, and you were the first person I saw really like utilizing it for how it should be, and
broken.
yeah, it's awesome, man. Your
They're
builds are
not
sick.
fair.
Welcome.
I appreciate it.
Bro, this is not
go.
rarity.
What have you been playing lately?
We rocked the Abyssal Lich at the start of League, second character, and we're back on. I'm pretty sure the build that you're referring to, but instead of Whirling Slash, we've got Bone Shatter going, Galv Shards, Plasma Blast. It's pretty much the same thing, just better.
Yeah, what is that witch build
That's
that
the latest one, yeah.
people are playing, like
Are
Fubgun
you gonna be
and...
checking out the private league?
What is that? Is the Spark
Yeah,
Witch?
playing the private league. I got video plans, so I don't know if I'll play the day it drops, but I'll definitely be pulling up to the private league, bringing some of the bros with me.
Cool. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about the private league a lot today. But yeah, what have you guys been up?
People are talking about the private league, my dudes. Like, a lot of people are talking about the freaking private league.
I mean, I was still
Second
rocking
wins.
my Whirling Assault Abyssal Lich for a hot minute. I was just doing a lot of testing with the Abyssal stuff and Wisps, the Omen of Light and Omen of Abyssal Echoes. Doing a lot of that, doing some experimentation too about like.
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to join that league. Actually, it's pretty fun. It's like kind of like an event. Like maybe just like jump in there.
We'll talk about it in a little bit, so I'm not going to spoil it too much. But I got
Just like jump in there to kind of like have a look.
that that somebody
basically,
uploaded actually like within like the last 24
see
hours.
how
I think.
it's gonna be progressing and stuff.
Japanese YouTuber, and it
I think it's also
has
capped to like a month or
really
something.
cool ideas that, and I was just like, you know what, I gotta make a build around this. I really do. So I'm gonna do a build that is similar to his, not exactly the same, but also gonna be combining some other tech with you know what Jungron did with the 0 skill duration stuff. So
Yeah, I'm gonna try something here, my dudes.
I'll
Just hold
showcase
up.
the build later in the build of the week, and you guys are gonna be impressed.
Are you going to be playing it for the private league, or is this just like
No,
something you're doing separate?
It's just something I'm doing separately. Like I was like, because so the whole thing was I didn't want to make a new build before the private league because it was literally a couple days, but I got so inspired by this build. I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna level up an entirely new character. I'm gonna level up a Titan. You know, do it and like try to get it to maps within a day, and then you know. Yeah, so today is gonna be. I'm gonna spend a lot of time off stream today, just like leveling up that character and trying to min max as much as I can, so I can showcase that at least on stream today, and then hopefully, you know, be able to play the private league tomorrow.
Cool.
So we're both gonna play.
Yeah, when is the private league launching?
That's
Actually,
good to know. Yeah, I've been planning my league started for private league as well. We're gonna talk about private league like a little bit in a separate segment. What have I been doing? I've been on the Temporalis build.
like, is it live now?
A few days ago,
Anyone
I
knows?
showcased a build from someone from my community who has been like a build maker in my community for quite some time now, who always has like these absolutely crazy, you might call them convoluted, but like in a good sense, builds. And I kind of left him hanging last league because he had a build for me with Adonia's Ego, and this league I promised to him I will showcase it on my stream and I will do the build, and we did it on stream, and it was probably the craziest damage that I've seen so far. I don't know, we've had like 2 clips because we did a 6-man Zesht with 110 mil and a 6-man Uber Arbiter with 170 mil, and I've not seen Uber Arbiter with 170 mil die this fast. If anyone wants to check that out, it's a Adonia's Ego build, and based on the power charges and getting those, and it's a crazy build. Shout out to Blade from my community, who's who's amazing at doing builds. But then afterwards I changed to another build again, Oracle Spark, like very high movement speed, very high rarity, to go back to what I personally like a little bit about the character. So now we're back on that, and tomorrow, private league.
Yeah, we'll talk about our private league builds here in a little bit. For me, I finished my supporting fire tactician. That was a really fun character. If like I've been saying on stream, it's my favorite build that I've played of the league. Like kind of like my potion parry Pathfinder was my favorite build to make of the league. That was super satisfying to put together. But if we were to get 0.5 right now with no new weapons, no new ascendancies, I would probably league start the supporting fire tactician. I had a lot of fun playing that build, and it could have been pushed a bit further. In the last few days, just because I needed to do something until the private league, I finally got around to doing a Thorn Shaman, and I was sleeping on Shaman for Thorns. Like, everything about it is, like, perfect for Thorns. I've got it to work in AFK Simulacrum. I've killed Uber Arbiter. Like, it's the best, like, Thorns has ever looked. I'll have a video guide out for it tomorrow, but, yeah, it's been killing time until the private league. But it's been a fun week. I don't know. This league's been fun, man. This is the first build I've played.
I don't understand like why people are talking about like the league is
like I've played a new build every single time, and
almost like the league is done. I mean, it's still like 3 months.
Feels like it's in a great spot, at least for mid-tier diversity.
of the league.
The middle is a lot thicker with more builds.
Like, are people only like some people are only enjoying like the start of the
build
league?
Diversity, I don't think and like good question to Prada as well. Like, in my opinion, and in this podcast's opinion, it seemed like over the past few weeks, Prada, you think like build diversity has always like, is this the best spot build diversity has ever been in?
Yeah. I mean, because the new character got added, but I think it's always been good if you just know where to look and are creative, and you don't run the 3 most popular things in the game. But I know that's an unpopular opinion because people feel like other things aren't competitive with those things, but I think there are some build makers out there that would beg to differ. But yeah, I think Druid unlocked a lot, and I think they're even like the addition of Abyssal Lich, even though, you know, Abyssal Lich, there are some characters that you can get so creative with. Abyssal Lich and Witch Hunter are the two like jump out cases where it's like, if you can't make something work with those characters, you know, go to sleep on it and wake up and 10 different options, you know, just reveal themselves to you. But there's so many ways that you can get creative and make things that are really, really good. And yeah, until your video hits algorithm or a bunch of eyeballs see it in some random place, like nobody knows that there's just this beastly character out there. But
I
yeah,
very frequently search on YouTube when I'm looking at builds and like search by new, and you'll just find like these gems for with 100 to 200 views very consistently.
Insane characters, and the showcase isn't like deceptive. They're not running Spark on a map that's a hallway, you know, like they're actually going out of their way to show you that the character can do everything, because that's what you have to do, and your videos don't get a lot of views. You gotta flex your muscles a bit harder than other people. But yeah, I think builds are in a great spot right now, and I think they were too last league, to be honest. But
I mean, it sounds like, you know, these off meta or like, you know, creative builds aren't getting much views, but the builds like, you know, I don't know, some Spark character for like the 3rd, 4th league, or like an Essence Drain Contagion guy for like the, you know, the 3rd, 4th league. For some reason, those builds get a lot of views, but these other ones don't.
But
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though, to be honest. I mean, if the skills are fun and they interact nicely,
They are fun.
and yeah, but
Yes.
think of how much easier it is to make a character that nobody else is playing and like get all the good gear going, and you can be like so competitive with all the broken stuff when nobody else is playing it. When you're the, you know, 10th person to roll into the ascendancy with the spear or whatever, like you're not really competing with anybody, so you just get all the best stuff early.
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
You know, that's when we got the being able to use multiple support gems across different skills, and then we got the instant weapon swap, and that, yeah, since 0.3, build making has felt fine, mainly because of those two changes to me.
Yeah.
I think
It
also
just seems like there's so much under the hood right now, right? Like just obviously there's the, like Prada said as well, obviously there's the upper echelon and the ones that are mainly focused on by the streamer space or whatever, like but there's so much under the hood where it's just super easy to get going and kind of wing it a little bit as well, where you don't really have to do the meta or whatever, and you can just kind of wing it in some way.
I'm looking at the what was it called? No, don't worry. I was looking at the Ninja the other day, and it's really interesting because when you play like a ascendancy that doesn't have that many people playing it, and then you make a popular build, it looks.
Is the Valenta selling for
I was
anything?
looking at Abyssal Lich the other day. I'm like, huh, what are people playing Abyssal Lich? Because I was trying to get inspiration to try to see if I could make a new build before I was making my current one, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of people playing Twisters. That's crazy. I wonder why.
When I checked the Abyssal Lich with Twister equip, there was 2 people, and one of them was one of my viewers. So unless you league started that, it was like the second that video dropped, it was just, I think there was more than 200 after that or something. Crazy.
Yeah, that happened to me with I did the Oracle Cyclone cast on crit character. There was like 6 oracles using.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go any like 6 modding. I think I'm gonna just stick to like 4 modding. It seems to be like the.
And then after that, I went over to like 100. Like you can vary, like when you're doing weird off meta stuff. Like just one build showing up, like especially when you're deeper into the league, people are like, I'm over this character. I don't want to necessarily level a new one. Very easy to just swap some gear over and stuff. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy sometimes, the effect, because I still don't realize how big the effect is on some stuff like that. Miso just said it in a way where it's impacting like the numbers on Ninja or something, but I personally, I'm just feeling the effects a lot of the time so much when it comes to making a build and then showcasing it on a video or something. And especially if the video gets like 50,000 views or something on the first 2 days, sometimes it just changes the complete nature of what the build was supposed to be in a way on Trade League. I had this exactly with the Edonia's Eagle build that I just talked about. We set up the build, we had a certain gear going, all of the gear that we had and everything, and it was very, very niche.
Yeah, getting coffee. Be
Since
right
it was an Edonia's Eagle build, and it was based around spirit stacking and then using threaded light. It was using like 5 to 6 items that were very, very niche and not that many on the market. And as soon as I released the video or even showed the build on stream, it was just insane. There was like, just using that as an example, there was the Coolemax grip ring in that build, and we wanted to have maximum power charges on that ring and cast speed per spirit. That is 2 Coolgar and Amamamu or whatever modifiers from Coolemac. Super, super easy to come by. The ring is very easy to come by. There were like 30 on trade when I showed the build on stream. None of those more than 1 div. 30 minutes later, all 30 rings gone, relisted every single one for a mirror. So it's just like, people always say like streamers are ruining builds and are ruining the economy.
It's the viewers. They
the scalpers,
literally,
dude.
exactly. They buy all of the items from your ninja and they resell them to your
Yes.
other viewers. They're demons.
Yeah.
The
I have a-
spears. That
I
happened with
was-
Twister spears too. The
Yes.
flying spear that nobody wanted. Like everybody
I
was
got
on the
so
Akoyan
mad.
wave. Yep.
It sucks.
And
Like 2
then
days
you-
ago, when I did the build, I got really mad, and I said like, I'm not gonna do like niche builds on stream ever again because of you goblins.
It's
Just
called
like,
It's called the Malthil effect, I believe, is what the technical term is. Anytime Malthil releases a build, that's off meta stuff just triples in price. I actually had a viewer comment that he's like, I watch Cal streams and I like start sniping items he's going to be selling
Yep.
and I can make triple the profit.
Yeah.
Like that shit fucking sucks, man. Like,
somebody sits there with a
it's so
bankroll
stupid.
and prevents anyone from buying it.
It's so
I
stupid.
think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. But obviously,
the
when
I mean, if you're
you're
gonna
on
hustle,
yours,
it's a
Anna?
hustle for
when
sure.
you're teaching people like how to craft the item and then you watch it, it's like, okay, well, you know that there's a percentage of players that just do not feel like crafting it from scratch. They just want to buy it. And then you're like, oh yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. And you go price check the one you have equipped just to see what similar ones are looking like. And it's like, oh, this is now 400 div. Like,
Yeah, dude. Every
I made
time
it for
it's
8.
crazy.
8 divine 2 days ago. And now it's 400.
I get
Did you
nervous
feel that
talking
effect
about
on-
values in my builds now because I like every time I do, it's not like it goes up double in price. Sometimes it's 4 to 5x, and it's just like you feel like you feel like you're lying, but you weren't at the time.
I said 30
did you
div
feel
in
that
my
effect, brother? Yeah. Okay.
I said 30 div in my guide, and I don't think you can get a single piece of gear for that the whole character's price anymore. But obviously the market changes, but I got the entire character online, cooked up all my stuff for like 30 or less. And then at the time there was no headhunter in there, but the headhunter was more than all of my gear combined. And that is not the case anymore on that character.
Rip.
Unfortunate. I mean,
And I know their names too. I can look at the listing and I'm familiar with who these people are. I know exactly who
I
they
see
are.
you guys every single time. Every
Oh,
single
I'm
time
just
there's a
profit
build.
crafting for the viewers, bro. I'm just I only charge 10 more than what it costed to make. Like, all right, buddy. No, fracturing orbs though shot up crazy. Like trying to start with a good base like that.
Okay,
What
Alex.
are they at,
No
like
worries.
10 now or something?
Yeah, they're like 10.7
Have fun.
was when I checked when I ended stream.
So if you were trying to buy like a rare just to start a craft and then null it down, like even a fractured crit, I think it was a crossbow I checked last night, 45 div just instantly. And it's like,
crazy.
okay, well it's about the cost if I was to try to do it myself, and my unlucky ass is instantly losing that, so
Yeah.
you just
it's
roll
just-
with the punches.
I think it's probably a large part because two factors, right? The first factor being that whenever you want to make a crit weapon, you kind of always have
Vessel
to fracture
modifiers?
crit. For the most part, to get it somewhat deterministic, you fracture the crit and then spam chaos.
Oh, we don't
on,
have any
like,
more
the,
delirium?
increased fizz line or whatever you're going for.
Oh yeah, we do.
And then the other thing is I heard, and I only ran it
I
one.
really don't want
only
to do
found
the,
one of these maps, but
XP
the
ones, like, I want to save
Immured
them for,
Fury boss or whatever it's called.
Yeah, he's
other
bugged.
maps.
Yeah, he's bugged. He's like not spawning or something like that. So it's like before you had somewhat of a deterministic way to get fracturing ores, but now it's just like you just gotta, throw caution to the wind and hope you get some good RNG like I did the other day. I was complaining about how I didn't get any fracturing orbs, and literally in one map I found 3. I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Oh. I'm
I don't
surprised we
think
didn't
I
get a
found
fraction war
3.
buff.
I don't think I found 3 all league. It was. I
Well, you're
fully
spending so much
expected-
time in the temple, you know? It's temple
I'm
joy
doing
over
negative rarity corrupted maps. I don't even think I've ran a cleansed map all league.
Oh God.
It's
They were
bad.
all yeah.
I've done a
there's-
lot of cleanse
there's-
maps. I'm at like 7 or 8 for the league.
Oh, for fracturing orbs, not cleanse.
For fractures,
maps,
yeah.
fracture-
Not,
yeah,
it's not a
okay.
good amount. 7 to 8
Yeah.
is not a good amount for the amount of cleanse maps I've done.
I was very surprised it wasn't addressed in a hotfix
Same.
because I don't think this is supposed to be this way. Fracturing orb should not be a currency that is that expensive. Even though the inflation this league is probably something else, so 10 div might
Yeah,
be
maybe
like,
go and do
less
some
in other leagues where the inflation isn't as bad, but it should never be. They should never be this this rare just by the nature of
do you
what they.
think
go and do
maybe
some
it's not
corrupted
common
maps.
knowledge that the Fury is supposed to drop one for like the average player, so they're just not bug reporting it? Like, surely if you're looking at bug reports at GGG, you can tell like the same. You can just keyword search Fury or cleansed boss and see the issue. I don't know if like average casual players even know that he's supposed to drop one every time. How many of them are like running cleanse maps enough to know that? You know what I mean?
True.
And then they drop one
I've
here
heard
and
it in
there,
my
or
stream,
they've
but-
seen one.
You're supposed to
always,
drop a fracturing
so they
orb
don't mention
per
it. I don't
cleansed
know.
map.
Maybe that's an
Really?
element to it.
I think a very good point also is, especially for that currency type, is shards. I don't really know why we have chant shards, but no fracturing shards. I think that would also be something, because that would also introduce the mechanic a little bit earlier into the end game, that you start getting fracturing shards at like T1 maps or whatever, and then you maybe even have your first fracturing orb at, I don't know, T5 maps, T6 maps, and then you can also already start trying to fracture some of the mods or something for your starter gear or whatever it is. I don't really see the point there. Why chant shards and not we don't have fracturing shards?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. You could make the shard stack to roll up into like the actual currency, like smaller too. Make it 5, and then if you decide to bonk an item, whatever, SSF guys are eaten too. You can bonk your previous weapon. You can get a little fracturing orb out of a couple of them, maybe.
Exactly. I think that would just benefit not just Trade League, but also massively SSF, right? And if we had a situation like this now, where fracturing orbs seem to be this rare, and just take away a very vital part of what is endgame gearing for me, especially early league. And I don't know, you're playing a crossbow build early league, early endgame or something. Actually crafting your own crossbow should be, for most players, even if you are playing Trade League, that is the easiest way to get a good weapon early on. That is even easier than scouring trade site for one.
Yeah.
Crafting crossbows is very easy. Like, even I can do it.
Yeah. And then, like, if you introduce like an early fracturing orb to have like 3 or 4 tries already, early endgame to get a crossbow, I think would just be good. But
And especially
obviously
on
right now,
the weapons that aren't popular also, that just aren't in anybody's filter, should be the most cost-effective ones to try, right? But every now and then, you know, all it takes is one video.
Yeah.
All it takes is one video, and you never know when that video is going to come out, and that might get in your way a little bit, but it's fun.
I'm pretty sure there's people that have notifications on YouTube on certain channels just for that, just to be like, oh.
Well, yeah, we've had
strategy.
this discussion before, or at least I don't know if we talked about it on the podcast, but I've talked about it on my channel, where like I don't play games anymore like Last Epoch and Diablo. I think Last Epoch has changed how they do it, but I don't like where you do the beta to the league, where you can like go in, make the tier list beforehand and stuff. Like part of the beauty of the Path of Exile leagues is like PTR. Yeah.
Oh, it was the Leech. I thought it
Part
was
of
the
the beauty of
Lights.
the Path of Exile is like you never
Getting
know
2
what
freaking omens of
tomorrow's
lights, bro.
going to show you, what video is going to be in your feed that completely changes so many builds or completely changes the market.
Well, if I'm getting another light today,
I very
bro,
much enjoy that aspect of this game, or like
30
why
30
PoE, how PoE1
divines
has set up their
worth
leagues,
of
across or PoE, both
lights.
games, I guess.
That was a major complaint early in this game, though. Was remember when Standard could play the content at the same time that the league came out? Was that was 0.2, right?
Was it?
Like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
It was definitely 0.2.
yeah. You remember that?
Because 0.2
And
didn't
people
have
like
a lead
killed the
mechanic.
bot. Yeah, people
Oh,
did
right.
everything like day zero and
Ooh.
was like, oh, wisps are this, wisps are that, and we just like knew everything about it instantly. It's like somebody's
There was
on
still a
a
lot of cool builds
multi-mirror
that showed
character.
up.
Yeah.
Like Bira's Ignite or Bira's build showed up in 0.2 like 2 weeks into the league, and the Bira's Ignite or the Bira Explosion Anguish build was like one of the most fun builds of that patch. There were some hidden gems, but yeah, that's a good example of when it doesn't work.
I know a
Also,
lot of
that's
people.
probably never gonna happen again.
Yeah. A lot of people do like I remember this was a conversation in 0.3. A lot of these people in 0.3 was like they're like because 0.2 came with quote unquote the mechanic, right? Even though it wasn't a real league mechanic, they're like, why can't standard have like the league mechanic? Because I know there are still, you know, a number of people who don't want to play the league because it requires them to make a new character. So I know there are a number of people who wish that it was that case, but yeah, it's just balance wise doesn't really make sense. And also like they're trying to incentivize people to play the new league.
It
Yes.
spoils everything. When somebody can go watch a YouTube video on the newest boss getting instantly killed, they're gonna go watch the video. And then there's no like cool moments on stream where no one's seen it before. Like imagine if they added something akin to Arbiter to the game and the standard guys could play it right away and you had to grind through the league to be able to fight the version of that boss. Like it loses all of its aura. Like nobody cares because they've seen somebody one-shot it on a
Well-
multi-mirror character on day one. Like we gotta make sure that that's not a thing.
Or it could be the case with that Syria and you could go in there with a 10 exalt character and just one shot her anyways.
10 exalts.
Actually.
Yeah. Captain Lance calls that spoiling the end game of his characters, and that's like, you know, I don't want to spoil my journey. And like, yeah, if you have day one characters immediately getting these new things and all, you know, it's not fun. At least it's all personal though, right?
I mean, it's the same thing for I've had it sometimes. I don't know if I had it this league, but like last league, sometimes I fell for some build guides on YouTube, or I'm always checking out different builds on YouTube, and sometimes you don't immediately realize that it's like a legacy, that it's a standard character, and someone's like trying to, and there's like Legacy Temporalis, there's Legacy Against the Darkness,
No
there's
way.
Legacy Moria Invictus, and everything. And it's a whole different game. I understand, and I don't think that standard should be deleted or anything, but it's a whole.
We should
it's a
glass
whole
it
different
all and destroy all of everyone's characters. Get them out of here. Gone. Level
thing.
it.
Yeah,
Turn it to
but
glass.
it should always be like I had it. I don't know if it was this league, but probably I think last league I had like 2 or 3 instances where I
Seeking
checked
going
out the
for,
build and I was
Essence of Seeking
I
going
was
for
surprised at how good
17.
it is, and oh damn, this seems like a
Exalts
cool
now?
enchantation. And then I saw like, oh, he's using the Moria Invictus that doesn't exist anymore.
That's a good talking point, though. Like by 1.0, you know, with how like chaotic some of the early builds are, how weird some of the legacy
Ooh,
items
look
are.
at this one,
Like, do
increased
they need to do a full
rarity.
character wipe for 1.0? I don't think they would.
Collector's Precursor tablets.
They're not
You know,
gonna.
it's something to talk about.
That's an interesting one.
There's some
Just-
weird items out there, but standard's just going to be weird, right?
Well, standard is
Yeah,
the
that means I'm gonna have
free-
to.
the early access standard. Is
I mean, I
getting
could do
separated
that,
from,
like just run that for a
release
while and
standard.
see like how
so
that's
weird to me.
working.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Misa, explain.
So, I mean, it's basically kind of like buckets, right? So, you know how like we have a bucket for standard for players, and then we have a bucket for the league.
Running some
mechanic,
6 months
right? Or
and
the
There's a
current
third
league.
bucket
using
that's
this
early
irradiated
access
one.
standard?
Yes, there is
rarity
a
one?
third bucket that is going to be early access
Yeah,
standard.
let's do some research on that.
Okay. All right. I mean, I guess that solves that problem of like future standard.
Or do I
being,
only need 5?
you know,
like do I
worded
need
out by
6
early access
or
standard? That's
5
fine.
mobs?
That's a good
Well, I mean, it's always going to happen
To
again,
run
though,
the,
'cause, like, there are always going to be
Oh, for
legacy items that are going to
The 3
exist,
tablets?
right? There's
Is it
going to be
5 or
legacy,
6?
like whenever items get nerfed or like
This
whatever,
one is 5.
which is
Okay, I need
inevitably
1
going to
more. I
happen.
need 6.
You know, those items become legacy and standard, and that just happens in every single
cool.
league.
I mean, at this stage in the game for me, standard is just like where you go sandbox all of your ideas before you spend $1 billion currency trying to figure out if something works in like the league that you're actually playing. But like if they just had a mode that was like that, where you could
That's 6.
use something similar to a POB, and you could like test interactions within your game and create items that aren't real. like that are plausible, right? And just see if your character can do like a test map or something like that. I feel like that would be insane. I know that would require like a lot of developer work, but I don't see what the issue would be in doing something like that. Like imagine if you could just take your idea that you had in PoB and just like put it into your game and run a test map and a test pinnacle boss, and you don't have to break the bank trying to figure that out. Or there's like a stationary
almost like
target dummy in somewhere that you could just nuke and
they'll
debuff
never
and
do
whatever.
that.
I feel like
They'll
that'd be
never do
so
that.
sick though.
You only want like I think that would ruin the experience for like a lot of build makers. Like that just like expedites the problem. Like that just like part of the build making process is the journey and stuff. But I think GGG has been very adamant that they don't ever want to do anything like that, especially target dummies. I know they specifically said they don't want target dummies.
I don't know. I feel like there aren't very many resources for like understanding how these interactions work anyways. Like think about a build like Flicker Strike. Obviously it's cool that it already exists, whatever, you can go see somebody else play it, but like so many characters that took years to Impending Doom PoE 1's a good example of like just the way the build works is just insane. Like going over the overcap limit. I feel like things like that would come out of nowhere and we'd have a bunch more builds to work with. I feel like it'd be a net positive, but yeah, I mean if they're not gonna do it, they're not gonna do it.
I mean, it definitely is a positive in like many ways, like from like especially from like bug testing standpoints. Like you just get like your degen players that are going to be playing with it nonstop. Like there's a lot of very good positives from it. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue against it without it just being like a personal preference type thing. It's like expediting solving the game is both a good thing and a bad thing. Like sometimes speeding up that journey is not as fun because like what I mentioned earlier, how like people finding random mechanics out of nowhere and stuff like that makes these little leagues a little bit more exciting. But like from like a pure build standpoint, like again, like you said with Flicker Strike, it definitely helps those things. But I think
maybe that would turn into an issue where like everybody just knows exactly what they're gonna play because somebody tested it like before you could, you know what I mean? Actually interact with the items in the league. There is like a nice slow roll that happens with the new characters where like new league comes out, new character gets added, new weapon, new skills, whatever, and it takes people a while to like figure out what's actually insane because you only get to theory craft with the patch notes and pretty much it, right? So maybe it is better the way it is. But wouldn't it be fun at this point of the game, like literally right now? Imagine there's no second wind happening, and you've got to play this game for another month and a half before next wipe. It'd be cool to be able to mess around in a sandbox.
So is the league 3 months or
this league
4
specifically,
months?
I've done 9 characters so far, and it's only because I've made more currency this league than I've made across the last 3 leagues combined. Largely thanks to you and your video. I've been making crafting on bases. You guys we'll make sure it's linked down below. Prada's filter has been a glorious benefit to me in my currency farming. The only reason I've made this many builds and been able to push them as far as I have been able to is because of the amount of currency I've made. So like in a sandbox environment, I wouldn't have to
I mean that's basically what's holding you back, I think. When it comes to like creating
Hey, the guy that comes home
multiple
after that long
builds
shift, sits down for 2 hours,
every league,
got a
it's
sandbox,
basically
build he's been cooking
comes
up.
down to like a
All
currency
he's
thing.
gotta do is run up the currency to get the gear. I don't know.
Like in that kind of context, I always miss just single player. I get it. Like it's a continuously like it's a different world out there now, and there's leagues and there's MTX, there's new supported packs and there's new league mechanics and whatever. But I don't know if I sound old or something saying that, but sometimes I just miss because I think the most fun I always had on Diablo 2 was just single player and playing characters that I've had for years and just like doing like a Holy Grail challenge on that game or like messing around with.
He's basically talking about SSF, right?
That was basically sandbox mode because I had all the I had like on my single player account on Diablo 2, I just had all the items, I had everything, I could mess around with everything, and I kind of sometimes I miss that a little bit, the single player thing, then not changing every 3 months type of way, and yeah. It just came to
Oh
my
yeah,
mind
you can
on
just
that-
keep
on that
going. I
topic.
mean, yeah, so standard
that's fair.
SSF.
I think that's why people there are people that play standard for that reason, you know, like
Yeah.
that exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should play a drinking game where we go through all the Path to Exile podcast episodes, and like every single time Rabbit mentions Diablo 2, we just gotta take a shot.
And die by episode 7.
I dropped it the other day. Like offline Diablo 2, you can scale like the game's logic for how many
Yes.
characters are in your party for XP
I
and
say
drops. I feel like that would just be so nice for something like SSF, but people like that badge of honor where we all played the same thing, but I didn't.
Hey,
Have
bro,
to
I really
buy my
don't
gear.
feel
But-
like that
I don't know. Dude.
last
I'm still
irradiated
thinking about that
tablet there with
sandbox
like the
idea.
increased
I want
rarity.
people
I
to make
really
their
don't feel
own
like it
stuff, and
increased
when you can just go watch somebody
anything.
do all
Like,
that part for
what did I
you.
drop here? Basically,
Obviously,
like
it's like
nothing.
kind of ironic because we want people to play our characters and have fun with our characters, but dude, if they could just test bench, just experiment.
Yeah, I mean, it could
14
be
hours
like
in the game, just experimenting like nonsense in that sandbox, but I feel like that could be cool.
It's like a hyperbolic
Did they
time chamber mode. Just go in there and just do all your training and everything. Like, you know, have a training dummy and just min-max the crap out of like everything.
They'd also not
On
have
the-
to explain how anything works. You wouldn't have to press Alt on anything. You can just go click it and figure out if it works or not.
On the topic of training dummy, did they actually say that it's not gonna happen? Because that would make me a little
Every
bit
time
sad.
I've brought up every time I brought up training dumbing on my stream, like the chat's like was like, no, they're
Yeah?
never doing that. They've said it before. I don't know for sure, but
Because I don't get that. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate, but I would love just a training dummy because in the stage of PoE2 right now, tooltip and POB2 is not accurate enough. There's so many conditionals in the game right now where having an accurately representing
stick to the
tooltip
force.
is so hard to do.
I
and
don't
it's
feel
probably
like it
never
was
going to happen
a
that tooltips are gonna
huge.
be
Yeah, I mean it was
100% accurate and
also corrupted.
showing what's
but I
actually
mean, that
happening
shouldn't-
and having a certain
shouldn't
like
necessarily
having
mean
a training
anything.
dummy where you just can set a certain time or let's say like 10 seconds or whatever. It's close to, for example, World of Warcraft simulations where you have I'm not sure what it was called again, but for my Mythic Plus characters on World of Warcraft and everything, you had like these sims that you're running, and then that was the most accurate representation of damage that you could get, and at least having like a training dummy, and then you can set a time. I'm shooting this or I'm damaging this training dummy for 5 seconds now or 10 seconds now, and you do that 10 times, and you change around, and you can list down. Or on this try for the 10 seconds, I used Rakiata's Flow. On this 10 seconds, I used this combination. I think that would be cool. I think that would be very, very cool because I end up just doing Zesht all the time to test. And it's not accurate at all because
He's become our community training dummy.
yes,
Except
He
this
gets
defense-
vaporized by every good idea that's ever existed. And he squashes every bad idea that's ever existed. Like literally. Just a hand drops from the sky and
hand.
tells you your character is trash. It's funny.
yeah. Not to
Except-
fully like dismiss the whole the sandbox stuff, but like the first step for me would definitely be a target dummy. Like that's something I've advocated for many times. Like I would love a target dummy just because like it's not even just about like the different variables you can test, but there's just so many bugs. Like you waste so much time and then you run into a bug that could have been found out in the hideout. You know, I would love a target dummy personally as like a stepping stone, like the first step towards just any form of in-game testing.
Even in like let's just imagine that the tooltip is the most accurate thing ever. All the conditional damage you can just like you can in PoB, you can just check apply. If you're using Twister, you can just check that you're standing within a whirling slash. You can check that you've picked up lightning off the ground. Like even if that was all perfect, you still don't have the monster information, right? Like you still don't know what your skill is gonna do to a monster that's got 45 lightning res, or what a rare that's got, you know, insert mod like has armor, whatever. It would just be cool to see how like, cause you get those gut instincts and feelings that like something isn't right when you're like testing your character, and it's like, okay, every now and then there's just a rare that just survives for way too long. And it's like, okay, what is it? Then you gotta go reverse engineer your whole character, and it's like, okay, whenever there's a monster that's got a ton of armor, because I do so much fizz, just not doing what I needed to do, I need a source of armor break. And it's just like, you're putting duct tape over like that big vat of water that's like got like holes popping up everywhere. And it's like, if you could just see it, it would be so much easier. But I mean, obviously when you get currency, you just out damage all those issues anyways. But early, it's nice to know that, you know, you needed to spend 12 points on lightning pen, or your lightning arrow is doing literally nothing. So
I wonder if there
I
is a
think
weapon.
The last time I heard about the training dummy
That's gonna
topic
be,
was on the Chinese interview
an
when they were
upgrade
about
for
to
me
come
now.
out with Path of Exile in China. I think somebody asked him about the training dummy, and he said no there too. So
Gotcha.
it's unlikely to come, but hey, I mean, we have been hoping for like async trade for all this time, and we finally got it. So nothing is impossible, to be honest. at this
either
point.
way, we're nerds and we make do. And if you want to watch Zesh get killed over and over and over, don't change a thing, because
Well,
that is exactly what we're gonna do.
the problem with Zesh this league is he's so goddamn expensive to do. It's
Yeah,
like
that
a-
too. Like several divine. Did you like if you want to do a build showcase and you want to show every single tier 3 boss and then Uber Arbiter, it's like 20 divine. It's not fun. It's very expensive.
Also, the damage reduction
Oh
for
god.
the first few seconds is
God.
just
Oh yeah.
Don't get
no.
me started, bro. Do not get me
Yes,
started.
I know how Prada thinks about damage reduction on bosses. I definitely know how Prada feels about this, and I feel the same way about it, like completely the same way. And it just that is not even just speaking about the aspects of using Zesh as a training dummy. I think it's just overall just bad, and it's a band-aid fix. I know Prada talked about this on
Next,
the
they're gonna add
Tribe podcast, but-
snapshotting. So like,
I don't think this is a
the
band-aid
ability
fix.
to use
This
snapshots
is from
into-
PoE 1. Like we
Snapshot.
talked
I
about
really
with
hope
Captain
it is.
Lance. This is a PoE 1 mechanic. Like this, it's designed for Uber bosses. Like Captain Lance even straight up said that like people will try and like scam you with their build guides because they won't show the DPS, and like the video will start after the first 10 seconds when that damage taper has completely fallen off. Like this is a PoE 1 thing. So
Yeah, but
we were just getting it from because it was existing from there. I think.
Don't we think that there was a conscious decision made when this game came out to not have it inherently then? Like, there was
Yes,
definitely a
exactly.
choice made where it's like, we know this is a thing, we know invulnerability phases are a thing, we're going to try to limit those and not add DR to every single boss in the game because it feels bad. Like,
Well, the
in a
big
game
change
with
is
10
tier 4
years of
bosses.
updates is like, that game has been broken time and time again, and there's no way to play whack-a-mole with all the PoE 1 builds. There's like 50 staple builds that people can just rattle off the top of their head. There's no way to balance these things. Like, they're not going to go in and just like retroactively nerf all this stuff to keep the bosses balanced. This is just what you do when you can't balance the game. Like, just throw DR and everything. Invulnerability phases, we're going to heal this boss 17 times, and we're going to make you listen to a bunch of voice lines. And it's like, I don't want to think that it's just a way to harvest you for your time, but definitely is not fun.
I would have honestly just preferred if they wanted the bosses to not be killed as fast. I personally would have just preferred them just giving them more HP instead of the damage
Well,
reduction. at
we've
the
talked
start.
about that
I don't-
before. They nerfed
Yes.
the HPs for a reason, like because so many builds
Yeah.
were not viable versus tier 4. Like just like what made the many builds viable this patch is the fact that tier 3 bosses exist. Like that's the peak.
Yeah. Yeah, because they are so.
we
Like,
got
in the
that.
end, because they are easier.
Nice.
Like the DR
Maybe we
is
can
just
make
fault
some
is it,
right?
Whose
monies?
fault is it that your most difficult boss in the game can be one-shot?
I'm just
Yeah, I
going
feel
off
like I'm
what
being
Mark said.
punished
You know
because
what
I
I mean?
dropped that
Going off
14
their
divine
Right, right.
Omen of
Said
Light
that they
at the beginning
they
of the
removed
session.
tier 4 bosses because too many builds were not capable of pushing tier 4 bosses. Tier 3 bosses
I'm being
is what
punished.
made more builds viable. That's what he said
Yeah.
in the Ziggy D interview.
I fully understand that, and I think it's a good thing that more people are able, like, to do the tier 3 bosses. But
Do we?
I'm just always
Do we though? Is that
yeah.
what we
No,
want for? Is
that's
that
my-
what we
that's
want
my-
for the game? Like, okay,
that
no,
was my
you guys
diplomatic
weren't smart
answer.
enough to figure this one out, so we're just gonna remove a whole tier of boss until you guys are good enough to kill these two. Like,
that was
I
my
don't know,
diplomatic
man.
answer. I was
Like-
gonna send a bot.
It's like there's like
there is
3
some
builds that overperform, that have crazy single target, that trivialize all of the content in the game, and then, you know, Joe Schmo's warrior with 3 divine can't kill tier 4 Zesh, so we have to remove it from the game because he can kill tier 3. And also, we're gonna add DR so that the top 3 builds in the game don't one-shot it instantaneously. Like, I don't know.
I think at the end of the day, it's just what Prada said. It's a balance issue because, like, you know, they say like, oh, we removed the ceiling and lowered it so there's more viable builds. Why don't you just make your skills better so they can all, you know, more easily reach the ceiling? Like, I don't know, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just moving, you know, up the floor versus the ceiling down. It's just shifting numbers at the end of the day. But the DR thing is. It's an interesting topic again. I think that some people are okay with it, some people are not okay with it, just because, like, some people are like, oh, it allows me to interact with the boss more, and then some people are like, oh, well, now it kind of changes it up to where, like, oh, if you want to, like, it's not like you can't one-shot it anymore. It's just the same thing. It's the same thing where only a limited number of builds can one-shot it at the end of the day, through DR. So
it doesn't exist if you have money at all. Like, if you've got the currency to throw into your character, it's a non-factor. It's literally a non-issue. It's that stage at the start of League where you're a brokey and you're trying to figure out your single target, and you're, like, questioning whether it's even viable. Half the characters in the game have this crutch where it's like, alright, I gotta set up 57 spells before I can use the spell to deal damage to this boss and kill it. Or I've got, like, I'm only doing single target if I've got power charges or frenzy charges. And it's like you're just watching the timer tick down, and you're like, okay, so I'm not going to be doing any damage this fight because I needed a crit and I needed frenzy charges. Frenzy charges are gone because I can't use it at the start of the fight. So now we're just praying for crits, like running around in a boss room, dodging mechanics that are like, you could literally play on your phone over here and dodge these mechanics anyways. It's not like they're incredibly difficult to get out of the way of on any of these characters. It's like, I don't know, I feel like it's just so lazy, and we didn't have it, and that's what was so nice. And then they added, and it's like, priority number 1 should be fun. Is it fun? Does anybody want this in any of these games? There are workarounds in PoE 1 where there's like, insert boss, you play Spark, you type in your projectile speed into this calculator. Somebody has to make a GitHub calculator. With their prod speed, you stand at this position in the boss room, and if you attack with this cast speed and this prod speed, you can stop the boss from doing this move that adds 6 seconds to your boss kill. If they want that, they're gonna get it. Like, you will get that. People will find a way to perfect killing your bosses per second when this game releases. Like, they're gonna find a way to get those 6 more boss kills per run. And I think that's just cringe. I feel like we don't need that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I agree. Like, whenever we first talked about it on the podcast, like, I was flabbergasted by, like, even like before we got to play with it, when reading it, I was like, I don't understand the addition of this. Why are they trying to slow us off? Like, I brought it up to Captain Lance, and I was like, is this even like, I didn't even believe it could be a thing in PoE 1. He's like, oh yeah, this has always been a thing in PoE 1. We don't like it there either. Like, it just.
I think everyone knows it's a band-aid, and that's why you can't respect it, because it's not like they're nerfing your skill or your character and you can, like, game plan around it. It's like, no, irrespective of what you do, you have no control over what's going to happen. This boss is immune
need to do a pass on my
to damage for this range. You're not going to hit him for more than 20% of his health bar for this random amount of time. If he does this move, it's longer. If he does this move, it's longer. This boss has quicker fall off. This boss has longer fall off. And it's just like, it's weird because your tooltip is going to be the same as it was last league, but your character feels significantly worse. And it's obviously, this is not a problem if you're playing the most broken stuff in the game. Try doing it on a character that isn't inherently broken and just experience it.
The worst offender, and again, I think this is like a very divisive I don't even think it's divisive. Like, nobody likes it, right? I just think, like, it's a matter of, like, people thinking whether it should exist or not. But, like, I think when it feels the worst is when you have a boss like the freaking Siren boss in that. Oh my god, dude. It's so annoying because, like, normally we would just blown it up and just moved on, but then now you got to go through that entire, like, phase where she's like, "Look at my titties," and, like, you know, now you gotta wait.
You gotta hit that twice, because you don't have a mirror to your weapon.
Yeah,
awesome, love that. Should have played Poison Burst. Yeah.
Agreed.
I mean, I do think there is a place to have like transition phases and everything, but there should be a purpose for it. And for example, that phase is just a joke. There's nothing happening. It is literally just time wasting. There is no
I don't even
danger
know
in
what the
that
move
phase.
does. I don't even know what the move
What?
does if you're in the yellow part. Has anybody
there-
ever been
No.
affected by that?
I think you get petrified or something, but
Yeah, you get turned to
it's
stone.
impossible. It's impossible to not jog, like to not. It's impossible. You
You can move it 3 times faster, and you still wouldn't get hit by it with no
Yes.
movement speed.
Well, even
They-
when you get turned to
they-
stone, you don't die. So
What?
They're turning you to stone in
mechanic is
real
so
life because they
useless.
take 35 seconds from you that you'll never get back.
It's just, yeah, because you're just sitting there like this. Ah, can this phase be over, please? No, I think there is a place for like transition phases and make like epic boss fights. The biggest thing I've been advocating for on this podcast, and my biggest wish for Path of Exile to have, is like epic boss fights and transition phases. Yes, there is a place for epic boss fights to have a certain transition phase. It's the same for raids in World of Warcraft. It's the same for, I always say, one of my favorite games when it came to just bosses and how bosses functioned in the game was actually Lost Ark. That had a ton of transition phases, and the boss fights felt amazing. And you didn't have those immunity phases where you basically just stood around thumbling your like twisting your thumbs or whatever, and it was just like, oh, this is gonna be the next phase, and now we have to do this. And I think we need epic boss fights in PoE too.
Yeah, the
And,
boss has to
what
make
we
you
have
feel
right now-
something though, and it
Yeah.
has to be convincing, right?
Yes.
Crowbell makes you feel something, okay? It's
Yes.
convincing. I believe he's mad. He's running down that hallway angry as hell. Like, he deserves it. I'll kill that guy as many times as we need to. He can be the only boss in the game with infinity DR. As long as he dies in that pit at the end of the fight, I'm happy. But there are other
Oh, well,
bosses where they've got
I
these
love-
stages, and I'm just not convinced. Like, you don't. It's not. You know how you hear a song and you're like, this just doesn't move me. Like, I know somebody worked really hard on this song and somebody else might really like it, but this just doesn't move me. There are certain bosses in the game that just don't move me. So it's like, I'm annoyed when this skeleton is like recollecting himself before I fight him. Like, you're not intimidating. You don't scare me. Like, we're not doing this. Do this for a boss that's cool. And then you've got Aziri where it's like, all right, we're going to run into an entirely new arena to fight this. And it's like, and then her health bar is like 4. You do 4 damage and this character is dead, and they just gassed her up really hard. But I know they wanted that one to be like new content. People should be able to tackle a boss, but like, we're doing all these animations and all this yapping just to get one shot anyways, even with the DR. Like, it just doesn't move me. I don't know. Or the Act 4 guy. What's his name once he's in
Jade
maps?
Isles,
It's not
Tavakai.
Tavakai anymore. What's his name when he's in maps? No one knows. No one knows his name when he's in maps, but he's still doing the Act 4 yapping about building the weapon. Like, we know what you're doing, bro. Why are you taking 35 seconds of my time to tell me this? It's not relevant to the story anymore. Like, make him spawn in with the weapon, max phase in a arena that's a third the size, and I won't complain.
We need to like figure out, or I don't know, GGG needs to figure out, do they want just like bosses being pushover, and we still, even though we are killing Tavakai or whatever in 2 seconds, most builds are killing that in 2 seconds, but still have like a 40 second RP session. But what I'm just advocating for, and what I just want is, yes, we can have all of those. Map bosses might be on multi-mirror builds or on like good builds, might be one-shotable or whatever. Yeah, might be. But at the same time, I think we need actual Uber bosses. I've been saying this for months now on this podcast. I just want, when we got it Siri, and this is the perfect example for this patch again. When we got it Siri and they said, oh, there's a new pinnacle boss and the temple mechanic, and you need to build up to get walking towards a Siri. And I go in there for the first time, and my build
Thinking
was
you're gonna
not
get
good at
whooped.
that stage.
You thought you were
Yes.
gonna get whooped, and you destroyed her.
on my first Atziri kill, my build was not up and running. I think it was like day 2 or something. And I played Plants build, which is not the best, especially early. It was not the best, especially early league on single target. And I just went in like, oh wait, did she bug or something? Because the first, I think the first phase is like 2 million HP, which is much less than most map bosses have, by the way. And then you go through the portal, and then you go like, oh, now it's actually, oh, this was just, this was the fake out. It's like a second phase in that Elden Ring boss or whatever. And then you go in and be like, oh, now she's probably gonna have like 10 mil HP, right? And then it's just like, whoop, gone again.
Yeah.
And then she still does the mechanic of like the blood or whatever mechanic, which clearly shows that they didn't, once again, apparently didn't expect her to fall over this easy. And I was like, what? And then I hear people saying, but there's going to be an Uber version. But yeah, what?
Well, like, so, like, the same thing happened with the Abyss bosses, though. They're all paperweights, too. And we didn't get Uber versions of them in this patch.
And they
like,
actually have
next patch,
aura.
we're getting Uber versions, but we didn't. So when are we going to, you know, it might be a while, you know?
They're actually sick and like look intimidating, and you're running through a zone to get to them, and then they just get mogged instantly too.
Yeah.
Like Kulamok is one of the coolest designed bosses in the game. Like the arena is sick, the way the floor shatters is sick. Like all of that is sick just for him to get put into a fucking headlock and you know noogie him and walk him around like he's a child. Like those are the bosses that should be difficult, and they just aren't. It's funny. It's funny. Half the bosses in this game get stuffed in a locker, and then half the map bosses take 25 hours to kill because of DR. Like,
and also
Well,
just
the
one
best
shot
bosses
you this
bombs.
patch.
Yeah.
The boss you were talking about, Prada, the guy that keeps like the boss
bones.
from Act 2 that keeps recollecting his bones or keep reassembling his bones or something. If you get hit by one of those 3 mechanics that guy has, one of them is being like just falling
and
like
he
face
doesn't
first
aim.
into the
He
dirt.
just randomly does attacks.
and you're just one shot. And I don't know, how is that guy 6 times the HP and one shot ability of Atziri?
Mm.
And you've got
Seven
to
shots.
run
Woman from the
multiple
trailer.
temples to set up the ability to fight Atziri.
Yes.
And I just have to not click on Hidden Grotto, and I don't have to fight. I don't have to fight Tarwali the Bone Tyrant. Like, he literally has a 17-second spawn animation from when you walk into the arena, not from the
He's
checkpoint.
on 2 bosses. He's in
Yeah.
2 maps, too. He's in Abyss.
And
Sorry.
Marrow.
Rupture, Marrow. Yep.
Yeah, one of them.
Marrow-
Yeah, so like, you get
Marrow
to
and-
fight him more times. He's awful.
17 seconds, and then DR on top of that.
And
Like,
you
that
guys
is
sort of stopwatch
ridiculous,
to that?
bro.
Do you like go in there and it's like, all right, let's time this.
I know, I have
He knew
frenzy
the
charges,
name.
so I'm walking in there with 17 seconds of frenzy charges, and my barrage lasts for 4 seconds, and I don't get to kill him. So it's 17, and then you wait till the last millisecond to use barrage, and then barrage with prolonged duration only lasts for so long, and I
yeah.
still can't damage this
Yeah, it's
guy.
kind of painful doing those.
We're not doing it! We're not
doing those like shop
I think there's
There has to be a way
shop
to, like,
passes, but
log
I
your
mean, just have to do it.
and, like, come back in, and the animation
Yeah,
is
I think I want to go.
Somebody needs to find tech
I want to go
to
temple.
just like get past all of this. You character select,
Let's go
rejoin
temple.
the game, and he's just instantly spawned in and you're in a fight. Or like take the animation. I don't know how they've programmed it from scratch, but take the animation and just like speed it up ×2. Like, please, literally anything but this, anything but this. And he isn't the only
Yeah,
one.
basically we have
I'll tell
4
you other
runs
ones, too.
now.
He's just like
that
when
we
you're
can do.
blasting maps
He's the
all
worst.
day.
He's the most
yeah,
extreme.
like that is the guy that you're
Okay,
just like, oh,
let's
here we go again. Like,
it doesn't help his hitbox is like the worst
this,
thing in the world too.
Upgrade here.
Just everything about him is weird. Like it's mine. Like you already said it, but his AI is so bad. Like playing that guy as Thorns, you'll literally be standing still, and he will attack 4 times in a row and never hit you. He's just like randomly throwing attacks around and shit. Like he's very poorly designed. So flame him all you want.
yeah, Draven, Assinia, 25 million hours to jump out of the hole.
I mean,
25 million hours.
takes a while to birth a child, so you know, it takes a while to birth a
Okay, we got
boss.
Architect.
Rabbits look at me like, what the heck is this guy saying? But I think going back to like the Adziri conversation, I think there is like a spectacle to it where like if we go into like this super hard or supposedly pinnacle boss, right, and you just get your ass clapped the first time you go in there, right, and you're just like, oh my god, holy crap, what the heck happened? Like there is definitely like a level of just like wow, that was crazy.
Well, that happened to me.
And I think that's actually a good thing, like, you know, and then it gives you something to work towards, to make your character stronger, to beat it. Like, I don't know. I think I would rather get in there, get my ass cheeks clapped, but the first time I get in there and be like, what's going on, than go in there and just absolutely fold the boss. That's
Yeah,
my
give
opinion.
me a goal. I'm in the boss room dead, and I'm like, hold on, I'm playing Trade League. Like, what? I'm dead? Like, what is happening? And then it gives the hardcore guys something to fear and like work towards. And it's like you problem solve it with, you know, all of the options that, you know, Trade League has, where it's like, okay, I know I can just get a better weapon, better rings, better gloves, but I'll find a way to do damage to not get owned. I'll work on my defenses, but it's like, don't tell me this boss is going to be hard if I'm going to one-shot it on the worst character I'm going to have all league. Like, I don't respect it. I don't respect it. And I don't complain about this game. Like, I really don't. Even if I have things I don't like, I keep it to myself. I don't try to spoil anyone else's fun. But, like, I'm speaking for the bros that have, like, burger characters. This DR stuff is not helping anybody. Is not helping anybody. It is literally just putting a gun to their head and just bang, it goes off. Your character will never have single target. Like, don't like it. Don't like it at all. And that guy's just going to go re-roll and play the same 3 builds that everyone talks about. So if you want the game to stay creative, you want to encourage people to make their own stuff, standardize how damage is dealt then. Figure out a way to bring those builds down. I know people don't like the word nerf. It's got negative connotation to it. Like, balance is an act, right? It's like, imagine like a literal scale balancing. When something gets nerfed, it doesn't need to be a bad thing, even if it's something that you've been abusing and you've had the most fun with. Like, I don't know why we can't look at these things and be like, dude, I got to play Lightning Arrow every league and it was just like, you know, good. And yeah, it's not just good anymore. The Lightning Rod interaction isn't as good anymore, but it's like, or you could just take the interaction and instead of adding DR to bosses, you could just change it. I mean, that is an example of a time where they did, but it's like, all of these things in the game, you know, it's not, I can't imagine when half of the skills aren't in the game, half of the weapons aren't in the game, that they can't do the balancing part early. Are we just going to push this off and wait until every character and every ascendancy and every weapon is in the game with all of the skills, and then we're going to say, alright, we're going to remove DR? If we don't complain about it now, it's here to stay.
They're not removing it.
Yeah, like,
They're not removing it.
why launch the game without it? It was like my favorite thing.
Maybe it wasn't rated for code, like in the code wise. Like, there's like potentially many reasons. I don't know. Like, my biggest complaint with GGG is as much communicating they do with the community. When it comes to patch notes, they almost never give developer insights. We almost never know why GGG thought they had to make changes at times, and that's my biggest problem right now. Is like, maybe there is a reason that they have it in, or they didn't have it in originally. I don't know. We just don't fucking know. Like, they never say.
I mean,
anything.
if there was a developer that was to come out and say, hey, it's literally not possible. We literally cannot balance the game. I'll say, okay, and I'll deal with it.
So it seems like what I was thinking
Obviously,
yesterday.
that's something they're not going to want to say, but
to your point, I think they should go back to nerfing.
You can give them the pass in a game that's been out for 10 to 12 years.
I think I'm pretty sure now.
I don't know how many.
Like, I'm gonna run a couple
total,
more.
but we know that there have been multiple dev teams with.
I'm gonna run a couple of
visions
more
for
of
how to
these.
balance the
Okay, hold
game.
on.
And it's like the set of devs that you're talking to now are working from.
Yeah. So what I think is that I'm kind of like confirming for myself here that going into the temple from just from your hideout and not like via the portal in a map, it's not gonna have necessarily like all these extra nasty modifiers on them from your map. I'm pretty sure, like, because I haven't encountered any monster in here now that has had like any curses, like extra curses or anything. So I think that was something that was a mistake by me, like entering a map with like, or entering the temple from a waystone with like a lot of nasty modifiers. Because it seems way better now. Or, I mean, it seems like it's not actually affected by any extra mods. It's basically the same every single time, like except from the rooms that we're changing, losing or adding effects to. And I think that's how it should be, to be honest. Like, I like that more. Did get some nice currency in here though. Respawn at checkpoint, my dads. Respawn at checkpoint. That was close. Yeah, I've done like the, I think it's like the Spy Master room up on the left here as well. Like the Spy Master room on the left is now officially worse than the Spy Master on the right. Oh, respawn at checkpoint. Bro, they got me. How? I respawned? I respawned? Yeah, the thing is that I'm gonna have to do that respawn like before my energy shield runs, or like before I start taking any damage to my life, basically. What am I listening to? I'm listening to, I was listening to podcasts. Yeah, just listening to these different podcasts. I mean, like the ones I was listening last here was the Path to Exile podcast. It's yeah. Just wanted to have some like background stuffs. Trying things. Oh, and there we respawned. Bro, they got me again, bro. Yeah, bro, that room right there, bro, it's bricked, basically. Like it's just too yeah, it's just bricked. No point in doing it, to be honest. It's just bricked. So I'm kind of like moving around in the temple here. kind of like going to the areas that I feel are like I wouldn't say like necessarily safe, but like the safest. So sometimes I overjuice certain rooms a little bit, and that quickly gets mega dangerous. So it has to be like done. So that spy master on the left on my map now has to be like done in like a very, very specific kind of sequence for me to be able to do it, and that's just not what I'm looking to do in here. But it's really nice to feel like the pushback when you are doing some mistakes, basically. So I probably should investigate, like look a little bit closer into what's actually wrong with that room. Try to figure out what's what is the actual issue. I mean, it is a spy master room. Like, I know the my spy master rooms are pretty cracked, or it's pretty cracked for me to do. Pretty cracked. Tier 5, yeah, we're gonna keep that. Gonna try to sell that. Like, I need a bunch of headhunter stacks on me if I'm gonna ever gonna be able to do that spy master room. But I mean, it's I don't have to do it, so. But I would really like to just like reset it so that I can have like a temple that I can comfortably run. And then I can basically just like upgrade later, kind of. Oh. Not clear. Yeah, so I ran into like quite some different challenges here in the temple. There's a lot of things that needs to be considered. But the issues I've been running into in the spy master rooms is, I think, that I've kind of upgraded them to, or like the connected rooms are just like making them hell. So it's really something I need to look deeper into, like to understand what is actually happening to those rooms when they are just like so hard that they are basically impossible to do for me. I just need to kind of like figure out what is actually doing that. Yeah, I mean, this is a freaking tier 3. Increased effect of temple mods from garrisons, commanders, armories, smithies, and legion barracks. Area contains an additional royal colossus, bro. Bro, this needs to go. Because I have it surrounded by freaking tier 2 barracks here, which makes it so that it has 90% more rare monsters, and I think that's basically what's destroying me in there right now. So I just kind of like have to get rid of it. I need to destroy it. I wish I had some like very deterministic way to actually destroy my rooms. I really miss that. Because when you paint yourself into a corner, it's like only way to fix it is basically just to kind of like wait it out. And I mean, you could spend 6 crystals doing it, right? You could just like open a temple, you could leave, and it's gonna like break stuff for you. So I mean, you could do that and then just like start over, I guess. Because eventually it's gonna remove everything, right? But it's like, I don't know if like 4 like wipes of tiles is or like 3 wipes of tiles is actually gonna like handle that Spy Master situation. Like, I really should try to figure it out though. Like, if I can spend like, I don't know, like 12, like 2 runs, two tile resets, and see if I can actually just get rid of it, like spend 12 of my crystals on that. I have 18 to spend, so I can spend them like resetting, which is gonna be even a more of a like a nice thing to do, I think, in or more of like an easier thing to do when I get like even more crystal capacity. So when I have like the crystal capacity at like 60, I mean, that's like 10 potential runs. But what I could do is that I could do like sacrifice some of those runs just for like tile resets. Which I think is probably gonna be the way to go. Because it's just gonna take too long. Oh my god, bro. It's just gonna take too long. To like run basically 90% of the temple. Then reset, you know. So I think I need to keep those I need to keep those Spy Masters down. Like, and I also need to be really careful what rooms are actually connected to the Spy Masters, because it just turns into a impossible situation, basically. Oh, this guy was here? I didn't know the Thaumaturge was here. And I think also like my chaos resistance is really pulling me down as well, because I have 0 basically chaos resistance. That's probably also something that's really pulling things down. Who is hiding? You are hiding. Let's go. Yeah, so I think I need to have a look at that, like my Chaos Res and stuff. I have this charm, but it has only one charge to it. Like it's only one kind of use before it needs charging. That's kind of like how I'm trying to also learn, like I'm trying to read my charms basically to see what type of damage is actually being done to me. So this dude, he's not doing any chaos damage, but I think the Spy Masters, I think there are quite a lot of chaos damage in like the Spy Master rooms. Bro, he was actually able to pass through that door. Quite excuse me, quite flexible for a big dude, to be honest. Okay, so right side basically finished. Yeah, so this is like the area that's just like, nope, we're not gonna do that. The area that area of the temple that I'm actually like that I actually want to wipe, because I made that mistake. I mean, we've learned now, so like keep the freaking Spy Masters at. Yeah, kind of like I have to be careful with. Basically with like adding too much stuff around things. So the snaking that like a lot of people are talking about is probably the best way to do it, because it's not gonna give you like all those like surrounding potential super deadly additions to the monsters in that room. So it's no problem in itself, basically like upgrading a room to a higher tier. But if it's connected to something like really nasty and everything is like tier 3, tier 2, that just turns into like too great of a challenge. And there's not a lot you can do about it, basically. Just too hard. I haven't dropped a single raw divine today. I mean, we did drop that 14 divine Omen of Light though, but no raw ones. Yeah, we can go do the architect for hopefully like more crystal currency here. Crystal capacity, I mean. But what I really want to try to do when I've done this architect right here, I want to... yeah, it's gonna be like almost like a gamble to... I want to try to do a gamble to brick or to like fix my mistakes in the spy master room to the left. Yes, crystal capacity. Great. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted.
Medallion for you.
Bro, I wish there was some kind of way that I could like I wish there was some kind of way that I could actually like save the medallions or something. Like itemize them or something. That would be nice. Yeah, we can add some rooms and stuff, I guess. But this thing right here, this is what I specifically want to destroy now.
I have done it. We now have full access. Use Shippocado's console to open a path to the Royal Access Chamber. From there, we will be able to gain entry to Atziri's private chambers on our next attempt.
Yeah, Royal Access Chamber. I mean, we could keep, or we could try to reach the access chamber from like, from this side. Alright. Adding even more bolts over here. Yeah. Yeah, so those 4 last rooms here. I mean, we probably could go to like the thaumaturge up here, like this room or this is not connected to this. So we could probably go here and try to do this. Yeah, we can try to do these rooms right here, but just not these rooms. Basically. So if the room, so like in this situation, like if the rooms were not like being, so like when you enter the spy master, like when we enter this room, right? Like we can't access this room, or this room. Like we can't basically leave the room until it's like completed. If we were able to leave before it was completed, I mean, we could push into these other 3 rooms, right? And kind of, yeah, kind of like stay at a little bit of like a safer distance. But that's just not gonna work right now.
You have made a great mistake. Swear, creature. Thunder! Inferno!
Yeah. So basically, we are not, we can't do. I mean, I can go, I can try, but I mean, there is no point basically. There is no point basically. So I'm just gonna go back to the start here. We're gonna close the temple. We're gonna pray that the freaking spy master room gets removed. And yeah, we have a couple of try. I mean, we can do it. We can do that twice actually. Okay. So this is what I want removed. Okay, some of it was removed. Yeah, I would rather actually kind of like start over again, so I'm not doing that mistake again, to be honest. So we can run the temple, right? we can go in. If we go back now to the console, we can close it. So praying again, like using crystals, obviously, like I'm spending my crystals, hoping to break this. Ah, snaps, didn't work. Okay, so now we got only one run left. But to be honest, my dudes, I would rather, like, just rebuild, basically. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna run temple again. We're gonna go in, go back out, and close. Yeah, this wasn't. Yeah, so maybe it's more doable now. I just don't understand why this is not being freaking torn apart. Oh, we actually can run? Okay. Yeah, because we have 6 crystals, right? Okay, so now there is not much to run here. I mean, we can just like we can test. We can test it. Yeah, I'm gonna make a little marker here. I do want to make a little video about that, I think. So basically what we don't want things to overlap too much, because that's what's making it a lot harder, basically. So we don't want too much to be connected, like directly. We don't want too many direct links to like one specific room. To put it in like layman's terms, I guess. So I mean, obviously it's making things easier. But like it's managing not to connect too many things directly to other things is yeah, or directly to one room. That's kind of the way to go, I think. I've got a null here. Because we don't want to be spending like hours and hours and hours down here either, you know. We don't want to, like, we want this to be an area that, or I want this to be an area that I can go to and fairly quickly just run through it. get some nice items and just get the heck out of there, basically. Yeah, I'm not gonna care about this item either. Yeah, that's kind of like what I want to do. Like, I want to be able to get like really quick, like in and out. Yeah. Let's see if we made this situation any better in here. Could be like this tier 3 Spy Master is just gonna still be too rough. Don't hide up here, bro. We need access to the other room. Yeah, it's still gonna be rough here in this tier 3 Spy Masters. Like, it seems like it's still gonna be rough. But I can kind of like bait them into the room next to this room. What's really, really dangerous here though is just what's really dangerous is being kind of trapped up on the sides of the room. So I want to keep like constantly moving here. Used to prevent destabilization. Okay. Yeah, so here we can, you know, with the lock, with the prevention of the destabilization, we can kind of like deterministically decide like what we want to keep. So if we have something really good, you know, if we have a good thing going, we can stabilize it, and everything that's like connected to it is basically gonna be stabilized. I think that's how it works. So what I think I would want to do here is what I actually want to stabilize here is basically kind of this room, I guess. Because I do kind of like want to get rid of that Spy Master room. I like, it's still a bit dangerous. Still feels like it's not optimal. And I really need to have a closer look at like the modifiers of the things that I'm placing next to things. So Spy Master rooms are, I think we've kind of like discovered, or like, yeah, the info is kind of out there that the Spy Master rooms are going to be like one of the best rooms that we can run. But we want to be careful not to juice them, you know. We don't want to juice them so they are kind of like out of range, that we are not able to do them, basically. We want to be able to actually do the rooms. So if we juice them too hot on like the effectiveness and stuff, we just end up shooting ourselves in the foot, basically. So temple's like a mechanic, like the more you learn about it, the more enjoyable it gets, to be honest. But you do have to know stuff about it for it not to be like super frustrating. Like, I'm not claiming to be an expert or anything. Like, I just learned how to unbrick my freaking temple. But I mean, it's important to know like how to fix your mistakes. Learning what works, what doesn't, how to fix it when you paint yourself into a corner. Yeah, so the yeah, thaumaturge laboratory. These are yeah, these are basically rooms that I'm trying to think like what the non-upgraded version of the phylactery is, because I don't think that's a room in itself. I'm pretty sure it's like an upgraded version. So the guard, what's it called? The guard house? Guard? Yeah, I think it's called the guard house or something. That's like the first step towards like a higher tier. And the higher tier, like that room is going to be called something else. Like it's going to be called I think it's the garrison, right? I'm not sure. Don't listen to me right now, because I'm really not sure. So many things to the temple. So many things. But I'm pretty sure like they are like some of the rooms are actually changing their names as they are being upgraded in tiers. And I don't know if this is a bug when these when like the attacks keeps going after we finish that boss. I don't know if that's the bug, if that's a bug. Okay. So I do want to lock this side. So I want to lock this room. So hopefully nothing here is gonna be bricked now, only on this side. Use to place an additional restricted room card after defeating. Okay, yeah, so let's do that one. Golem works. Yeah, what is the golem? What is actually the golem works doing? Oh, bro, we can't see it. Yeah, not on these. Yeah, we can't see it. Yeah. So like golem works, bro. I'm not sure what the golem work is doing. Okay, let's see here. Increased effect of temple mobs from generators, synth-flesh labs, surgeons, transcendent barracks, and alchemy labs. Okay. Yeah, so this is basically gonna affect everything that's connected to it, right? So it's gonna affect this, it's gonna affect this, and it's gonna affect this, because it's basically connected to all of it, right? I think that's the case. And what is the generator gonna do? What is the generator gonna do? Construct monsters have 30% increased effectiveness. Yeah, so this is gonna make this area rougher. Okay, close. Still not bricking this. Like, I don't know why it's not bricking this. Like, now it wasn't like super hard anyway, but like I don't know why it's insisting on not bricking this. Remove. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yes, I wish like one of the medallions should be like freaking destroy the room, I think. I think that's what like one of them should do. Actually, to be honest. So I'm just sorting now, like, the things that I know. Yeah, the perfect jeweler's orb, like, that's probably gonna be worth something, right? But the greater one, not really. Yeah, so I'm kind of like just trying to remove all the things that I know isn't gonna be, yeah, not worth, like, trying to sell, basically. This one is nice. If it didn't have the freaking attack speed with crossbows, bro. So what I could do is that I could try to, like, deterministically remove the increased attack speed with crossbow to, like, craft something else on it. But, like, the damage pen of lightning resistance, that's huge. That's actually huge. Let's get back to the hideouts. Yeah, so the more... Basically, the more currency I get, like, the more I'm kind of tempted to like, try different crafting things. Like, there are things that I really, really don't want to do. Because of, like, the price of doing it. Because I basically, like, I don't understand fully. I'm, like, a little bit afraid to kind of, like, waste currency on it. 43 X for the perfect jeweler here. What about the annul? 30. Okay. Yeah, not the worst price, actually. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to actually try to do some crafting on this one, actually, to see if there is some way that I can, like, I know there is, or at least there used to be, like, a way that you can deterministically remove stuff, right? So the only thing I really, really don't want to remove from this is the prefix. So if I can get some like omens or and stuff that can actually, like, guarantee that it's only gonna remove suffix. It's guaranteeing that it's only removing the suffix. And that I can deterministically potentially do that, like, 2 times to remove the attack speed with crossbows. And potentially, like, another bad mod, if I get another bad mod. Right? So removing the attack speed with crossbows here is gonna leave the other suffix, like, if that's... I mean, if it's removing the... if it's removing the attack speed with crossbows. I mean, it could actually be, like, actually a really nice jewel for my... for, like, a character that I have on standard, but I mean, that's not gonna matter here. My Witch Hunter, I guess. It's gonna be, like, it would have been great for that. But I mean, 2% increase attack speed, I mean, that's not a lot, but I mean, it's something, right? But, like, all these mods, that's what I'm trying to say, like, all these mods would have been great. So if I'm not crafting on this, trying to make it more of like, specified to this build, this will probably sell. Like, I should try to sell this, and probably put the price up really high, because I can see builds that would really want a jewel like this. I can see it. So I would not, like, put this up for cheap. Like, this is something that I want to put up for yeah, I think maybe realistically maybe like a divine it's gonna sell for, but I'm gonna put it up higher just to see if it's potentially gonna sell for more. Like, I don't think it's gonna sell for like 100 divines, absolutely not. But I really think that it's gonna sell for between 1 to 10. That's my prediction here. Between 1 to 10. Like, I'm not sure, but I kind of think my intuition is telling me that. And here's a nice one for for a spear build as well. Like, both the accuracy rating and the attack speed are good mods for like projectile builds. All tier 1s as well. Like, I mean, it's not... I mean, on this one, the attack speed is max rolled, but the accuracy rating is not. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, so the damage pen here is not a max roll either. So this is kind of like what kind of like potentially pushes it down a little bit. So we could we could hit this with divines, right, to actually change the numbers of it. But we probably want to do that at a point where we are not changing all 3 of them, but like one specific. So specifically, like removing the suffixes here and trying to like divine the prefix here up to like 10%. I think that's, yeah. I mean, it is sort of like a gamble, right? But yeah. But I think it would be something interesting to test. But I'm not quite there yet with my finances, to be honest. Like, I would really like to be in a little better place when it comes to my finances, to be honest, before I start like very experimental stuff. I'm gonna put this one in the craft upgrades here now. So maybe I will remember. Maybe I will remember to do some experimenting on this. Maybe we should change the name here. Craft upgrades. Experiment. Maybe that's gonna like make me remember. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the toilet, my dudes. Be right back. BRB. Okay. Yeah, also I got this other idea. I'm just quickly gonna put on a sticky here. Oops, where did it go? Where did it go? Okay. Um. Yeah, so I want to make a video about like where I'm kind of like asking the question if we are being rewarded for taking breaks. So I'm gonna make that video. And also the unbricking of the temple I'm gonna make. Hopefully those are gonna do well into the weekend. Okay. All right. Yeah, if these had like better rolls on them, they would probably be like way more interesting to people, to be honest. Like if they had better rolls. I mean, this is a nice one. I mean, this is a max roll right here. So maybe the Blasting Sapphire is actually gonna be selling for something, to be honest. We can try to put it up there for like, I don't know, a div maybe.
Seems like a good deal.
But this one, since it doesn't have max rolls or anything, I think it's gonna be more likely that this one is gonna sell for less. We can try to put it up for 1x. Sorry, not 1x, 100x. We can try to put it up for that and see if it's gonna sell. So now we're gonna have to get back to the map grinding here. Bro, what's the I'm just looking at this this tier 5 here. Like what's the max roll on a tier 1 increased spell damage gonna be? And the 61% increased mana regen. Like this is actually a quite nice staff. And also with like the reduced attribute requirements, because it could be like a staff that could potentially be used by you know, not necessarily like the super like obvious archetype. All right. Yeah, I was just checking some things on my notes. All right. Back at it, I guess. Yeah, I'm just removing all the ones that don't have...
Can I help?
removing all the ones that don't have
Seems like a good deal.
rarity. And I'm still like jumping around the Atlas because of my grand project. Like I really like that. So I'm really like kind of like just looking for spots that I could not get, that I can't get to otherwise. I'm just trying to jump a little bit here. Actually, when I think about it, I think maybe the grand project nodes are actually gone now. To be honest. Yeah, so I think that's a little bit tricky mechanic to understand. Like, obviously, it's kind of like opening up stuff. Like opening up the Atlas map more. But yeah, it's a little bit tricky. But it feels... so what I think is, it feels really nice with the temple. It's like it makes... I feel like it makes like mapping, like doing the waystones, when we have to go in and do like a bunch of those. Like it makes it a little more like intentional, you know, which I think is nice. Because now we are kind of doing them for a reason, like we are doing them for multiple reasons, and that's really the feeling that I want to have. Like I want to have the feeling that I'm like working towards like multiple things at the same time. And reminding myself of the feeling of like not having currency to craft what I want. I need to like kind of like remind myself of that situations, because it's pretty much like the same thing in endgame. It's just like really getting that under my skin. And it's like the more characters or builds that I start working on, the more I'm aware of it, and like the more I just like do this endless freaking map farming, like the more I forget. I wonder if I actually dropped something really nice there. I wonder what that hammer is. We also have 30 crystal capacity now. I want to get it up to 60. ASAP. And I have projects on my bread as well. Yeah, so many projects, my dudes. So many things. Like, only on... So, like, just on, like, one build, there could be, like, a bunch of projects. That's insane. I guess that's what Pox actually realized with the Righteous Fire. Like, it's almost limitless, like, how far you can actually push a build. Because like you know, you have, let's say you have like the gear you want, you have like kind of like the stats you want, the mods you want, prefixes and suffixes on your gear that you really want. But then there is like a whole another game that kind of starts with like hunting for those type of items with like the best possible tiers. Like the really, really high-end versions of the item piece. And that's kind of like where the profit crafting comes in, right? Profit crafting comes in with like the super, super high tiers. Like the best of the best, tier 1s, everything. The best mods with the best rolls, basically. Which kind of like just opens up a whole nother can of worms. Oh, snaps. Yeah, we didn't actually do the boss here. But I mean, it's nice. We always want to have so if we kind of like choose to just go for one build, really want to feel like there is like there is that ultimate goal of like tier 1ing every piece of gear, which is like a enormous task to do. Nebulok. This seems like a really cool item right here. One-handed mace. Chaos damage per second. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this would be kind of interesting. Like this belt here also. No, it's not the one I thought it was, but yeah. Window to Paradise. Yeah, this one is really cool. I think it's pretty rare as well, to be honest. Bro, they are selling for 1 exalt? Ah. Yeah, I don't have this unique, so I'm gonna stash it. But it looks really, really interesting, to be honest, the Nebulok. Yeah, for like theory crafting and like build crafting, like this item looks really cool. So that's something that I'm kind of like missing a little. Like I wish like the uniques were a little bit more exciting, to be honest, or like a little bit more stimulating. Like some of them are 100%, some of them are, but I would like to try like I want when a unique drops, I want to look at the unique and like instantly think like, okay, get some ideas, you know? Get some ideas of like a potential build I can build around. 100%, bro. That was 100% increased armor. 120. Yeah. So what's cool about the uniques also is that they have like a set max roll. It's not like a tier. It's like stats are gonna roll, you know. So the perfect version of this would be like a 120 increased armor, 15% all res, and 100 max mana. And it only requires 25 strength. I mean, this would be quite the interesting shield for a witch. Or like a caster with a shield. Yeah, it made me think about my fire sork. Made me think about my fire sork.
Can I help? What's new?
Have you found more of what we...
But yeah, we need to focus on kind of focus on not too much at the same time. I mean, so many things to do and try, and yeah. Okay, here we go, Marrow. Yeah, I really want to get into the profit crafting and stuff as well, like the profit crafting aspect of the game. But I feel like that's something that's gonna come like at a later point. Two out of 30 crystals. Oh no, losing the fog. Losing the fog. Yeah. I just got another video idea here. Oh my god, bros. Yeah, now the creative juices are flowing. Um, yeah, another video here. Just have to get these ideas down as they pop up, and I can act on it later. Because I don't want to stop what I'm doing right now. I just want to make some notes on the videos that I want to make. Yeah, so there are things I'm kind of like discovering that's like build specific, and there are things that I'm discovering that are just like game in general things that I think are good to make some videos on. Some nice topics with my thoughts and feelings about the game. So how long have I been streaming for now? Yeah, almost 6 hours, yeah. Yes, I think I'm gonna call it soon, my dudes, and I'm gonna go make those videos to make sure that I have some energy. Might have some dinner first, then go make those videos. But we got some depths, my dudes. We got some depths. I mean, there is a hot topic, like there is nothing to do in the end game type of thing. Yeah, I want to more ideas. Juice is flowing, my dudes. Maybe I should try to make that a thing, like get like a little more like a regular schedule on my videos. It's just that like the videos I enjoy making are like topics that are kind of like popping into my head, and I kind of like want to immediately make them. I feel like those are the videos that usually also like performs the best, like the kind of like the little like brainstormy specific topic specific things that like I'm really thinking about and that I want us to like discuss more or think a little bit more about. Yeah. And it could be anything from like in-game mechanics to, you know, specific, very specific topics, like, yeah, about basically anything. But things that are like issues or specific things about like specific items or currencies or, you know, all that stuff. Bro, he submerged headless. Yeah, I think this boss is a little bit weird because he has like... There are only certain like areas where we can actually hit him. So we can't hit him where he is like blocked by the stones here. Which I think is a little bit confusing. Because he's not necessarily like super... He's not necessarily like super mega tanky. It's just that like these areas around him that are like blocked by the rocks, we can't hit him. Kind of a weird thing. Kind of an interesting, nice energy shield, extra max energy shield roll there. So that's also another topic that I kind of like really wanted to, or I really want to talk about is also the, like really like understanding more of these mods on the items, because they can be kind of complex. So I'm just like realizing how much more complex they actually are. When it comes to, for example, like this item, it has the maximum life as extra maximum energy shield. So how this is going to work, right, is it's really going to scale with your life, right? So that means that if you have a lot of life, you can run this, and it's going to like really boost your energy shield. Which is interesting. Like, I want to understand like the different uniques and how to kind of build around, or like make a build around them. To like really understand how they work.
What is it?
Are we getting some valuable omens here, my dudes? Not the Sovereign. And not the Sinistral Necromancy. Okay. So since they are not selling for much, I'm just gonna keep them. So I really just want to get to a point where I feel like I have so much currency that I'm never gonna be able to like spend it all, and then I really want to like experiment. Kind of. I also really want to like deep dive into like the specific items and stuff, and yeah, why I'm doing what I'm doing and using what I'm using, going for the mods that I'm going for. Also something that I want to like dive deeper into, to be honest. $45. Yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, so actually I was thinking I was just gonna take a break now, but let's do one more. Una más. Una más, then break. Uno más. Oh, lag. Greater Essence of Thawing, bro. Is that gonna give us something, a nice little profit? It's not, Abyss is not done. Yeah. Sacrificing. So yeah, that was a bad choice. Sacrificing splinters. A bunch of identified items. Yeah, so getting like a bunch of temples sorry, getting a bunch of runs, like getting a bunch of crystals is I feel like it's really helping with like kind of treating the temple as like a little bit of a different activity than just like normal mapping. But we need to kind of like have quite a lot of those crystals stacked up to actually do that. Getting that zero. Lovely. Very lovely. Yeah, I wish that like the shrine effects actually carried over here. Yeah, in the chests, in the depths, like in freaking even in the white freaking chests, there are hidden gems. Yeah, we need those. We need to be kind of like incentivized to go looking for stuff, like having the feeling that there can be something crazy, like basically anywhere. I think that's important. What the heck happened on the bridge here? Yeah, what the heck happened on the bridge there? That looks so cool. We got a preserved collarbone from like from a white chest in here. So let's clear it out, see if there are any more white chests with good stuffs in them. Yeah, like I really like the treasure hunting in the chests. That's really one of my favorite activities. Chest scouring. Yeah, there's rares really not dropping a lot of interesting stuff. Are there level 15 sellings for anything? So, don't think so.
Oh, it's you.
Oh. But we got 2 of these. That's 66 exalts. That's something. Yeah, almost feels like I've been a little bit punished on the drops after the freaking 14 div drop earlier.
What's new?
Ooh, 62.
Have you found more of what? Yes, these are our supplies. Gold is useless to me. Indeed.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it, my dudes, for this session right here. I do want to make a couple of videos a little bit later, and I will have them out as soon as possible. But for now, my dudes, I think this is gonna be it. And yeah, I hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys for watching. I'm Mouse and Fairy Tales. You are you. I hope you're enjoying whatever you do. Bro, catchphrase is taking to new heights. Okay, my dudes. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you ever so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out, my dudes, and have a great evening or day or whatever. Thank you.